Discretion is advised.
Chat, hello. I need to finish eating, chat. I'm gonna be like 5 minutes again. I'm just gonna leave this on. My food came a little late, so we'll be back in like 5 minutes, right? I'll just leave the stream on. Where's YouTube, chat? There you guys are.
It's day 2 of Masters Toronto, and the action is
I'm scared, yeah, dude. I need to like slow
started.
intro it.
We've got returning legends, brand new faces,
give me 5 minutes,
and
chat.
4 more teams ready to take the stage. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NK Center here in Toronto, Canada. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined on the desk by Ender and Mel. We received some big news last night, so I wanted to congratulate you as the MasterCard ambassador. Congratulate Mel for becoming the Red Bull athlete.
Thank you. I was wondering, like, what announcement? I was like, oh yeah, you're talking about me. You're always on here glazing me, being so nice to me. I'm like not used to it.
Yeah, what you got for me?
You want to join in? You want to?
Yeah.
You know, what's next for you?
HyperX, you got my number.
Hey,
right
let's
here.
go.
Yeah, hit him up. Let's talk about what we saw on this stage yesterday, because EMEA question mark, Mel? EMEA question mark?
Cooked, barbecued,
Yeah.
burned, everything.
What is the acronym? Because you know we have like nearest airport NA.
Yeah, I think it might be early Masters exit again.
Oh,
That is diabolical.
I fear.
that was insane.
That is actually
Wow.
diabolical. Is that how we really feel after seeing Liquid and Team Heretics?
Okay, if there was any more cope I could possibly provide, it is the fact that Team Liquid did put up a good fight against Billy, and that was with the sub. And we did just get news that things might be taking a turn for the best.
Yes, we got brilliant news. Not only is Mel now a Red Bull athlete after yesterday,
Okay.
Nats has got his visa. He will be joining us and hopefully play on stage. I heard cheers there. I love that. Yes, Nats will be back on the stage.
Yeah, and that is the hope to get behind for EMEA, right? You forget, Fnatic, they're coming in later. You can get some hope for them too, but Nats returning to the global stage with Team Liquid is hopefully going to be the glue that holds this team together.
Yeah, if nothing's going to help us, that is the thing that's going to pull us out of this rut. But if we take a look at the bracket, things are starting to heat up. And just to remind you guys, with another win for some of the teams that have already won, they will be advancing straight to playoffs. And for the teams that don't end up getting a 2-0, there will be a draw show and at the end of today to determine who they'll be playing in the next round.
Yeah, see what those matchups are going to look like. We've got some potential bangers and like regional matchups reconvening against each other, so stick around for that. Don't miss it.
Any early calls, Mel, from your side?
I mean, I feel like I was gonna say Team Liquid out, and then I saw that Nats is going to be playing here, so now it's looking a little dicey. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'd have to think about it. I feel like obviously depends on how Wolves does today, but I think a lot of people are saying Wolves 0-2. And I know you're not one of them, but
I'm not. But I want to know what you guys think. And that brings us to today's MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which of today's squads you think can make it out of Swiss stage with a clean 2-0. Scan the QR code on screen to cast your vote, and make sure you use the hashtags VALORANT Masters and VCT so we can feature you on the show. Yesterday's poll, I was a little bit surprised.
Yeah, didn't do too hot there.
Yeah, but hopefully after seeing Billy, we can have some more, hope for the CN region. And while you guys answer our poll, it's time for us, me, Mel, and Ender to answer some questions. It's a Toronto Pop quiz. We've got some multiple choice questions, of course, about Toronto, our host city. I've never been here before. Have you been here before?
Me neither. Nope.
Yeah, so you're going to have to carry us in this quiz.
I'll try. I only been here for a year and a half, but maybe I'll phone a friend from the audience to help me out.
Okay. Maybe we can get the audience to help us out here. Let's start with the first question. Any baseball fans, you guys?
I mean, I played baseball all my life, but I don't know much about baseball stadiums.
All right, but do we have any inklings here with our first question?
I'm just gonna go ahead and take A out, just process of elimination, because I'm definitely sure that is not the largest stadium in Ontario.
Okay.
That's one.
Okay, then I'm taking B out. I'm taking B out instantly. It's got to be Peanuts.
I'm thinking Peanuts. That seems just so random. Like this random stadium just hosts Peanuts for the first time. Like that seems like it'd be right.
All right, let's go for C, being the first baseball stadium to serve Peanuts.
Oh my God!
Oh no!
Wait, what?
It's a terrible start for
I did not realize Babe Ruth was playing baseball in Canada. I'm gonna be honest.
Is he Canadian? No.
No.
The
Right?
more you know.
So why is he playing his first game here? That's crazy.
You're
That's
not
insane.
Canadian. You
I'm
live
not
here.
either. Okay, fair.
There we go. Let's move on to the next question here. How tall is the CN Tower? Anyone in the audience, do you guys know this answer? How tall is the CN Tower? Can I get a cheer if you think it's A? Oh, no one cheered.
Oh my God.
Can
Why
I
does
get a
everyone
cheer
know?
if you think it's B?
Hello, everyone. Sorry.
Oh, one
Wait,
or
they
two.
just-
Can I get a cheer if you think the answer is C?
What did I miss? Jing raid
okay.
and mini
It's
raids.
C,
My
it's
goodness.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Yeah.
going with the audience.
For the raid?
I'm going with the audience. C,
Ooh.
let's lock it in. Let's lock it in.
Okay, you'd have to. Whoa, what
Thanks
the
for the raid.
heck?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Paper X
That's
crew.
brutal.
I appreciate that. Thanks so much for the raid, Jing.
We
Thank
got
you, Mini, as well.
You'd have
Appreciate
to
that.
stack me on top of myself. I
And then we
think
got
like
Chemiyuki. Okay, let me try something.
times to be able to reach that.
Oh, so like 800 times for you.
Yeah.
Chat.
Everything in Ender measurements.
Chemiyuki
Alright,
is
let's
gifting
do this one then.
Or
gifted
real
20
feet.
gifted.
Which of the cities is
Let's try
larger
something.
than,
We've been
Toronto? And I'm not
we've been
trusting
working behind the
aliens this
scenes.
time.
Whoa, the hell did I
I
just
feel
click?
like it's not C.
Dude, the amount of times I've
Absolutely not C.
misclicked
I feel
Epic
like
Pen and
Chicago- I feel
downloaded
like
it
Chicago
19
and
extra
Toronto are, like,
times is
sister
crazy.
cities. Oh, okay, wait. They're saying it's A. So
No,
we go
Okay, chat, we've been working on something behind the
Taking
scenes.
the stage, Mel.
I say
That's
we.
what the cheering's
Okay,
for.
I've had
I
nothing
would
to
say
do with
they
it, really,
saw Zekken,
other than
they
set it
saw
up.
Zekken. Yeah,
That
they
makes
saw
Let's see if this
Zekken.
I don't
works.
care about our silly little games.
But
Nice
you're
though.
correct, Mel.
Oh
You're
my God.
actually correct.
And then
thank God
Chemiyuki.
somebody brought their brain to work today. So
Wait.
Mel has put us on the
Chemiyuki,
board.
this is for you.
Who-
Oh no.
Wait, it's a real
I should
person?
know
Oh
this.
my
Tim Hortons
goodness.
is a real person?
Oh my God.
This is shameful if we don't know.
What I will say though is I've sampled
think I can make
some
him
of the
pretty big.
delicacies of Tim Horton, and I am a fan.
Mhm.
Yeah, Tim, good job. Keep doing what you're doing.
For the
do you-
Oilers?
do you
Yeah,
have
for the
any-
Oilers.
Have any inklings?
Then gifted.
gonna say
I think
not
it's
A.
linked
I'm
to
also gonna
Twitch,
say
but
not
honestly,
A.
the chance of me
Shake
getting it
hands,
wrong
okay.
is probably
Okay.
really,
On that front.
really
Oh,
high.
like,
Where's
it's gotta be
Jonah
C.
P when you need him? I feel like Jonah P would know this, right? He would know this.
If only.
I'm going historic fur trapper.
I'm going
Awesome,
with
yeah,
that one
it's
as
sick,
well.
dude.
It
What does
seems
that
a little
mean?
random, but
I mean,
Fur
it has a
trapper,
lot of
like
potential as
beavers
well.
and stuff.
Eventually,
we have a very different definition. for
well,
that
I say
word in my
eventually, it
country.
can also be
But alright,
VTuber, so we can
it
link
is.
it to my
I'm
face.
sure- I'm
But I haven't
sure
set it up
it is.
properly
See,
yet.
now that's
so
shameful.
we're all going
At
to
the moment,
jail.
it's just
Maybe
a little
that's what it
mascot.
is. Maybe
It's been
someone's
great
got me on
being here.
bail.
Do you know what?
I just want to, as an appeal to the audience here, please don't hate us. You know, you guys have been great, super welcoming. Shout out, Emily was giving
Kirai,
away these,
thank
like,
you so much,
Oh,
dude.
yes,
Thank you, thank
Masters
you.
Toronto bracelets, they kind of fire.
I got
Yakuzi
two
as well.
as
Thank
well.
you so much for doing that.
I have some. You have to believe
And
me. I
J
just
Dog was taken as well. Appreciate that.
Don't
Thank you,
act
thank you.
close to bear. Give me all the bracelets, please.
We'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. It might come as a surprise after how we did that, but Mel, Ender, and I are indeed actually
Slug? Where is
forming
he?
a
He's over
quiz
here.
team.
are?
We said,
Help.
we
Yeah.
are. We are.
And then you,
we
follow, you
sent
should
Uber
follow
to
this.
sniff
So when
out
I'm
if
like drawing
Sentinels,
stuff on the screen
Zelsis,
as well, you
and
should kind of
rate
follow.
have what it takes to make the cut.
Welcome everybody to this edition of
VTuber, yeah, we got the
Round, where
VTuber
we
just
take
in
some
case
of our
we
pros.
just in case we
See
need
if
it
their
one
buzzer
time.
fingers are quite
I'm
as
only
fast
gonna do
as
it to
the
mess
trigger
around a
fingers
little
of me,
bit.
of course. With Zelsis
But it's
and
kinda
Ray
awesome
from
to see
Sentinels,
it.
boys. Good to have you with me.
I don't want to make him too
Who's the
big.
quiz master between you two?
Like wingman size at the moment.
For sure, we got Einstein over here.
Okay, well, you're just deflecting the attention.
I mean, bro, just what am I supposed to say? Like,
That
it's just
sounds-
a game show. Like, he's old as hell. Like, how am I?
What?
Damn,
Apparently,
dude.
how old?
Age-
Age correlates
yeah.
to like
More
experience,
knowledge.
I
He's
guess.
got more experience than me.
He's
How am I
old as
supposed to-
hell. Wait, how old is
All right,
Zelsis?
so let's see just how you go.
Isn't he
So,
like
You guys
28?
are gonna buzz in when you have the answer. We're gonna have 6 questions. You guys ready?
Yep.
Let's do it. Number 1. Who was the first player to
26.
win
He's
a
only
global
26?
event MVP? Oh, I reckon you were
Tens.
quicker. Tens is right. You were joking beforehand.
You should have just hit the button. We already knew.
Yeah, wait, the setup for the first
27?
question is
Okay.
always 10.
Off camera,
Yeah,
you were
you
like,
guys are right.
I'm just going to answer 10
Yeah, it's
straight
always
away.
10.
All set up. Nicely done. All right, one to Jordan. Here we go. Name all 4 champions
Isaac.
winning
Oh my
teams.
goodness. Okay, the
gonna
Slug
say-
did it as well.
Loud
Isaac
ascent,
tested the Slug to see if it would auto do it.
Alright, we
Thank
are
you so
fired
much,
up.
Isaac.
Nicely
Thank
done.
you,
Alright.
thank you. I'm just gonna
Number
spam the
3.
Euler. To be
Name
honest,
at
mate.
least
Thank you so much.
4
100 from you.
Masters
That's crazy way to
locations.
start it. Thank you so much,
Jordan.
Isaac, man. That's
Like current
madness.
or
Yeah,
like
in the
past?
past.
Hey,
Yeah.
time.
I appreciate that, Isaac. Thank you, thank you.
Bangkok, Toronto.
You pretty much just played for the
Reykjavik.
little guy on
Yep.
your own right there. I'm not gonna lie.
One more.
Thank you so much, Isaac, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for doing that,
That's
bro.
wrong.
That's
wrong.
Right.
Okay.
You give me 4.
Toronto,
Yep.
Bangkok.
Isaac, thank you, thank you. If
Tokyo,
anyone got gifted, please,
and
Isaac,
Easy.
say thank you, mate. I appreciate the
Madrid.
support, dude. It's crazy.
Oh my
And some
God.
mad numbers as well. 1,850. Insane.
All right.
I
all
gave
right.
that to you.
Okay, so 2 to narrate. Let's keep moving. Who
Jumpy
had
42 with the
highest
Prime as well. Thank Thanks so much to the 3 months, dude. Thank you for that. Dude, Isaac, you went for the 100. That's so
No.
crazy, bro. Thank you for that, mate.
Any thoughts?
Leaf?
Yeah, it's Leaf.
Oh my God.
G2's Leaf. You're
I love
hungry.
Leaf.
I
love
know.
Leaf.
All right, let's move on. Question number 5, guys. Which region?
And some
holds
people saying
the
thank you as well. We
record
love that. Thank you so much for doing that.
longest game?
Do we like the Sentinels jersey? I think so. For
Apex.
No.
I think it's good
EMEA?
little hockey
Correct.
jersey
It was
style.
actually BBL versus,
VBL versus Foot. Yes.
48
Told you,
rounds.
Einstein. Einstein over here. I watched it.
All right, I mean, getting
Yeah,
rolled, unfortunately.
Isaac, I
One
spammed
more
it
in,
enough.
Jordan, say a little bit of face.
Tried to give it
Which teams
as
playing
many
in Toronto
Oilers
have
spams as
never
I could.
qualified for a global event before?
Fonty, thank you with the gifted as well. And Seraphim,
Everybody.
appreciate the
Gang.
prime. Thank you for doing that.
2 teams, you said?
Which
And RRQ.
which- there are more.
Oh, okay. Team, RRQ,
Yep.
Zli Gaming,
Have I seen the MIBR jersey yet? Not yet.
and
Your region, maybe?
MIBR.
Bad or good?
Correct. There we go.
Why'd you? Hey, that's cheating. Hey, half a point, half a point.
Bro, you're well enough.
That's the
ahead
last
anyway.
question. You won. Oh, I won. Yeah, you won.
Hey,
All right. Hey,
So
thank you.
you are the quiz master, the Einstein.
Yes, sir.
You comfortable now wearing that moniker?
Oh,
You
yeah.
Introduce yourself.
For
is that
sure.
right?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
my
nuts.
competition is him.
Isaac
like,
again.
it's
Last
fine.
time,
I'll
thank
take
you so
it.
much, bro.
Listen,
Do
the
really
old
appreciate
thing
you.
doesn't give me knowledge. It makes me senile.
I'm not gonna like the
I
MIBR
just
thing. Oh,
forget
really?
things.
There's a limit, right? There's a diminishing returns on it. Trust me, I can tell you guys that for real. Well, we've seen them compete amongst themselves. We're going to see them compete against the rest of the field out here at Masters Toronto. It's been Sentinels here with lightning round. Good luck with your games, guys. Hope to see you guys
Thank you.
dominate for Americas.
I think
Dominate?
the
I mean,
Raid
they
did
got a
well
they
enough
got
to
a
join
nice
our
little
team. What do you think?
they got a
Yeah, I
nice
mean,
little
if
group.
it's Valorant questions, I feel like we would crush it, you know?
But I'm hearing excuses here. I feel like he would have crushed the Toronto quiz as well.
Yeah, maybe.
It's not that
maybe,
bad.
I don't
He
know.
just
The
Seems like he knows
MIBR.
things. He's like a
200
walking
IQ.
almanac or something.
Yeah, he just knows what's up. Well, maybe we'll ask him after. But it is great to see Sen
Bradle,
end up
99.
back
Thank
on
you
the
so
global
much, dude.
stage.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I
Thank
mean,
you, thank you.
hopefully it'll be great this time.
I've
right?
heard the
Like,
Robbie
Sentinels'
BK's
journey
joined
has
loud.
been
Yeah, we kind of knew it
really
was
a
happening.
rollercoaster
Feeling a
this
little
year,
bit
right? Because
odd,
back
to
at
be
Bangkok,
honest,
they
but
bombed out O2,
I
and
like
there were a
Robbie. He
lot
was
of
fun.
concerns for this
So
squad
that's fun for
heading
us.
into stage 1. The vibes look terrible if you're watching their sort of behind-the-scenes videos. Was Narrate gonna find his confidence again? Was it all going to work out? And almost immediately, they seemed to lock in. They cruised through
What is this? The
stage
minis
1.
link
They
in.
actually
Chat, you might get
G2
flashbanged.
in the upper bracket playoffs before ultimately falling
Your
to them
guys are all
in the
good.
finals. But I think they're back.
Oh,
That's
what
the
is
problem
this?
though, right, Mel? They should have come into this event as seed 1 after they took down G2.
This is
I agree,
crazy.
and I feel like Sentinels is a team though that's very hot or cold. It's kind of like what you were saying earlier, Ender.
That's
When they're
sick,
hot, they're hot, but when
dudes.
they're
What
cold,
the
it's
hell?
like an unrecognizable team. And I'm sure that's something that if you were to ask Kaplan or anyone on that team, they would say the same thing. They're so hard on themselves and their tweets and their content that they would agree. And I feel like Sentinels is a team that really thrives off confidence.
That's
as well.
awesome.
And I think that's going to be so important for them going into this event if they want to completely avoid what happened at Bangkok.
You know, it was interesting because I ran into Zelsis backstage before the game today. I was like, is it an easy 2-0? How's it going to be? And he said,
Man,
no,
that's so
like,
crazy.
I'm
That's so
coming in with a
nice.
different mentality because
Uh-huh.
during Bangkok, I came in, I said I was winning it all, you know, it was going to be easy, whatever. He's like, no, this time
Patman
he's
as
gonna
well.
stay
Thank you so
humble,
much
he's
for the
gonna
raid.
take it
Thank
one
you,
map
thank
at
you.
a
Okay,
time.
chat, let's
So
do it again.
he's
We're
playing
getting all
it
the
a
paper
little
X
bit
raids as well.
calm at the start.
Dude, you know what's funny is when we were
Patman, thank you so
watching
much,
just
bro.
even the
Appreciate
pop
that.
Quiz, I'm so used to
Getting the
Zelsis,
most out
like,
of this
teasing
whistle
his
for sure.
teammates and being
Thank
like
you,
a
mate. Appreciate
bully
the raid. Thank you,
jokingly.
thank you.
And even then, when Narrate won, he started clapping.
Best of
He
luck
was
as
like,
well.
"You win." It was like,
With
I
the
was like
draw
kinda taken
and
aback. I'm like, this
for the
is
game.
not the Zelsis I know, so humble king now, I guess.
Well, that
We
is your
love a
wallpaper,
humble
dude.
king,
It's
but
sick,
if there is
right?
anyone Sentinels can rely on when things get hard, it's JohnQT.
Breadloaf,
He spoke
thank you
with
for
Gen
saying that,
Lee
dude.
ahead of
Thank you,
today's
thank
match.
you.
Hello everyone, Gen Lee here with JohnQT. Now John, cool jersey by the way. Welcome to Masters. I want to talk about Wolves, you know, your opponents today. Now they kind of emerged as the dark horse of the CN region, and I know you've done your homework, analyzed them, you studied their tendencies. What is your assessment of the Wolves?
Yeah, they're definitely a dark horse team. I feel like they could upset a lot of teams, so we're definitely not underestimating them, but we're just making sure to play our game. At the end of the day, it's a new meta, and like there could be a lot of surprise, so we're just making sure to, if we play our game, we should be fine. Yeah.
So no upsets from them today.
No way.
You heard the man.
as long as JohnQT maybe doesn't stand up too prematurely, I think, you know, with the one.
Woozly, thank you so much as well. Thank you. Tilling Monk as well with the Prime. Thank you for doing that.
Has been phenomenal in Americas.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken has been completely.
If anyone has the belief that Wolves are upset, I mean, TMV,
really
maybe that's about it.
I think he's just so effective at these early brawls that Sentinels are going for, like him on both the Yoru and the Neon. He is super effective.
And even then, I'm not even sure if he went for him with his pickings. I didn't watch the video.
The Zekken that was on top of the world back in Madrid.
Now, I've always called for Zekken's praises, and I think that's one thing to have his like mechanical prowess, that aggression, like you said, unwavering. But I've always hailed his praises as being such a complete player. He's such a cerebral.
Artist stole my title. That's fine. I stole it from my mods anyway, so.
There they are. Yeah. You watch the comms videos. You
honestly,
know
Artist needs all the help he can get these days. So honestly, if that's what we can do to help him out, I'm fine with it. We're trying to give him as many freebies as possible. He's out here giving away money from what I hear at the moment.
You know, they were already talking about potential upsets, taking their opponents seriously.
1,000 push-ups? Dude, he is not doing 1,000 push-ups,
on the other side of this, they will be going up against a team that have never made it to a global event before, and one I think there is a danger, Mel, in underestimating.
Absolutely. I mean,
it's about 1,000 push-ups in 24 hours.
I think one thing is that it's kind of scary going to a team that feels like they have nothing to lose, and they're just happy to be here. How many
this is Artist thinking he can do it.
Of a team in this exact position who's just happy to be here, their first global debut, and they make a run. So it's really a lot on Sentinels here to shut them down, but a lot on Wolves to come in with good game plans and come in strong.
It's interesting because Wolves have been up against tough competition all throughout Stage 1. They were put into the same group with XLG and Billy Gaming, come out of that as the 3rd seed, right? So if you look at the standings there, they're not expected to make it out. There's a whole other group they have to get through, but regionally, they only lost to the 1 and 2 seeds out of China. So they are solidly the number 3 team coming in here and a force to be reckoned with.
And in the past year, we've seen a lot of teams that have never made it before come in with such exciting rookies. You know, players you finding ranked demons, but I want everybody to know that some of the players on Wolves have been working to get here.
Dude, Wolves have no pressure for this game.
You know,
everyone's
like
expecting him to lose.
Who was playing in the same Challengers League as Kong Kong back in 2021, 2022. Jetmain never had an opportunity for a global stage. Role swap to IGL, grinding his ass off just for this opportunity, and they finally made it here. And if they were to upset Sentinels, and I think this would be the craziest Cinderella story.
Why is Zekken rated highly?
Yeah, I mean, that was just
he's been consistently one of the best duelists we've seen in the game. Like the past
before this event,
3
instantly they would put themselves
on
the map and be serious threats, because I think a lot of people are looking at the Sentinels team and what they were able to do domestically up versus G2 and saying they could go real deep in this tourney.
I think it's a careful balance.
Would Nats have made my top 10 knowing that he was coming to Toronto? Yeah.
Yes, all that work you've done for years and years, like you said, Yenzu, have built up to this very moment. But do you want to put all
I do like that jersey, yeah.
Now, or do you want to bring it back?
I mean, black and gold just works well.
Like, hey, I'm happy to be here. I'm just here to play. Or are you going to go full in and try your absolute hardest to make that Cinderella story a reality?
And of course, you know, we just saw on our screens, we got
how long is the flight for Nats?
Spring, who's been around for the
last 5
years
Berlin to Toronto.
8 popular maybe in VCTC, and the fans love
8, 9
him over there.
Must be
of
8.
course, we've seen Lysor and Yakarb on the global stage before.
4 to 5 hours? It's not 4 to 5 hours. Way longer.
Tournament, but somebody who everyone
4
has wanted to
hours.
see
Wait,
on
chat.
the stage
Am I just really off?
I love that little matchup.
I swear it's like
old and
8,
right?
7, 8.
Got all those veteran players then paired up.
What are
with
you
the
guys
rookie,
flying?
Right, and I think that this team just works so nicely together. There's a lot of flexibility, I think, in the terms of the agents they can play, especially if you're looking at a guy like Spring.
Google search says 8.5. Yeah, that's right.
Back and forth with Juicy throughout stage 1.
Dude, it takes me 4 to go from Iceland to Germany, and that's pretty much. You'd have to go past me to get there, unless they got some kind of insane private jet that goes faster than everything else. That's not a thing.
Dreams do come true. I'm heading to VCT Masters after over 7 years.
Wow,
do you have any idea what I've been through in these past 7 years? The purple looks so beautiful.
Yeah, did fan art of you and Paper X. Wait, is that the one that we just checked out? The one that's on Reddit? Wait, do I still have it up?
So a long time coming, and I just want the fans to get behind him and see
it is
how
you.
he can IGL.
Dude, this is crazy, bro.
how can you not? Like, that is such an
It's so
inspiring
good,
story.
man.
7 years in the making to make this stage. That's such a special moment for him and the rest of his team. And I'm sure they want to do it for themselves, but also do it for him.
Yeah, I mean, you look at like.
You missed my reaction. You can go back. It literally like 2 minutes ago.
Like a JohnQT that had fought through tier 2 for so long,
it's so insane.
so long, finally got there. Well, his first Masters, you know, he's up there winning the whole thing.
Yeah,
so
it's
let's
really
see what
impressive.
Wolves can do here at this one.
Will the post-draw shows be videos? Yes, for sure, Sonia. For sure, for sure. Yeah, for people that don't know, we get the draw show because it's Swiss format, so we get 0-1, 1-0. End of the games today.
He was sort of competing that the rule of having to be
Is losing a map make Sentinels
so
look bad? Depends on how the map looks. Probably not.
One of the best players we've seen in that region.
Yeah, and you're going to see him play a wide variety of duelists. You're going to see the Neon, the Yoru, the Jet. I mean, the Raze too, but I'm a big fan of
Kenny 2K, thanks so much for the tier 1. I appreciate that. And Hayes as well with the Prime. Thank you so much.
It's a lot about these just start of round full-on brawls. 4 or 5 players getting ready to take space.
If Nats was there yesterday, do you think Liquid would have won comfortably? I don't want to say comfortably. I probably still think they might have lost the map, but I think they would have won for sure.
Versatile player in that regard too.
It sounds like from the past like 24 hours, it seems you were quite neon pilled in
the,
and I mess with you so
the thing
much
that's weird with Billy, especially with like how YZ plays, again, like the way the YZ plays, it's so inconsistent but hard to play against that he's gonna win you some maps, but he's also gonna lose you some maps.
Yeah, the head-to-head is gonna be very interesting. Earlier, you guys saw Zelsus and the Raid try out for a quiz team. We also put Juicy
the easy
and
transfer as well,
to
the 27 months. Thank you so much for that, dude. Appreciate that.
And under, and this is how they did. Wolves have made an incredible run to make it here in Masters Toronto. I'm now joined by Juicy
to look out for.
and Sufat Baby to
Juicy, to be honest.
And see how much they've been paying attention to the stats of the game.
Pick anyone
now,
from Sentinels. Second's most obvious. I think Bang's playing really good. Bang probably as well.
And a number. I want you to tell me if the answer is over or under. You ready?
Yeah, ready.
Okay, let's go into it. I'm gonna test you a little bit on a player from your region, from SEN. Do you think Coconut's ACS is over 180 or under 100?
Yeah, it's over.
You've played against Coconut. Yeah. So, you both said over. Why?
Widow Devs, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 18 months.
It's really good now, and they won. They won first place, and I'm pretty sure his ACS was 200 plus.
200 plus?
Yeah.
You agree?
Is this guy next to me? You mean this guy?
I saw him play, he clutched a lot, so I think he's over.
Oh, you really know your opponent. It's under. You got it
wrong.
It's under? Yeah, you're so surprised. It's actually 176, so only a little bit under.
By 4?
180. Oh, I like the respect that you showed for Coconut, though. Next one, it is going to be about you, Sufat.
Okay.
Is your win percentage on Tejo over or under 50%?
Bro, it's Teo. If it's under 50, I'm worried for you.
No, I think it's over.
Okay, you said under. Why?
I think because I'm pretty sure we lost like a lot of maps in our split. I don't think our win percentage would be over 50%.
Oh, I see. You're thinking about the overall, but you're confident. You were playing the Tejo.
Yeah,
so.
Because we win a lot of game in regular season and playoff, and then I remember I play a lot.
Bimians, thank you so much for the 6 months, bro.
Fracture, and then Lotus. So it's over.
You have the reps, you have the experience.
I have confidence too.
Confidence? Unfortunately, Juicy was correct.
Did he really
it's
triple down
tiny
as well?
That
was
50.
sick.
It's 47.
47.
You know? Are we going to see your Tejo
as well with the tier 1. Thank you so much, mate.
Maybe. I don't know. Let's see.
We know we're not going to see this.
No. I'm not going to play Tejo.
That's a good choice. That's a good choice. Now, coming into this tournament, it's your first global event. So I want to ask you, do you think over or under that 20 players are making their debut at Masters Toronto? Because if you count the 2 of you, there's at least 2 making a debut. So more than 20
I remember
or
seeing
less
19
than 20?
somewhere, but I could be wrong. 21?
Sorry.
More than 20
players making their debut.
I think over.
Yeah, I think it's over.
That's a kind of crazy stat,
how many
though.
over, you think?
Just
like
a few.
lot over? Just a few?
Just a few.
Okay, why?
Because, like...
Are you counting the players in your head?
Yeah, we have XLG.
Yeah.
That's 5 right there. our team has 3. BLG has like 1 or 2. That's like already 10.
You're doing the math.
Yeah.
You're doing the math.
21 is like 4 teams altogether.
Regions, I'm pretty sure.
A lot of the Chinese players.
Okay, you guys you've done very well there. It's 21, so it was over. Congratulations.
Okay,
on
That is...
yeah. You can actually
That
finish
is
this
really
on a high, okay?
high.
This is about you two. This is exclusively about Juicy and Sufat. If you add the number
To coach's
of
count now.
officials that you've both played together, so the combined number of VCT officials, is it over or under 150?
It's over.
I think it's over.
But I want to guess if you can actually, I want to ask if you can actually get your number. This would be very impressive if you know this number.
The 2 of us combined?
No, just individually.
Individual?
180. 180.
I think about 160.
Oh my
I
goodness.
think
mean,
Wolves
you
can
were
get a map
correct. It
here.
is
Yeah,
over,
I think
but
they can get a map.
combined is 171.
But they would have to come in with a lot of new stuff and be well prepped.
Juicy, you've played 82 VCT matches, and Sufat, you've played 89. So I am so happy that you guys made it to Toronto. You know, after all these years of trying, we get to see you on the global stage. So thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck in your games.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a lot of officials before you get to be on a global stage, which means that Mel, they have the experience, and it's just going to be about how they perform and not letting the pressure get to them today.
I think that is the biggest
Smartney,
part,
thanks so much for the prime.
Sure, like we were
It says
saying
Paperex
earlier,
versus
just making
Fnatic
sure you
in the
keep a cool
finals.
head and you don't think too much
Dude,
about
I
the
think
result. Just think about really what you're playing.
I don't know.
And
I
what's
think
on your
G2
game,
are going to
really.
have an
And
easy
I think Sen
time.
actually,
I'll be
ironically,
honest.
probably do the same thing.
I think
Agreed. Now,
I think
we've
it's
got Narray
every
on our
if
quiz team already.
G2
Are we taking Juicy?
don't
I feel
get to the
Juicy could go well
final,
there.
I'll take Juicy.
Yeah? We can start
I would
a
be
Valorant team
insanely
at this point.
surprised.
Honestly, kick me out of the team, I'll coach, and we'll bring them both
Oh, yeah, but you retired.
Yeah.
Sounds like a
I'll come
jinx.
back, I'll
You
come
come
back to
back out of
coaching.
retirement to
Yeah,
coach
They
us?
just
Okay, I'm
have
down. That means we're missing
they just
one
have
more
the time.
person.
They have
So
too
if
much time.
any, Val pros
They have
out
too
there
much
that
time
wanna
to
join our
not
team,
win
let
this
us know.
event.
But during today's matches, we're adding a little extra something, and playing a game of Masters Bingo. Make sure you guys at home and all the watch partiers play along with us as well. My eyes instantly go to the 3rd row on the right, Mel, because there is no way in hell Texture's getting an ace today.
No, that guy is cursed.
Someone
I don't
picks
know
Teo,
what
that's never
happened. I don't know
happening.
who put it on him, but there is a curse on Texture.
I'm sorry, I appreciate what Bingo, what you guys said.
Nah,
Celsius is hyping the crowd to the maximum right now, walking off the stage,
Did
getting
I-
ready to
did I-
take it again.
Did I miss a Zelsis twerk?
Oh yeah, I think there was some barking going on down there. It was wild.
What? I missed a Zelsis
love to
twerk.
see it. You love to see the
All
fans
right.
get hurt.
When he walks out, he better deliver something good. Do you reckon it's a Cuba walk out today?
I mean, Cubert's always
Cuba's
got to be
coming
with
out.
the team. Yeah, he's the 6th man. You don't understand. Sentinels don't play with 5.
But
they play with 6.
I wish Kaplan would respect Cuba a little
How
bit
good are
more, you know?
Wolves?
Treat him a little bit better.
They're okay.
Well, he should be better at his
I'd
job
agree.
then.
They're like
Oh,
they're an
what did
upset
Cuba
team.
do to you?
I mean,
That's
like
crazy.
when look, if the strats aren't working, it's Cubert's fault. I'm
It's
sorry.
Dear
never
_Faye,
Cuba's
thanks so much for the
fault.
tier 1.
I
Appreciate the
cannot
14
believe
months.
this slander
I don't make the
from
rules.
you. Yeah, I'm glad you don't make the
I
rules.
know it's not Cap's fault. That's why.
All right. I mean, we already heard here the fans here in the barricade giving a big cheer.
The
for
Teo Nefer hit
Sentinels.
G2
We
like
are
a
actually
train.
moments away from the
I mean,
walkout,
sure, but they
so
also
make
had
sure if you are in the
they also have the
building,
most time
head
out of
down
anyone
over the
to
fan
change
zone,
stuff up.
Join in
It'll be fun.
on the atmosphere, and you get to see the players walk out, which is going to be very, very exciting. And whether Cuba is going to be there, I reckon he will. My money's on Zelsis maybe carrying him, you know, on his shoulders or something. But for now, it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which of today's teams will have a flawless Swiss stage. The results are in.
The timer for Wolves gives them an edge.
We bumped up the 3
They had less
for
time than
CN team to
Sentinels.
5, which is nice, but it is
Didn't they have to play
Sentinels.
EWC
Mel,
qualifier?
would you agree
And
with
Sentinels didn't.
Absolutely. I mean, can you really be too shocked here? It is very much on Sentinels to take this win today. They're definitely the overdog, so
I'm
can't be too
extremely
surprised, but
blurry
would
today.
look a little ugly if they
YouTube
were
chat
to
is
lose.
the
Yeah, and before we went
stream
live,
okay on
Ender was
YouTube?
doing some
Like
crowd work. I
quality-wise?
saw you turn around and start going Sen City, you know, to the fans. So
I'm telling
What
you,
do
I'm
people
seeing more
got?
than 50%.
Damn, that's a lot of MIBR believers
Hold
over
on.
Gen.G.
Thank you.
I thought it might be
Hold
like
on.
this.
Gen.G.
I went for
LY.
Gen.G just kind of because I
Okay,
thought
just wanna
people were going to
say
be pretty.
I've seen this film before. Sentinels versus EDG are champs. I was
Going
the
for
only
Wolves?
person to predict EDG on the talent team. And do you guys remember how that went?
I'm sorry. Do you want to stop living in the past?
But do you remember? Tell me how that went.
It's a completely different team. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Sue. This is 2025. This is Toronto Sentinels. It's just, it's a win.
I smell a curse, and I think you're responsible for it.
No, you broke the curse. Thank you for choosing Wolves. Now we don't have the guarantee.
We're
very
good
grateful
work. For you.
Edelgard, thank you so much for the prime, dude. Thank you for that. And Snowy Squid as well, the 3 months.
Have the last laugh, but hey, I believe. Now, today, 8 players will be making their Masters debut. It's time to see who out of those have what it takes to shine on the biggest stage in Valorant. Get ready, everyone, for Sentinels versus Wolves. Gen.G will then be taken on MIBR. It's time to kick off day 2 of Masters Toronto.
The Chinese teams are overlooked. Maybe, let's see how they look here. The Sentinel 2 near Wolves? I think so. But I'm down to be underestimating China as well.
Toronto, let's get this started. 뭔가 MIBR을 맞춰서 경기를 한다는 느낌보다는 그냥 저희가 준비하던 대로 사실 저는 뭐 앞으로 무엇이 걸려있다 이런 것보다는 사실 저는 지금 당장에 있는 상황이 되게 중요하다라고 생각을 하는 사람 중 하나라서 일단 매 경기가 저한테 있어서는 너무 소중할 것 같고
I like to take the leadership role. I think it's something very important. I want my team to be feeling well so we can do well in the matches. Right now, I think that's my role outside of the game.
근데 뭐 사실 그러니까 아스파스 선수 자체는 되게 많이 리스펙하고 엄청 탑급 선수라고 생각을 하긴 하지만 뭐 그렇다고 해서 저희 팀원들이 뭐 밀린다라고는 딱히 생각을 안 해가지고
Both teams are thinking the same thing. What edges out the victory in those moments, I think it's the team that is more prepared than the team that has a higher skill ceiling.
MIBR에는 이제 아스파스가 있다고 말을 많이 하지만 이제 젠지에 내가 있다고.
Sentinels,
can they do it?
I think it's important to recognize that you can't be perfect, no matter how planned you are with what you have as a team.
SEN, dropping like flies!
The other team could throw something at you that just destroys that whole plan. But I think you should just keep trusting your gut and keep playing.
I think to win the mental game, you need to be in a higher spirit than the other team. Be calm, take a deep breath, and then just play like it's a normal day. If you yourself can't find your footing, definitely your team still can.
My specialty is like psychologically getting in their head.
The only team I'm worried about is G2, the rest are dog shit, so.
There's so many teams that I'll just like mess with off stage before we even get on stage, and then they're nervous or they're overthinking.
Zelsis is always shouting.
What are you guys doing?
Let's say you're losing and you're getting shouted at, it's definitely gonna affect you.
The mental game is always one when you have no mental.
Sentinels will do a lot of talking, but I'll just let my gun on the server do the work.
Sure, let's see it. Someone asked for my pick'ems. My pick'ems at the moment is this. So I went for Sentinels, Gen.G, and then the 4 that I have going through is this. Sell the bundle. Oh, okay, he's trying to get other people to sell it for him, I see. Dude, I thought he's telling people to refund the bundle. I thought they changed his contract so he gets 0% of it, and he's like, guy, I'm just getting everyone to get their money back.
Sentinels, talk about rising to the occasion. Usually, I don't think teams want to even face them, let alone making their debut against them.
Actually, nothing, nobody. Thank you for the whole year, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you for doing this, mate.
For these two teams. The first time for Wolves, and for Sentinels coming back after bombing
See the fan art? Yeah, we've been talking about it for a little bit. It's crazy good.
Now for them, failure isn't an option again. This is what they must do. Win here to redeem themselves.
Yeah, and now if we talk about the meta of the game, the map pool, some people might be looking at this team thinking, what is JohnQT going to play? But they don't have Fracture anymore. Sunset is back. This is a
jersey doesn't look good. I think the jersey is okay, chat. You guys talking about the Sentinels jersey? I don't mind it for a one-off event.
But what I'm really looking at is how that info initiator role is going to play out between Narrate and JohnQT.
Yeah, because, I mean, there's options, right? Are they still going to be playing double initiator? Is John going to be playing
Damn, that's sick
Sova?
drawings as well.
Is going over to Breeze?
Why is everyone so talented?
Sova? That makes a little bit more sense. Or do we see Sentinels go
For
back
God's
and
sake, look at this guy already, man.
Ideas. That's definitely an option on a lot of maps.
What's giving it back to Zelsis? How many times have you
Tens,
seen
thank you so
that?
much for the 12 months. Thank you so much. Juju as well with the 17 months. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, like they
28
said,
Ray with the 4 months. Thank you so much, dude.
Speak for me, so I'm really interested to see if that's going to be the case here for Wolves.
Yeah, but Mel, you can speak a bit to this as well. Like playing on a big stage like this, like when already the adrenaline is pumping before you get in the server, that game can explode so quickly, right? Your heart rate
I'll be honest,
is
chat.
bumping.
I really want Wolves to get off to a good start, so it's like I would hate to see a stomp here.
That the IG on the Wolves side is not afraid to answer to Zelsis' energy.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Yinzu. I think that
Split.
normally one of two things happens. When someone
Split
like Zelsis
Lotus
is yelling at you from
Icebox.
across the stage and making a lot of big movements with their body,
Sentinels get rid of Sunset. Historically, like one of their better maps.
Ice cold kind of attitude.
It's interesting.
Or you fight back and you show them, and it's honestly, I like doing the latter where you kind of meet them where they're at, meet their energy with your own, because that honestly lets out a lot of your adrenaline, and it's just fun. I mean, at the end of the day, you see them sitting across from you, like, don't you want to say something?
Yeah, I love that. I love that. But
Saving
looking at the map pool
strats.
here, I don't think
You reckon
many
they
people would have
prepped it?
expected this insta-sunset
I mean,
back.
they've had a good amount of time.
Getting rid of that one, even though Sentinels have played that map quite a bit in the past. I'm also a little
We'll
surprised.
see. Like next game, we'll kind of get a bit of
Split.
confirmation,
this is a
maybe.
map that historically has looked very good for Sentinels back when they won.
Want to see lower bracket MIBR against Heretics?
But their split looks a lot different.
But yeah, they've been giving it to
running
each other,
the
right?
tail on that. They've been playing no Sentinel on the map, so they have to come up with something new here for their first showing in Toronto.
This Veto has me completely off guard to seeing Icebox as the decider, and also Lotus. I think that's a map that these teams aren't necessary. I think Sentinels is a team that.
But this is the thing, like, this is why I didn't do any kind of map breakdowns, because everything got reset. Like, we actually don't know. We have no idea about any of their maps. Everyone's going to be playing new comps.
You know, there's a different conversation today.
There's nothing we can break down here.
But even if you have all of the experience,
You could go, yeah, they didn't used to be good at Lotus, but new meta, who
to
cares?
take Sentinels on Pearl.
That is a dangerous prospect. I don't think I would personally if I was up there, but
There's a couple of
these
teams,
Sentinels,
like
they've been
Paper X, I
looking
guess you
strong.
can look at
Honestly,
some of their
I
comps because they weren't using
I
Teo.
honed in on our first map of Split a little bit because it was interesting looking at Wolves.
Chu, thanks so much for the 3 months. Appreciate that.
Initially,
And Devon as well. Johan, thank you for the 14 months.
So they were
Thank you.
some double Senti.
Would you say that the meta is very balanced at the moment? Probably the most balanced meta we've ever had, yeah. I think it's very open for what teams want to do. A lot of teams at the moment are kind of siding a little bit towards double initiator, maybe because it's discomfort. Obviously, Liquid tried a little bit of double duelist, but
I'm
that's...
thinking either they go Sky or a lot of
Wait,
teams
what is this?
prominently have been playing Fade as well.
That's a
here.
big
And
flag,
I think
bro.
that can work really well with double Sensi with the Haunt coming in. I mean, we saw it in APAC as well, how much value that Haunt gets on the A site. I can see it going either way for the initiator.
Especially if you are running something instead of like a raise on that map.
Mad Lad John with the Prime as well, thank you for the 11 months, mate.
Some flash display, a Vise if they wanted to go into that too. You can find options to give yourself flashes that aren't just in a Sky or a Breach slot that's so common on the map.
I mean, for Sentinels, they are also very familiar
he
with
has his
how
wolf
Sky
shirt on.
works on Split. People have this the recency bias of
Again,
know,
I would
these,
love them to get off to a good
NA
start,
teams are
but
going to struggle because the Yoru Techo Breach was a crush.
I just
but
want them to
are they
make it
forgetting
look
what Sen
competitive.
used to do on Split?
Exactly right, because I think Sentinels have played two very distinct styles when you compare 2024 to 25, right? In 2024, it was a lot of like double smokes plus Sentinel, like the Viper was getting played a lot. It was all about controlling
Which region is Wolves? China. They came third seed.
With JohnQT's role swap into 25, they switched over to playing double initiator.
Nats, yeah, Nats is on a plane to Canada.
Too, so it was much more about side exec,
so I hope no matter what, no matter the draw, I hope that they make sure the Liquid plays.
Exactly, and I think a big part of it
Wait, chat, does 1-0 play first, or does 0-1 play first?
That is so storied on Split. There's so
I hope no matter what they make sure that they get an extra day. 1-0 plays first? Oh, okay, well it works out okay anyway.
Have watched to learn from, and I think they're a team that really truly understands Split top to bottom regardless of comp because of how many cons they've played and just how good they are on the map. So I'm honestly shocked, and I really
Timothy,
think that
thanks so much for the Prime, dude. Appreciate that.
Split.
Yeah, but that's what
I'm curious
I would
with the 20 months as well.
As to why
Tech balls? Yeah, I love that. So just change my pick'ems.
To just go in there.
Nah.
And we've heard already
I probably would have.
Players, you know, the coaches have been doing a lot of counter strategy.
If Nats had been there for first game, I would have, but I think odds are with the time anyway, they should still get wrecked.
Yeah,
to be honest,
I think the scariest
depending on who they
thing
play,
and
the fact that they can't play Billy again means they'll probably play one of the better teams. Denton, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Did the Slug do it?
Just go dead quiet, and they'll start slowly creeping forward. So it can be very hard, especially
thank you so much, Denton. Appreciate that. Thank you.
On the defensive side versus Wolves to actually know what they're doing, and that's where they can be so lethal.
And I think that contact style of
Agent Winter 23 as well, the Prime. Appreciate the 10 months. Okay, here we go. I do like that they brought back the hover to troll stuff. That's pretty fun.
Agent Select, just to remind you guys, it is live. The grey right now is the hovers from our players, and Yukal and Juicy have already locked in.
Please give me classic Sentinel JohnQT back on Cypher.
This is just too tried and tested at this point, right?
I mean, the second Sky hovers.
What are these guys doing, man? There's no way they lock this in. There's no way they lock any of this in. Everyone's hovering the wrong thing.
I'm refusing to believe that.
Spring?
I'm refusing to believe it.
Oh no, Spring was for a second hovering the Waylay over there, but the Viper wouldn't surprise at all. He's been a pretty solid, fragging Viper player in CN.
Hey, this looks more like it.
He has a lot of experience playing Duelist even within this year. He is so powerful, especially later into
John
the
actually,
round.
okay,
I mean,
sure.
looking at the lock-in, John has locked the Sky.
Is Sky
so
Breach?
Playing exclusively Teo on this map this year. It's going to be Sentinel's same comp as Stage 1, just subbing out Teo for the Sky. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
I remember my own team, we VOD reviewed so much of Sentinels, and how they play Breach on Split is super key and extremely fundamental
that extra bit of
to how they
info.
play their defense especially. Narrate gets so much
Yoru's
value
gonna do a lot, though.
early on, before the freeze time even ends, where he's going to position himself early to capitalize on those stuns.
But the important thing for Sentinels, he's starting on the defensive side, is the mid-rounding, right? When information is taken away from them, how do you actually scout? Sky, not great at scouting. You have the dog and a couple of flashes only to be able to work with, and they don't have a dedicated Sentinel, so a lot of pressure onto Zekin to find
Don't let Sideshow on the train, he'll sabotage and derail it. Yeah, we're in a very powerful position where we could probably get him to do something crazy.
So much on Split. I'm super excited for this match.
Well, this is the true David
Hello,
and
slugs.
Goliath matchup. And the same could be said for our casting duo. I'll let you decide who's who. Take it away, Uber and Wyatt.
Last time we
It's
saw
not
Sentinels
worth
at a
it.
global
Yeah, it probably
event,
isn't
they
worth it.
popped out
Unless you guys can
the
come up with
biggest
something
way
insane.
possible. Talk about road to redemption for this America superstar team. But Wolves on the other side come into this tournament with everything to prove.
They're going in as
Let me have to grow his hair out for a year.
expected team to
Right.
be at this
His wife would probably divorce him.
questioning, did they make it just because of the
I don't think he'd. I don't know. Maybe that's a good test of like how committed is he. He might be onto something actually.
To this moment, what he's been working for, the IGL of this team, seeking an upset win, picking a map that has traditionally been a home for Sentinels since the iteration of the Celsius JohnQT
Let's get this one going. Uncle Nyan, thank you so much for the 8 months. I appreciate that. Okay, Sentinels on defense, Wolves on attack.
Versus Wolves starts now.
Nothing mental for the buy, but we do have Wolves with the wall over towards B as well, and wanting to MB early. Normally, just for a pistol, you probably go back to doing the normal wall over towards A.
Decent amount of real estate here on that B side of the map. Gate crash across
Yeah, do you want the casters up a little bit, or is this okay?
This comp from Sentinels, certainly not lacking in flashes. They can get very proactive, popping out of smokes past the
okay.
wall. Second
Love that,
right
thank you.
now wants to take contact off this flash, but shut down. Juicy and Spring.
I mean, they flashed it.
Good. Can't complain about it. Wolves though were ready to take the fight there.
Delsa's affected by paranoia, and this is awkward. The wall is dropped. He's going to have to take this fight, and GC rips him a new one. John can barely peer out of defense side. Spring sees him cross. Banks trying to get some sort of position towards Heaven's side now as the plant goes down.
Parmesaus's can.
Lysor gets it in there.
Bang understands that this flank from YU is likely coming, spotted output. Now this Cypher just needs to stay alive, bide some time, distract.
I mean, no matter what, he bought a lot of time, they won the round. Ooh, I like the double. The double down.
Yeah, they're on a timer. There's also going to be presence from Heaven. Springs going to get there!
Nice shots. Okay, chat, this was the start that we kind of wanted to see a little bit. Give us a game.
And they were ready for the
They hit some really good shots. Did they turn the flash or did they eat the flash? Both times.
Could continue to nullify that. Flash turned by both players, quick on that reaction. And look at these taps from Lysor, who is by far the most experienced player on this Wolves team when it comes to international
game, thank you
events.
so much,
Every
dude. Thank
single
you for
one
that.
he attended with FPX in 2024. That experience is going to need to come into play to keep the rest of these guys in it. He's been such a consistent force for them.
Tech pulls down on the stage.
Tech pulls.
A keyboard issue being cited. So we have at least a chance to try and establish ourselves now at the start of this game.
They've upset the slug with this one.
Picking up the sky here. Obviously,
This is our first one though, right?
Don't be too angry at that. Every single map, we got teased a little bit in Agent Select, thinking maybe we would head back to the Cypher. But this is the look that SEN have sort of settled on. Obviously, Zekin still going to be on that Yoru, a huge component of their run. A big recovery when they got back to the Americas region after that shocking start in Bangkok.
Is this your VTuber avatar? Yeah. This is the start. We got this little mascot right now, and then when I set it up properly, no face cam ever again. We just turn into a slug.
Playing Sentinel when you have Narrate coming in, who was such a great initiator in EMEA last year. And at times it certainly felt awkward. The fans of the team, when they were in a bit of disarray, were questioning those role swaps.
YouTuber, yeah, exactly. And then I just get an AI voice thing to just comment on the game, and then you guys think I'm still here, but actually I'm just not. I'm on holiday.
Will pick it up, right? And that just seemed to smooth things over. So now that we're back in a Tejo-less world, will things be as smooth as they were for SEN when they were the only America's team to beat G2 in that first stage? Or is it going to be an adjustment period for them?
Wow, dude, I really like the outlook by here. I was about to compliment this and say this is my favorite. This is my favorite buy, but buy an extra gun into it. Any bit of damage from Sentinels is good here. They keep the wall on B. Dude, they're not going to perm a wall B, are they, for the whole game? I mean, I guess you can because the Cypher creates pressure over towards A. There's a lot of passive pressure everywhere.
No upgrade here.
And the good news for Wolves is, they're like, when you're up against this wall, like you have to kind of play, you either play here or you play aggro and fight over towards B main, right? And they've already punished them for trying to play aggro over towards B main. So they might overthink it a little bit.
40 seconds in and they're chilling.
Delsa took a big hit there. Some spray potentially is the.
Why am I dissing my own wall? I like the wall.
Trapwire.
And just it's just rare that people use it consistently like this. Huey with the 5 months. Thank you so much.
Zekin will move back towards Heaven. That's a ping from Wolves, though, in mid. They're starting to move on A.
We are down to 45 seconds, so there is no map control right now.
Did they? This is not a good anti-eco, by the way. It's a really worrying anti-eco. 30 seconds, they just got shut down. Look at the map control they have. Big heavy rotate for Sentinels at the moment. 30 seconds, they are going over towards B. But my goodness, it got a little scary time-wise. Trip goes aggro over towards middle, so they're not going to know that anyone's here. That Viper Molly kind of secures them around.
Time is so low.
All confirms no players for Sentinels are in.
Didn't feel convincing. They didn't really take anywhere.
I just want to stand up over towards here. That defense spawn choke.
10 seconds left.
The attack side will have themselves a plan. SEN not able to create any trap
Okay,
opportunities.
so Sentinels, like, they had a chance to do some damage, but now I think they just chill.
These guys are giving me some serious anxiety.
Wait, no, they're going for some damage.
They're going.
Yeah, I thought they were just going to chill and die to spike. Okay, who gets the kills?
This should be easy enough for them, but Dorain's able to find Juicy. Guiding Light goes in, does find a ping, but the wall gets thrown up here by the attack side. They can sit
Sentinels just need one more kill.
And they handle Sentinels.
Okay, I mean, they got the gun out of him.
And walk out
Wait,
of
it
the round
was
with
wild.
3 rifles.
All of the important guns carried over from Wolves. Dangerous for a moment there. Sen were so aware
Wolves
of what
tend
they were doing, and
to
that was a
overbuy
round where
this.
Wolves
I'm not sure. They had an
like
outlaw
it.
ready to go, but they changed that.
About how offensive this Sen comp is going to be on defense. But once they're set up here, that wall to play off that you called out is really going to simplify things for Wolves. And credit them, I mean, they did get to this site with everybody
Okay, with the death, he gets Omenor as well, so they could definitely do something crazy. I'm for sure, like if this is my team right here, we'd have a set round where you're buying a judge, more Omenor in here, especially with this wall, creates too much pressure. You've got to fight here or fight here. Let's see if they want to use the Omenor into this.
Certainly one of the reasons that the
especially on a bonus. Like this is one of my favorite ults to have on a bonus. It's so underrated.
Here's Juicy trying to press up towards
It's,
incredibly aggressive
it's just
player.
sick, to be honest.
Specifically when he's on this duelist, on this map even. He is a menace.
Look at his space. Juicy's getting a lot of room up mid, but Zelsis plants his feet. Ready to receive him at the same time. The push is coming to the B side.
Oh, he's ready.
He's hit him.
Okay. They do this luck smoke over towards B, and then the bonus he takes the timing and he manages to get the extra draw behind as well, and they just picked up an extra gun.
Just has to walk away.
Wait, this is big. This is really big, man. It's the crazy stuff for them. There's so many people surviving. Their money's really good, chat.
Forced to save. Bank broken for Sen. Wolves with all the momentum in the world early.
Dude, that second kill from Spring is... Yeah, it's everything. It's the whole, it's literally the whole round.
Absolutely zero fear. Reckless abandon at times. Often getting him punished, but feels just as often when you watch this guy. He is going to outright win rounds for this team. I just love that awareness from him, realizing that Bang is going to be playing around the cloud that he had up. He drops and he's posted for the duel. That is insane.
He's the kind of player, even as a Viper player, that loves to just stand out in the open and take these duels. Sometimes early in the round, so it's been exploitable in the past for Wolves, but in that situation, it was just what they needed to control B.
So when you're on attack,
there's so much focus on B as well at the moment. This was awesome from him. He's actually in the other rounds, he's been saving his smoke. Right in the Antico, we saw him save his smoke. This time he does a smoke, so he can actually leak out towards the site and then does take the timing.
Player for Sentinels who's really able to have any stopping power in that round.
Do you reckon they time out early? They're going to talk about B at least.
Just too slow to the punch.
Ofu TV, thank you so much, dude.
We've got him mic'd up. That's an interesting decision.
We're going to see
Stinger by.
Stingers on this half by very North
I want to try and focus a little bit over towards B, so they want to change up, smoke, hold. Same smoke goes in for Wolves as well to create pressure over towards B. They probably won't ever do it again, right? The walk through, but on a bonus, you're allowed to take risks. And because he's done it once, it really does create the pressure that he might do it again.
Like we saw in that anti-eco round, 2 players grouped up towards Ramen, but Second's got a pretty far forward on Bangle. Sufat's able to spot it out though. Of course, Gate crashes away. Now Wolves do have to re-clear mid to some degree, but they're starting to encroach on A, and they've got a local player advantage here.
Juicy has worked some nice space here. Ryu spamming through. Sen,
yeah, well, the call gets made for A, and as we can see, 4 pass and stack for Sentinels. Wolves lose this, surely.
Juicy takes the fight to them. That, however, though, is where the Stingers thrive. Juicy is cut down. 40 seconds left in the round, and here at least Wolves
okay, keep an eye on the spike, though.
You'll note that
They want to create the pressure with 2, and then Omen's going to go over towards B.
Spring here.
Wait.
Does Lysor dare try to take a spike?
I did. Maybe they have reads that they like to over-rotate. I'm not entirely sure, because this move here in the 3v4 is insanely bold. They are going to get the plan. They're in an okay position still. I know it's 3v4, but considering where it was, it's a hell of a lot better.
Gun to narrate. Oh my god, this could be everything.
He has the gun.
This could be everything on the round.
The right gets past them, but the timing here is very tight.
Lysor still has Omen Flash, by the way.
May not be ready for a bated breath here as Wolves try and close the net. But John wins out against
Joel.
Sufat has to go large here, but he doesn't have much to shoot at. Sees John. Trigger discipline.
So they all know their spawn now. Big fade eye to help his teammate out.
Sentinels are starting to filter out onto the site. Lysor waiting. Dark cover blooms. He'll see it all here and brings Elsis to heal. The shot through the smoke.
Oh my God.
Too much in the hand of a Sufat from the rafters.
Holy bro, he got the extra with the classic.
That's 4 for the fade.
Damn, they still recovered in the 3v4. They might have a read. They definitely over-rotated.
Speaking of how much this tournament meant to him, comes up in a crucial round where Sen could have halted the momentum they've got from winning that bonus on the prize.
The Sui Fat Baby. He has one of the most ridiculous names we've seen in Valorant.
Snap onto the remaining Sentinels players while they were distracted by Lysor in the site. 3v4, 1 out. A couple rounds where Sen have to read on what Wolves are doing, putting them in a horrendous time situation, but they are still able to win it out.
Okay, second buy round for Sentinels. Big Joe.
Okay, second.
Yeah, so the change up from Sentinels, they kind of adjusted without doing the timeout, is literally just put the Euro over towards it, because Euro can fight in this area more and TP out. Right, so they're trying to fix B on the fly without a timeout. Might be why we didn't see Kaplan call a timeout as well, he was happy with it.
Situations like that were their undoing in the
Joe.
Spring
is causing... he's causing absolute hell over towards B, he really is. Double buy round at the moment. Spring. Mayhem over towards B.
The highest ACS and KPR controller in America's playoffs. A real standout player is about to
It's a great Omen flash. That dude Bang's done a lot here. Rotate comes in early. Over-rotate again. Might have been right with that round that we saw earlier.
Looking to take that ramp control, but look at Sen. They are going to get some players up ropes.
3 players potentially fight here for Sen. Juicy going to cross. Second a bit too far.
God, Bang's going to have to do so much.
Does he have an opportunity to get off the rope? No, he's
keep an eye on the time. One flash to help him out. Sorry, another flash to help him out. John, give him another flash here. Oh, what a stun. Oh, God. Oh, my, what a stun that was. Dude, flash into stun. The stun hit all of them. Yeah, that stun was everything. Lovely little smoke in front of Bang as well to give him some freedom here. Oh, look at that.
They were trying to run through maple syrup wires. Do not recommend.
Spike down.
3rd round, where Wolves had intentions of going A. This time they commit, and Sen have the full read on them. This is the first time they've actually been able to convert
Whose timeout is this?
Where they've been able to use that overwhelming initiator utility to halt them at a choke point when they're dropping out of heaven.
Still a timeout here called for Sentinels.
Where are the people saying cosmetic stuns now? To be fair, there was a sky flash on top of it as well.
At the speed that should allow Sentinels to set up the traps just like that. Have a little bit of advance notice, providing they can maintain some map presence and get some information in those mid rounds.
When we do head back into the
How do you stop the Viper? I mean, I think they should probably... I mean, what I'd be doing is moving Yoru's Sky over towards B, really.
So you have to imagine out
of his heavy fighter a bit more. Can at least get the info with the Sky as well. You do have to play like left side of sight more.
Trigger some kind of fault line into a flash. Second swinging off that.
Jay Benwell, thank you so much for the 7 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I can imagine this timeout was for sure for the B stuff. I also think the Wolves could get a good amount with the over-rotate. If we actually look at the information they've had in the rounds, they for sure know when they create a lot of pressure and it gets to like 40 seconds that they've over-rotated. They've seen numbers and they had that round where the Omen walked over towards B.
An unbelievable duelist there. Early aftershock is going to allow.
Okay, so timeout goes in and Wolves change up their wall into a wall that blocks all the middle and heaven. Like separates it, blocks vision so you can take timing over towards middle. They do a smoke here as well, so it's like vision block, vision block.
Enough resources committed, and that dark cover dropping. He knows he's in significantly more danger than Wolves going to pivot towards mid.
And coaches see through rules also? No. They only see their team's POVs. And like, you wouldn't see any of this basically, right? You'd only see these.
Weakest the A site has been in terms of numbers for Sen, where Wolves are actually going to hit it.
Bank can send here. He can send something's a bit wrong, Wyatt. and risk of getting pinched now as that Heaven control's been effortlessly
It's
taken
double
by
side
Wolves.
though. As soon as Bang gets this
Give it
smoke,
over
it's
by
going to be a
Sen.
pretty strong hold.
This is the position Bang was playing from the previous round. Is Juicy double satchel into elbow.
Whoa. Okay, is that my bad for saying that? Bro, absolutely sent it. And Spring is unbelievable.
Zakin and Zelsa's doubled up here.
Dude, they got a save.
Trying to find a way back in, but that poison orb is going to
Yeah, and money was starting to get a little low for Wolves, but they all just got 3,000 and no one needs to buy any armor.
Hungry for more, wants to go for the pre-fire even. I mean, the Sun economy isn't
Spring is
great,
having
but Nuggets
mad
also
impact,
would
by the
love
way.
to carry all
It's
of these guns
so we had
over.
3 buy rounds proper.
Juicy in that round.
Is that right?
Thumbs
I think
up,
that's right.
huge
He's
on the
had
double satchel.
the double kill on the bonus
John's
third
not
round.
prepared for
Then
him
he
to go
had
through elbow, through
the
the
opening
molly
kill
that was
round before,
thrown down
and then he
on
had
the
this
ground.
one where
Those
he
are the
gets 2
plays that
on
Juicy
Heaven
will
as well.
come up with.
He's a monster in terms of
He's just
impact.
so insanely aggro with the satchels. He will commit so hard on those jumps. Sometimes going too far. There isn't a follow-up. But when he succeeds,
Sentinels, yeah, I think they need to fight a little more.
Take some control of the extremities. Into B main, Zekin pushed early in the round. Over on the A side of the
I
map.
feel like Wolves maybe gained a little bit more from that timeout. Worked out they were getting a lot of space. Knew that maybe the setup was going to be a change up over towards B. Oh, that's a strong fade eye. It's a great replay.
Bang felt like he needed to get out of dodge. Back screens, there was so much pressure, so he just had the teleport out and was caught by the spam from Spring. Who's
I like how much different stuff Wolves have at the moment. Like if you just highlight Spring on his own and then you just look at his smoke, he's been doing so much.
Same as previously.
Like we've seen it everywhere. I've seen it here, 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 and over towards Heaven now.
Their economy on the line. You're going to assume they'll probably be using the Seekers at some point to win this out if they can. This would be worth.
We're only 7 rounds in.
Oh, 1 second! He can't even get away in time.
Why you, Anko? Too sharp, and straight away we're into the site. Showstopper pop to clear it. Good peek in there from John. Gets down ramps and at least extracts.
I cannot believe the narrate's doing this. Holy.
John wants to get there.
Oh god, they're getting wrecked, bro.
Juicy sat there and tells us down to a boombot. Okay, it's on Bang. It's doable. Fake TP now. Try and pull the wool over Wolves' eyes, but they're looking for him. Why are you with the cam? That has to be cleared.
That's going to give away Bang's position. Crucial for Wolves. They can double up, try to face this elbow.
On the angle, Sufat taking a solo fight.
Okay, 5 bullets.
I guess I'm coming to you. 5 bullets in the chamber.
I do this guy. That is such an important round for them to win. Big 1v3.
Some confidence maybe for Sen now.
Must win round.
These two are going at it.
Economy was hanging
God, if
in
they
the balance.
ain't Sentinels have no money, by the way. It's like the worst possible round they can win.
On split attack. Major deficit that Sen would have had to overcome. Zekin is just wow. He's in disbelief at how quick that was.
It's a tight angle to be fair. What's else to say there?
Bang is so good, Asuna made him so good. From Asuna. That's funny. I read it and I was like, wait, who's saying that?
To deny the players like John, who's pooling out of Heaven.
Okay, chat, massive round, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, can't buy next. 1, 2. Oh, goes into it. Should be seeing the breach or into this one as well. Now we change up our smoke over towards B to create pressure again. Dude, Spring is so on top of every little position. He's great at this.
Spring is a menace right now.
He's a nightmare to play against at the moment. It looks horrible.
Breaking the action as Wolves look to concentrate over towards this A side of the map where it's really only John in attendance.
Okay, Sentinels look confident enough to play retake, probably because of the breach short.
I saw it.
But my worry is this. They get a sight and then they're going to have potential Viper ult. They're a little far away at the moment.
John here with a bit of spray. Lysor takes a glancing blow.
Rowler cleared a fair amount of sight. We've got rotate coming in. 30 seconds again. Only 1 smoke for Wolves. My goodness.
He's self-stunned. He's got to fight his way out of the corner, but he can't. Caught by the sees. Narrate though plants his feet. Sees the double swing coming in, but
oh man, dude, they're gonna save my hero plays.
Stuck in screens. Spike too far away to recover. Sen looking like they can carry 3 rifles out of the round. Bang won't give him more than that. Wolves, they bleed the clock a lot. 30-second mark, they go for
man,
it. They fizzle.
Dude, every round has been a hero play.
They're able to get 3 players over to that A site in time.
Dude, I've never seen a self-dog
Juicy
stun.
First kill on to Zekin. I think that was John got one while still in up. Yeah, he does. That is so important.
I've never seen it.
After getting self-stunned by the close-range Trailblazer. Look at it, then. That is a beautiful little transfer when Lysor tries to double swing.
No homies with the Prime, thank you with the 17 months, mate. Appreciate that. Okay, it does force them down to an eco, so in terms of impact from Narrate is outrageous. Sentinel's still struggling a little bit with the B pressure. This might be the round where they shut down Spring. Got a big duel coming up.
Born clear, there's the poison orb blooming in mid.
And this time it's actually Bang who's up really deep in B main. Typically it has been Zekin.
Damn, I mean,
he took a hit from that outlaw.
it's impressive from Spring though. Didn't know if he realized there'd be some kind of change up on this. Keep an eye on the double B push.
Double swing, that was excellent from Wolves.
Now I see a push here out of B main. But Spring is playing so passively, so safe, and Bang!
This guy is so impressive right now.
Tries to sneak up and has an off
The info is good though, they can just insta-send it over towards B and then the luck. Dude, just chill. Yeah, you gotta just chill on that. Especially as you know there's guns down, I think you're going for the long path. They at least get to the info that he's not over towards B main, so they could push into B main, or it creates the question mark so they go B main. It's a great little double.
Good for 2, everything on the very low HP Sufat.
Scrappy round considering Wolves didn't really have a full buy to work with. Sufat with 10
Oh god! Oh god!
Impossible clutch, no HP!
Absolute shots, by the way. Absolute shots.
The trade wasn't fast enough from Sen. They cannot be losing that.
He took an outlaw hit at the start of the round. With the Sheriff, he proved that
10
the
HP,
big enough
man.
for the 2 of them. Or 3 in that case. Unbelievable. It's barely checked for.
Dude, look how calm he is the whole time. Made sure he picked up the gun before he celebrates as well. My actual goal right here. My god. Dude, he had no reaction.
That was Forsaken. That boy's looking shredded, not gonna lie.
Double timeout.
You have got to call your timeout here.
Timeout's
This
done.
is the second Sentinels timeout for the map. Called in round number 10. Kaplan very adamantly trying to assert himself here. As that really should have been a Sen round, dead to rights. It's that individual brilliance that really comes to shine on a stage like this one, Wyatt. Nobody could have seen that coming.
Wolves were doing a great job controlling the map early, but Bang, heroic again in that round. He gets that trade on the Spring, catches out.
6 good? Yeah, 6 is good. I'm not entirely sure how strong the solo Yoru is going to be. It should be pretty legit. I mean, as soon as you have an ult, you win the round when you have the ult.
They are volatile.
Good pressure. I mean, it does everything. It's just, I feel like Zekin has to do a lot.
But when things are going wrong, they're disjointed, they just look like a totally different team. You didn't know which one you're gonna get, but we got Wolves at their finest to open up
Big
this
buy.
game.
Spring actually wants to challenge the smoke here.
Yeah, similar thing. Dude, Spring is really on it though.
When this dark cover was up.
This looks like the first time where he's maybe gonna... Wait, they didn't stun.
We'll check back in on that
I was gonna say this might be the only time where he like overstays his welcome, but I think with this fade eye going out towards A, the rotate kind of came in. I see Narrate save his stun.
Making a multi-man pivot towards this A site. I mean, typically when noise had been made there, Wolves are just hard committing. You know, they had a couple of rotates to beat, but that was like 20
You do not want to give
left.
this Raze a kill.
Sen have typically had a great read on these situations.
Once again, Wolves using every second
Oh god, he gets his ult. Holy hell!
He just takes the fights and wins them. That severely reduces Sen's presence on A. Even John peels up from screens, maybe to go back around, but it's a heaven fight brewing. Zelsa seems to know it. It's a really laboured pick there from
They can relax though. They still have Razor. Why is everyone making a play before the Razor?
Finally wins that fight, Wyatt.
Spring has been so dangerous towards B.
30 seconds left.
Cam cleared. Looks like the move is over towards
empty site.
Instead of all pulled back to the B
Empty site Razor.
A site is going to be completely open. Juicy with
Second has his ult though, so he's for sure using it on this one, especially as like everything beyond this point is a question mark, so he'll probably use it here.
He's pushing all the way through screens right now. He wants to take an early fight. This is that's going to spot him out. I mean, this is a must-win right now for Sen.
You raise ult now.
Juicy can't gun down another brace of 2 this time.
Ooh, went on his own. 41 HP.
YU is ready for the clone. Here's the double swing now through elbow. He's low. More of attrition.
Dude, they're gonna be gutted with that one.
Gets him within a 2-round.
Is it Zelsa's the double on heaven? It really bailed him out.
For every single one of these rounds.
Zelsis is simply the hero of this round. Juicy winning 2 isolated 1v1s. And Zelsis knows someone has to be the guy to save this round. I might as well do it. I'm just gonna play a weird off angle when they push up into heaven. I just have to get a multiple. That's the only way back in, and he pulls it off.
Round 11 coming at you. That showstopper still there for Juicy. Rolling Thunder for Narrate.
Sentinels might be able to get a 6-6 with this. Low-buy will be rough. So many ults.
Or even one away from the Nightfall, and then throw down that pit to close things out in the post plant.
Narrate here just going to play up that fault line in case there's a faster hit in towards B main.
Yeah, actually owned him. First time they got the upper hand on him. Instant push over towards here. Seekers doesn't get him too much other than that. Do they Omen all into spawn? Yeah, they didn't need it.
If Sufat can get this spike down, he's going to have the Nightfall. That could be enough.
They want to kill before. Dude, where's the spike going? They really want to get a kill.
Neural theft there for YU. Gatecrest sent across to the A side now. It's going to be Juicy sat in elbow.
They have slowed things down.
Yeah, they think they're going to do some kind of breach short early. They thought they're going to fast flood with breach short.
What is the plan supposed to be? Sufan obviously spike carrier. He's inching forward.
This has been enough time for Narrate's fault line to actually cycle back up. So when the spike does eventually get tapped,
so what are you going to do? Because as soon as you tap this, are they not ulting you?
Confirmed though, the walls are staying here. Is the rolling thunder. This could get ugly. YU on Rafter finds one, but second trades it instantly. Cancel from the shadow.
Holy bro.
They're not checking it. Bang's having a salvage now for the 1 versus 1.
Oh my goodness. Dude, how calm are they in this 3v4 though? They waited 20 seconds before they even tapped the spike. They thought they were going to fast flood with the breach ult. The cooling was pretty cool here. Dude, he reacted so well with this breach ult as well. They just thought he was elbow because of the boom bot. Yeah, they didn't even check because the boom bot came from that area, from that side.
I definitely think there's some overheating going on in the Sen camp now, and there's no more opportunities for Kaplan to intercede.
That looks like a bit of frustration coming out from Narrate late in this half.
Attempt. Bang goes to take that 1 versus 1.
Look at the buy now from Sen, their last chance to get around on split defense. Only 4 to their name before the side swap.
And this time there's a lot more presence in B main. Zekinen had to be ready.
Look at it.
Him off guard. Narrate peels off the line. Doesn't want to
hit one shot for a wall. That's it.
In this round, they say, all right, Spring, you're starting to have a little trouble. Let's get you some backup, stack up with multiple players. This
they got Fatal, yeah.
Sen,
Fatal, it's an easy call.
For that space to find the opening pick.
As long as the Fade doesn't do anything crazy. Fade Eye goes over towards middle as well, creates a bit of pressure, groups over towards site. Fatal, it's going to reveal no one on site. They get a free site, they don't have to use any util on top as well. It's nice. 3-person push down. I'm looking at Yicod's watching it the whole time though. It's fine.
It's being watched for by YU though. Better weapon. No stingers are not going to hit hard enough at that range.
Fatal hits no one free site.
Fall over to the B site. Nobody here for Sen. They've all peeled off.
Dude, they got 8.
YU checking for it with the camera. Sees it all. Paranoia comes in but only catches onto the Cypher. There's a real fight here in B main. And Wolves slap Sentinels down.
He's doing so much damage.
No other choice for it. Gets rid of it though with Spring falling. That's the Viper out of the way. Now Narrate can heal back up, but Juicy
man, they got 8.
It's a 8-4 half here. Wolves introducing Sen to that Chinese Valorant in the most brutal way possible.
They are being outshot. The mechanics right now are just simply better for Wolves. Spring, dominant. Juicy's entry is incredible.
All right, we're going to do a break, folks. When we come back, more of splitting this game between Sen and
Sui is unbelievable. I do want to shout out, I do think that Spring had so much impact in that half. It made it, like, it looked like Zekken had no fun playing this half, and a lot of it was down to him. He's really got the pressure on B down. Spring is a menace, yeah. The MV is going to be insufferable. It's a map. It's one map. It's still losable as well. MV, he didn't even pick Wolves for this? Wait, he didn't even pick Wolves for this game? And he's got a shirt on? Wait, that's wild from him. Fake fan? Dude, that, if anything, that's more embarrassing for your team to win and for you to not even back them. That's crazy. All for what? 10 pick'em points or something? That's embarrassing. He picked Wolves to win the game but not to qualify? Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Okay, I take it back. I take it back. I thought you were saying he didn't pick him against Sentinels there.
Into this second half.
Volta Val with the Prime, thank you so much for the 20 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. Lan as well, is that how I say that? With the Prime, appreciate you, dude.
Sufat definitely getting bang for his buck with that quick two-piece to clutch the round out at 10 health.
Oh, yeah, the Sheriff, that was certainly a peak for him. And after that point, there just really weren't many situations at all where Wolves were having to go.
Big pistol? That's a really important pistol. It's a Sentinels must-win pistol.
The number 3 seed.
Second slow game. It just looked really, horrible for him to play like this, to be honest. He was in charge of like solo holding aggro A down and solo holding B down when he has a Viper smoke and a Viper wall on B to deal with.
Holding them to only 4 defense side rounds. 2 timeouts already blown by Sen. Frustration already bubbling to the surface for this North American squad.
Coming into this game, you're
Pistols at the moment.
Peaks and dips that Wolves have.
1-0. This has to be a 1 for Sentinels. Otherwise they're a map down.
This team, when they're hitting though, like they are today, individually are so sick. I mean, Juicy, Sufat, Spring are putting on a show. The 1v1s, the raw duels are just going the way of Wolves right now. Sen need to wake up.
Oh, gets info though.
Still gets first contact here at B.
Question mark credit over towards B. Reaction is a rotate, especially as the camera over towards top A and this line. Hasn't seen anything.
This fault line, dark cover is going to get thrown down B main by Lysar over there on B, who's stacked up.
Okay, the split B's in, but Wolves honestly have a pretty good setup for this. And with the Prowler hitting, they're definitely going to hold 3 strong. They got nade tether? No tether.
That smoke indicates potential ropes control, but Sen do not have the players on that A side of the map. Definitely going to see them pivot here. And they're trying to cut off rafters with that smoke to maybe take heaven control. It's a paranoid that collects cleanly on a Spring.
Okay.
Juicy though playing from within the smoke, deals with Zelsis. And there's a way for Zekken to really get past that, but Sufat trying to hold on the site. He's dug out
that's
easily.
A lot of people.
Zekken has that rafters control, and low as he is, Sentinels have been able to clear Wolves. Player advantage now, spike to go down.
Let's see what Spring can do. Working his way into heaven slowly.
I mean, it should be impossible. They got really good pauses.
Peers down ropes, doesn't see anything.
They can all pretty much swing off each other.
From the defender side, Spawn.
Oh, dude, should he tuck in with this pause?
It's down under 8. Has a flash to work with. Lets it go. It's a matter of playing time, something that Sen couldn't do in that first half when it needed to happen. And now it's ring around the rosy, folks, but now we're going to see them clash, and it's a right click. for narrates. Give Sen the staging ground on this attack side.
They have me worried.
Desperately for Sen to
1-1 on the
get back
pistols.
into this game.
Straws, thanks so much for the tier 1, bro. I appreciate that.
Second half after not being able to get anything started in the first, and it looked like even here they were about
Bang, yeah, I wouldn't have been told strong there.
To the aim of these Wolves players, Spring isolated.
No, as well. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that also, mate.
The adjustment.
Juicy didn't realize there were 2 players in that heaven smoke. Zekin slipped the net and was able to pick Sufat off on the side.
What's up with Zekin? Dude, he was just given a rough task in the last half. That's it.
Full 5 classic save.
He probably has a rough task on this one as well, being the solo Yoru.
Sen shouldn't be.
Makes a lot of sense for Sentinels at the moment, trying to farm this B orb, trying to make sure that they can get this ult as early as possible. They have so much good util to actually enable this ult as well.
That has been one of, if not the most relevant meta ults this entire year. Round defining.
Everyone kind of buys something up on this one, so every bit of damage is important.
Sentinels crossing to take that heaven control, but as we speak, Wolves are coming up from ropes. Spraying through the smoke, Zekin, much to his chagrin, takes some damage and is seized in place. He's able to get at least far enough away from the snake behind, and even a paint shot is committed by Wolves. That's a lot of
Keep an eye on the walk over towards B, might call him over here. Managing to get an extra orb, this time it's not on the Yoru though.
In the meantime, he has just been slow getting into this site, and he's calling for the rest of the team to pivot over now.
Is this an overpush?
Free? No, almost, but superior.
They want to fight him in middle. 1, 2. That's a great flash from Zekin. Yeah, he gets this extra one away from ult as well. Oops. Okay, 1 away from a Yoru.
And it gets second.
So you probably see Wolves push over towards B main here, especially they've been farming this orb.
Give Wolves a taste of their own medicine for how they were able to open the game, how they were able to get up in such a significant lead early. A bonus round win here should effectively tie things up, would be worth 2.
Nice pivot there from Sen. With that mid control smoke to ropes and then face Wolves as they try and push out.
You see in that moment what we're going to be seeing a lot of on this attack side, which is just an infinite amount of flashes to pop out.
Wolves smoke over towards B. They want to push so that no one disrespected their smoke. Insta rotate over towards A in action.
It's very lightly held. Wolves have a player in ropes, one just entering that part of the map. Sufat looks to re-clear.
Sufat's actually swinging out.
Good fade eye. Or is Teva? Dude, no one on site. They have to kind of force over towards site.
Wolves pivoting multiple players back side to anchor.
Dude, Zelstis is not ready for that. But I can't even be mad that he's not ready for that because why is it happening? Nice shot.
Spring pops his head up and it's whack-a-mole for John. Okay, the double swing. This Stinger gets some value though, and
okay, that's the kill that decides it.
This just leaves Sufat in
Narrate's been good.
And why you, with these rifles, this 4x for Wolves, have to untangle this round.
It was a really weird round from Wolves. They played it so weird. With the information they had once they pushed through this smoke, it was so on. And then these two just sticking in a smoke.
You had 2 players on site in that smoke, but they didn't pop out at the same time that Spring was swinging open in
Fun
heaven.
is over. It still can get close. It's a great start for Sentinels though. They got so much money. Echoes, hello mate, how you doing?
Coordinated on that timing, and this is going to give Sen an opportunity to tie the game 8-8.
Mumble as well, thank you with the primate. I'm doing good, bro. Good to see you, man.
There's no initial anchoring presence on that site for Wolves either. They had to awkwardly filter in as Heaven's being taken. Spring passive hold in mid. Nice is awkward now. No one to swing off that line, and we are caught in the aftershock. Narrate guarantees.
Does anyone even go down here?
3 players with Sheriffs is all that Wolves have to their name.
Great for Sen to have this level of momentum coming into the second half. Their economy is absolutely rolling. Unlikely that Wolves will be able to get any damage off some, I don't know, maybe 1 kill if Sufat.
Dude, he's 12-6.
Here, but this is going to put Sen ahead by a significant margin and apply so much pressure to each of these buy rounds that Wolves are going to have in subsequent rounds.
Incredible, isn't he?
Well, Death and Taxes. Silver's able to find his one. It doesn't really change the fact that Sen are crawling over this A site like a kicked anthill. And there are only 2 Sheriffs for Wolves to try and extract them. Silver doubles back here. Prowler down ramp. There's no one there. Sen are just entrenched on this A site, ready to fight for it.
Just have the Wolves players ready to play for exits, see if they can take one of these guns away.
I saw got a rifle. Pick up Zel's fallen weapon, presumably.
One of the 20 flashes they have to take a peek. There's number 19.
Oh, I love that foul line. Just to set a crossing, making sure no one can peer in. Lysor never had an opportunity to take a fight, but he will be allowed to walk away with this rifle. However,
lovely money for Sentinels.
Sen City have evened up this game, folks. On a run after winning the pistol in the second half. And Wolves starting to whimper a little in that round.
And Sen have more than a real opportunity to extend this run.
Yeah, and they got that Yoru ult. And they've been gunning for that Yoru ult since round 1 on attack as well, so.
A pivotal round in the game. This is 3 round coming up where Sen can outright win. They have a Rolling Thunder and a Dimensional Drift. Wolves have nothing to use in the ult department outside of a neural theft, and obviously that is a fun side of that when we're talking about the ult economy.
Let's get this shit. The Bishop of Sen City? Yeah, more VALORANT.
Wolves are going to need to tighten up their floods right now. They're going to have to be able to absorb this Sentinel's utility when it's coming into the site, not drop players anchoring. There's too much initiator util. There are too many flashes to play around. The ults are going to be too much to play around. They're going to need to find a way to absorb
this is really rough from them. You might just see him do something a little bit crazy, like a 3-person walk down middle. Problem is it might be a little too obvious, but I think if they sit back and just chill on the site here, they're dead with these ults.
Enough to catch Sen off guard on multiple occasions. On this side of the map, though, with Sentinels being able to dictate the pace, Wolves have looked a little bit disjointed, a little less comfortable. Now, though, they're going to buy coming back in. 4 rounds
I mean, these two are deadly.
An even game for us as we head into round
but yeah, I can understand maybe a 4-person, some kind of push, retake behind.
Sentinels have the spike over towards that B side, certainly implying that they want to go for a split. This is what they did earlier. They have Zekin and Zelsis, that duo working.
Dude, they're just going to sit back.
The rest of the team.
If they want to sit back at the beginning here, I at least want them to.
Eating those orbs.
Zekin's going to get all of this info and then can get away.
You can't play like this. This guy's dead.
Why you genuinely want to fight this? He needs to get out of here right now. He's going back in.
Dude, he's going back in.
This is mental.
Bone thrown out. Waiyu is going to be in trouble. Just set up on all sides. No escape. Spring tries to help him out, bail him out. He gives himself up as well.
Yeah, they needed to do something a bit more proactive. They actually did pretty good, to be honest, considering. But I do think like your overall setup needs to be more proactive in this. Good news for Sentinels, they didn't have to use some of their extra util as well, as in extra ults.
Going to get overwhelmed and does.
They just went for the classic B split with the Yoru ult. It's the Fnatic classic. The win rate's insane from it.
No one else is on the rotate over just yet. They were trying to pivot over mostly from that A side, not close to assist.
Teo done for, or does some maps? No, Teo's fully dead, man. You won't see him properly.
At least for Wolves, with this save, they'll have an opportunity for redemption on this next round.
If you do see it, Sean Garris is going to make a video on you, probably.
Sen to get to 10 with
it's
ease.
Nick, thank you so much for the tier 1, bro. Appreciate the 13 months. Thank you.
They are still staring down the barrel of that Rolling Thunder from the raid, and now John has the Seekers. Just a streamline of ultimates from Sen to get advantages in all of these important
How come Wolves come back? Get some ults, lock it down. Trip on middle, fight mid.
They realize that Waiyu is still on that B site. They set a follow-on up for Zekin.
I think you have to trip middle here. I think you have to get that early info, especially with they're just so likely to site here. They have a good chance here. 3-person stack over towards site. I know they have the ults that are against them, but they got a good stack. And they had Skydog and someone shot it.
But it's just spammed through.
What?
The only player occupying heaven right now. That TP sound cue for him just makes him uncomfortable, forces him down. Spring will be there on the top of
the aftershock. Okay. Okay.
Lysor
That was sick.
Bang to even things up. Juicy is a wild player.
And that is just spray through the walls from both teams. Live by the sword, Bang. Die by the sword as well.
SEN are going for the noise cut right now. And you still just have, it's this duo, Zelsis and Zekin, who are working the map together.
I hated the overall setup from Wolves earlier, but this one made a lot of sense. They had to try get a lot of info, especially when you got that breach ult. I think the trip over towards mid is so good. Normally when this happens, you can't play, like when you lose ramp, you can't really play vents because you're just getting pinched.
Got a trap wire on the side. Cam also set up. He's going to play close under rafters.
What is that peak?
30 seconds left.
Juicy ascending with bleed, fighting through tier 2 to make it back onto this team when it wasn't a spot for him in Pacific. He's going to go looking via Ramen.
Had to wait years to get this opportunity. Has a rifle right now. Can he be the hero?
Are you gonna go for this?
Surely not another save for Wolves. They're starting to get a little bit desperate.
But already the time has just dropped so low for them.
They're giving it up.
Damage doesn't even
Spring
matter.
that? No, you hate. I mean, he messes up.
Ooh,
Nice shot.
8K.
Again, if you got this, you can't beat here.
Run of rounds devastating. That is 6
Try
rounds
smoke,
in a
get
row
out
for
of there.
Sentinels. Now starting to put the timer on. Wolves threatening to
It's a shame because the original setup
With
was
the
really
two-gun
good.
save, though, they can definitely distribute enough around to keep themselves well armed. But there's a rolling thunder still waiting in the wings for Sen to make use of. And yeah, can see it now. They've shaken those jitters off.
These late anchor attempts just continue to get overwhelmed entirely.
Yeah, 2 on radar. Look at that.
Just a glimpse of them through that wall, and Bang is... I mean, that boy don't miss. Sheesh.
Catch on the spring is so unfortunate. Almost had the turn. What second had already gone to the close road.
It's a goal!
Wolves calling their second timeout now of the game. As things have completely gotten out of hand. 6-round run for SEN on this
Wolves
side.
use timeouts? Yeah, this is the second one now.
Can definitely feel like we're starting to get to the most important round of the game here in round number 19. When we jump back in, Wolves will have been able to buy up. Close to a Nightfall, close to a Viper's Pit. Honestly, a lot of those big ultimates are just around the corner for them, but they want to be able to
When
make
did they
use
use
of
that
them.
first? Like
When
3
they're in a
rounds
good
ago?
position economically, and
Before
this
they're up against the Euro.
would be one of those
round.
opportunities. Elsewhere, narrators just run away
They
with the
need
game.
to buff
An
Cypher.
individual
They
level
really
now.
don't need to buff Cypher, man, I'm telling you.
Sitting on that breach ultimate. Those hard sight hits already.
Cypher's
Wolves
super
have struggled with the
strong,
pace
especially in
Sen have
ranked as well.
covered them with on this attack side. That's going to make it even harder.
There's Nerits clutch back on the pistol round that has gotten them in this position. That's what kicked it off. Wolves yet to do anything highly proactive early in these rounds. Not really taking the fight to SEN too aggro. It's a little too much anchoring attempt against this comp from SEN that is too overwhelming on
The money
XX.
diff's outrageous. This is pretty much it for
They gotta
Wolves.
play for something
2 of them, they would have to
aggro
eco
early,
to
take
get
some
3
space,
guns
find
into
some
it.
picks, or
Sentinels, pretty much
tighten
ever
up
since
those
that
forwards,
timeout when
play
they had
for
the
that as
Euro
a
ult,
win
they've just
con,
been fast
especially
sight
if they're
hitting
able to
now.
Get this Nightfall somewhere for Sufat.
Like intention last round was
Line
still
off
to
the
say it.
Wolves. A very respectable buy.
The Real Grande with the Prime, thank you for the 7 months, dude. Thank you for that.
Neutral light, that is fine.
Thank you for sending that as well, bro. Appreciate that.
They have actually opted to just give up this B site.
They got a kill
They have
trip
a
here
kill
though.
trip set
The
up.
camera and kill trip.
Sliggy was hoping
We're
to
just
get a
perma
spam
sitting in
kill
the smoke
from
to get a kill off of this. They don't gonna run into it.
Unhinged from Spring.
One person fighting on their own. Yeah. This is back-to-back rounds where Spring's messed up. His attack was so good, but he's just going for so many bold plays on defense.
With the pride of New Jersey, will have his pound of flesh. Juicy dropping down. Pit still active, of course. Juicy trying to disrupt.
One more kill and he'd actually get the showstopper.
And that will be perfect against
They
this
kind of got to
Viper's Pit.
save these.
Can he find it safely? They're on a clock. 2 players left here for Wolves. Losing this round will banish them to the economic doldrums, and John waits patiently for his prey. Juicy serves it up. Sufat has to walk away now.
Yes, it's a couple
Maybe an exit or so.
of small mistakes.
There's no stopping the SEN economy. It is absolutely booming. Sufat will do what he can.
They also really think that they're going heavy over towards middle and they just haven't for a while.
I'm sure. That's SEN with 3 rounds in the lead, and we're out of our seats once more.
It looked like Wolves had the right approach there. They were just playing off of a kill trip. They give up the site, allow the stack on A. So if Sen do hit A, they've got 3 players there ready to go. And then when necessary, we'll move over, pivot into a flood, or just go for a full retake. Either one would have been highly recommended over that disjointed effort they came through. So unfortunate. This is it for Wolves. Full investment, 4 ultimates on the board.
Yeah, do they? I mean, this should be the round, but the raid still goes up. It's been holding on to for ages. It hasn't had to use it yet. What do you think of the EMEA disadvantage? I mean, I've been speaking about it for ages, man. There's a reason why I don't have any of the EMEA teams going through groups. I mean, Liquid's a little changed up because of the Nats thing. But
pops that poison orb now. Probably has a feeling of quite a few players here. Is that
teams that shouldn't be losing with the amount of time they have.
And there's a Nightfall. Gonna reveal his location.
This Prowler fully spotting him out. Spring is steadfast right now. Just has not been able to get started on this defensive side. Wants to go for the peak. And
Oh my god, his timing's incredible.
Right
That spike. Oh. Yeah, honestly, the ult would have been awful. I'm fully wrong there.
Where does this one go? Unfortunately, in the rafters, no connection.
It's all good. Got out of there. Can retake together.
Spring right now trying to get back in.
Dude, every time I look at Spring, he's just on his own.
That man advantage. 25 seconds right now. The spike is down in the site. Sentinels have to fully commit. This is the best opportunity Wolves have had.
Dangerous double swing. Yeah, it's going to be double held at angle.
Spring's nuts, man.
The Red tried to set him up with a forward line, and now it's down to Zelsus in the dying seconds of the round, but he's hit with the paranoia.
10 seconds
Nearsighted, player in heaven. One on boxes and Sufat towards his left. It is a ridiculous stacked deck.
Hey, get a little bit of extra damage for Zelsus though. They win 1, but Armory buying 3 out of there. Yeah, 2 ults as well.
They can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, but they were finally able to get on the board here. Finally able to make some adjustments.
Spring's wild, man.
Sen not expecting to pop out so late. Catches that.
He's on an island a lot on defense. He really is.
They are playing together. Juicy gets that great showstopper. He didn't actually
he's really got attack down, but I don't think he has defense down on this map.
Those players that were on site to find the advantage. Wolves are back in the game, but Sen still have too much cash.
Sees here, Bang. Has the TP away from it. It was a fault line that directly connected with Juicy, but his team's util bailed him out.
Again, I like this from Wolves out of that previous timeout. It was called by Coach Fade. They're stacking up towards A, allowing B just to be played for passive kill trips. If Sen do go towards this site, they're going to be running into so many players.
Trailblazer goes up ramps here. Sen still haven't taken much control of the A side, but up mid they're starting to poke and prod.
Second did teleport away to meet up with the rest of the pack.
Yeah, everyone goes over towards middle. I'm so nervous with how Spring's been playing.
Danger here. He's tucked in a corner. He can't get out to the left side. Now could with the dark cover placed.
But let them cross mid. Mostly undetected. See, Wolves
heavy lean over towards B. Does this Prowler own them? Sentinels have really good timing. Prowler just cleared over towards B main. Hey, they stay strong. Spring still has Molly.
The cam's there as well. Why you likely able to spot
Viper into Molly. Surely with Molly, this is a great Molly. This is very nice from them. They still shouldn't be able to get through. It's all up to Bang, basically.
He clears a trap wire though, so has to give himself away, and it's getting messy in the
that nade. The nade with the Viper is disgusting. Very nicely done. Hey, they handled this one really well though.
Great read on the situation. Even after that Prowler that gave false info, they stayed committed.
Back to sight, yeah, his team's stunned, right? His timing was just off.
Ready for the teleport back from Zekin. It didn't end up paying off, but that little kill trip back there is also to deal with Zekin.
I think probably he would have died anyway, but
that is your standard gate crash location from the Ori. Get in deep while the rest of the team come out main, but they couldn't.
There's a couple of rounds struggling over towards B now as well, so they might heavy lean over towards A on defense. Yeah, I mean, it's similar setup. They've been playing retake over towards B the whole time. This time they do the camera with early info as well. Go for the B default over towards heaven. Yeah, sorry, A default. Everyone here as well. Trip still over towards middle, so they could probably stay 4 strong here. Bowman flash, my goodness. Great nades.
Oh my god! Great little combo again. The reaction from Bang was so
Insta push on site. Let's see what Lysol's got, man. Has to get one. Oh, Jesus.
What a whiff! Here, though, the control from screens is good, and Zek is out in the open. John able to find Juicy at the very least, and now they've evened up the odds. YU, tentative about playing from rafters. The spike, though, still off the A side. Zelsis, though, is in there.
That neural theft getting some serious value for a Wolves game slowing down right now. Sentinels want to see if they're going to peek out on Zelsis. It's all on YU 1 versus 2 as Sentinels are going to get a match point. We saw Bang win a clutch in this exact same situation in that first half. Can YU do the same?
He's going natty. None of that side for Util is here on A.
30 seconds
Nothing but that
left.
raw gun skill. Instead of trying to draw him out, tapping the spike. Still 23 seconds left of the round. And YU has been ever so patient. John sticks it for real though.
It's so scary. At one point they're going to double swing him.
Grouped up here.
Right?
Like Zelsa should be watching this line.
Ooh, nicely handled, man. Dude, he had to get one backside there. He had to.
And the vibes are looking pretty good.
John and Zelsis just watching each other's backs, trying to bait out that swing. Love the way they play that. It's looking so good for Wolves when they had that double face coming from screens. Juicy comes out of heaven. But it's that additional swing where John finds that kill to make it a 2 versus 2 that puts him in a winnable position.
That's Boost Twitch. Thank you so much for the 12 months.
When necessary.
Yeah, I think he knows. I think he knows on that one. 2 chances for Sentinels. Good recovery from them, and they got the Euro. Oh, it should be done. Good news for Wolves, though. They do get instant info over towards A. They had a Prowler go... Sorry, that's nice. They got a Fade Eye go out, clears all A. They can leave one here. We got Omen ult for fast rotate if they want to as well. Good molly.
Prowler thrown out once again. Bang has to TP away. And it's Narrate with the spike in hand. They've got to be concerned about this heaven control. Wolves have 3 players up there, and the Seekers are going to confirm this largely.
John wants to go for the
Well, this is nice from Wolves. They changed their trip from here, so they're going to know about the flank behind.
One-way unbreakable radar is still up there, so he's going to have to deal with that.
Okay.
Jesus. He did good, though. He got info. They know about the person behind because the trip goes off. Oh. They know he's heaven.
They know he should be here. He had to break the trip.
The timing, John's going to commit to the site. Through the smoke. Too fat on the other side of the dark cover. John.
Oh my god, 30 HP.
So he got it to half. There's no way. There's just no way he can stick it.
Dude, that was chaos rounds. Chaos rounds, man. That was a cool change of the trip up though. That really helped them out.
Avian variety. Just throws a flash in, and that's all he can muster.
He's been the IGL.
Wait, their buy didn't look that good, chat. The buy looked kind of rough.
Both halves winning critical rounds. Juicy just
no way he hit the clone. He insta hit the clone. That's so unlucky, bro.
The fact that mid was stripped, John just couldn't actually accelerate to help these guys. Second almost came up with that multi-kill.
And now it's awkward for Sen.
Double stinger. Yeah, double stinger, 2 light arms. One, dude, Juicy, 1 kill away. Zels is 1 kill away. Still got that trip for back aside for the TP.
Wolves are a couple orbs away here from critical ultimates. Nightfall, Showstopper. Only requiring 1 each.
Do they dare push up for that? There's no way. Why are you anchored on the site? We'll have Juicy on rafters early. This might be signaling an A split through rope here by Sentinels. Trip cleared. Clone gonna eat it up now. How do you respond to the defenders?
At the moment, Wolves are posturing towards heaven.
You've shut down B so much as well. Oh, it's great timing. It's good timing with that info. Of not seeing anyone, they hold 2 strong and 3 over towards B. And with this fake pressure as well, it's really going to help it. Actually break it. Oh, he didn't break it. Yeah, dude, look at this. They actually get the early rotate. Spring was pretty on this. Spring's hit early. Omen Flash goes over towards Heaven. They managed to get 2 on site. Spring can push through the smoke. 3 on site now. Oh, it's kind of scary. 20 seconds. Spring went fast.
He also flubs the shot. Sen running over this A site. 10 seconds left for a spike plant. That was going to happen soon.
Oh my goodness. It was absolute chaos, man. Absolute chaos. Okay, good recovery from Sentinels. A mad first map on this one. I feel a bit sorry for Lysor. He's going to feel like he could have won 2 rounds here.
Multiple players hitting hard, but what a comeback for Sen.
And that's just the first map of this series, so we still got Lotus on the horizon.
Yeah, they got it close. They can get some confidence with that.
Do not go anywhere. This series promises to be electric. Nice, boys! Let's go!
Let's go, boys!
Nice, John!
Sorry.
Bro, this mother smiles at me, bro. Win this shit. Not mine, and that's what matters.
This, bro.
That's sick. Dude, we got exactly what we wanted though, like good early start for Wolves to make it close. Both teams went pistols into bonus. Okay, chat. Let me spam some ads. Thank you for all the subs that I missed during that as well. Whiff, thank you for the 4 months, mate. Appreciate that. Wolves, yeah, that might have been the best chance. They had a really good attack, but then some of their defense stuff, like Lysor and Spring, really kind of messed up a couple of rounds.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Elemancer, thanks so much for the Prime as well. Like maybe some of the pre-barrier calling could have been a little bit better against some of the ults that were there, in my opinion. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you for all the primes as well. Thank you for doing that, guys. Appreciate the support.
Spike defused.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Don't play with your karma. Don't do it with a kink in your armor. Don't fake like an actor. Don't do it. Tell a lie to your pastor. Don't do it. Focus like a laser. Focus when you leap from the rafters. When you leap, better off going harder. You don't wanna be a martyr. You don't want when you flirt with disaster. When you flirt with disaster. Don't steal from your brother. It might tear with your
Hello everyone, Gen Lee here with Coach Kaplan. Now, Coach, that was a close game. I mean, thank God it didn't go overtime, right? Did anything surprise you from the side of the Wolves?
Nothing surprised us, but some of the stuff that we anticipated, it's hard to find practice against. You know, they're from a different region, they play a different way, so I think executing some of the ideas we had proved harder than we wanted on defense, but we were all confident we'd bring it back on attack.
Good luck on Lotus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sentinels really giving their fans in the arena something to cheer for. What a start from them. I am Youngster, I'm back here with Ender and Mel. It was close. It was very, very close, Mel. I think a lot closer than we anticipated.
I think a lot of people were not expecting it to be that close. I mean, not, 45 minutes ago, I was here on the desk saying, yeah, Sen's got this, absolutely. And it got extremely close to the point where I thought they were going to lose the map.
I mean, honestly, the first half, like, they were getting crushed. Like, Spring's lurks were so effective. I think the just clutchness out of the Wolves players was looking incredibly good. It wasn't until the second half when Sentinels got on to attack, Narrate had those few clutch rounds on the pistol and on the bonus that got things swinging back in their favor.
Yeah, and that brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment, and it goes to Bang for an incredible 4K at this point, and to even keep them in this map.
Yeah, and again, it's all set up with a Narrate stun. These 4 players flood out. There's a flash from JohnQT, then the stun from Narrate, and then Bang just lines them all up. I mean, this is Sentinels team play at its final, and it's Bang to shine.
I mean, this is like the perfect dream situation as an anchor player. The stun hits, the flash hits, and no one's looking at you. I mean, this is just the meat and potatoes. This is amazing.
You gotta feel sorry on the other side for Lysor as well, because he was playing in that position a lot in the second half. Thanks, Celsius, for that. But Mel, Lysor, 2 crucial rounds, maybe whipping a little bit, maybe the pressure on stage, maybe could have made the difference.
The difference in between those positions, like you said, played the exact same position, but the difference could not be more staggeringly different. Like, there's one round where there's 2 sets of util, and there's one round he's just dry peeking. He has opportunity, but he can't capitalize.
And if that was the first time we've seen JohnQT play Sky on Sentinels, he hasn't done it for this team yet. Was that the plug-and-play that you expected when you saw the agent select?
To a certain extent, right? The Teo, the Sky both give some information. I mean, Sky is actually even better in terms of the info, but I think that what we were seeing a lot from John was more sort of set up for his teammates to go into sight with the flashes. There were a lot of rounds where Narrate was actually banking flashes deep into the rounds, and it was him comboing with the stun to go into the sights, and it was just so many of these 5-player hits that John just kept calling over and over to win on the exec game.
And I think that's a great read from him as an IGL, understanding the win conditions of their composition, because Wolves on their side, very slow game plan, very contacty.
Yeah.
Sentinels, IGL, like John, completely understanding that they need to have very tight executes, and the ults especially, the ult rounds were just beautiful.
The ults were a consistent winning factor for Sentinels, because in that second half, they're down 8-4. It's looking grim for them, right? But winning pistol, winning the bonus, that sets them up to get their ults online first. And then, because they start winning these rounds with their ultimate so quickly on the 5-player execs John was calling, you have so many situations where the Fade and the Rays from Wolves are saving on those players, not getting their ults online. It wasn't until round 21 that they had a Fade or Rays ult. They win that one and make it close.
Yeah, as we move on to the next map of Pearl, this is where our questions go towards the side of Narrate. What is he gonna play? Not Pearl, sorry, I trolled. Lotus even.
Lotus, there we go.
I wish it was Pearl. It would have been fun between these 2 teams. But for Lotus, what does Narrate do here? You know, Sky, probably not. Probably not, right, Mel?
Yeah, and I think that's something from
hello.
Wolves' perspective, it's kind of hard to prep for. I mean, already the first match that you're playing at Masters Toronto, you're already going in blind considering the map pool changes and the patch changes. But especially when you're dealing with a team like Sentinels, where several players in the team can play Initiator, it's very hard to predict what's going to happen and who's playing what.
Yeah, honestly, I'm expecting to see some Fade coming online. I think Fade's so strong on this map, and if it's plug and play, Sky is a split map, or Split's a Sky map, Lotus is a Fade map.
Wait, muted again.
And I can't wait to see what we're going to
the slug can react
but for now, let's send
to
it back to Gen
chat
and see
spam,
what Coach
but I need to set up properly. At the moment, it can do Euler, and then I can control some of them.
Gen Lee here with Coach Fade. Now, Fade, split did not go your way, but the potential was definitely there. So what do you think you guys need to do on Lotus to take it to map 3?
I think we have to clean up some nerves in our own team, and we had a lot of miscommunication earlier during the second half especially. So once we get that sorted, I think we will be fine on second map and third map.
All right, thank you,
Okay.
and good luck on Lotus.
Like the confidence?
I think we saw some of those nerves that he was talking about, but that IGL, Sufat, I didn't think he was nervous at all. He was hitting his shots.
Bro is
the
fragging
fade,
heavy.
Didn't look too bad. Right, it happened, almost happened twice as well. But Mel, he usually plays
Surprised on the no Pearl pick for Sentinels? Not really. Everything's changed, so I wouldn't really look at like what maps they used to be good
I'm
at.
not really sure, because I think a lot of it, to go back to what he was saying about the nerves, I think is probably the most important thing, because on defense, I actually thought that
Will it be
Wolves could have
Fnatic
gone
comp
away
and
with that
Lotus?
10-2.
Sure what they want to
They
do.
had a lot of advantages, and Sentinels as well.
A while ago, they used to play.
Op a lot on the defense on split.
What did they used to play on this a while ago? They experimented a little bit with
very intentional choice, and Kaplan even touched on it.
They experimented a little bit with the Deadlock Cypher, but I don't think they'll bring that back.
So a lot
It'll
of
probably
it,
be. I imagine most teams will lean into Viper. Viper Vice.
Can you actually meet the pressure? And I think the nerves is a big part of that.
And especially looking at Lotus, a map that's all about these sort of opening skirmishes, fights for rubble, fight for sand control. Both these teams love to show a lot of utility early on in rounds. It's going to be looking at guys like Zek, it's going to be looking at guys like Juicy to find those
Give me on the
opening
analyst
to get the
table?
advantage.
Probably not.
We are
I
just
like doing the
moments
streaming,
away
man.
from Agent Select. Sufat here, you can see him giving his team a bit of a pep talk. He's definitely being one of the more animated one, carrying them through the emotions, through the vibes, going toe to toe against Zelsis of all people.
Hard.
Very impressive, very impressive. I definitely want to see what they're going to do moving away from that Tejo.
Surely nothing too wild for a Lotus.
The atmosphere on stage has been great.
Why 3 of them hovering close?
Sentinels are doing some trolling, they're doing some crowd work, they're having fun up there.
I mean, if Wolves lock in right here, Mel, you're familiar with this comp.
Oh, I love this comp, and you too, aren't you? The Fnatic comp, as I like to call it.
Just a little bit.
The fade, the double
Dude,
controller.
John's having none of it. John insta-locks, and then everyone else is just going for it.
Very slow and very contacting, and that makes me a little bit worried again for Sentinels on the defense.
Okay, yeah, Viper Vice. I think the Viper Vice is great at the moment, especially when you know he might be going up against a no Yoru. Like this is great against this comp.
This makes a little bit more sense in terms of roles, but we're still not seeing John return to the Senti of old.
When was the last time we saw him play Viper?
That's a great question.
I can answer that in just a moment. But
Fake out with the Prime. Thank you for the 6 months, dude. Thank you.
Time here and there, but like you said, not something that we see very often. But what about this Vice?
From Zelsis, I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think Zelsis could make a great fade here, or not fade, excuse me, a great Vice here. His anchoring has looked phenomenal as well, so nothing too crazy for me. I'm expecting greatness from him on the Vice.
Yeah, honestly, Vice with a double smoke to back it up is really hard to break through on a defensive side. It can isolate your Raze player when you're trying to dive into sight. There's no Yoru clone or anything like that to break away the wall easily, so this makes things a little bit more challenging for Wolves to deal with in the mid-rounds of finding and dealing with the Vice util.
I think a big part here, what I'm looking at Sentinels, is if they're
Dang,
going to play against another contacty comp, I need to see them win these fights.
A lot of talks going down. It's pretty important on this one as well, because most of the time they don't have demos on this meta at the moment from teams. So as soon as you get into that loading phase, you just got a lot to talk about, especially the coaches and that. IGL's talking so much.
All-round defensive part from Sen on Split sees them explode into winning the map. It was, for no good reason, a legendary clash between Sentinels and Wolves. And now heading over to Lotus.
Sentinels won first map? Yeah, close though. Really close.
Some of the more traditional comps we've seen here.
This is vintage stuff. The only difference
being the meta is back to like it was in late 2024 on this map now. I think people will probably lean into that a little bit just because of the time. But I think as you get into maybe like more split one stuff, you'll see teams maybe leaning heavier into Vice. Maybe some Deadlock. Okay, Sentinels on defense and Wolves on attack. 1-1 at the moment for pistols. We got nothing too crazy.
On this map. Last we saw Sen against MIBR in Americas in that upper final, but just pivoted back to the Rays, which is, I mean, a vintage second agent as well.
Absolutely. No early rebel fight here for Sen. Very passively here on the A side of the map with a drift over the stairs by Narrate.
Dude, Omen Flash for Omen Flash, yeah, and they've already been wrecked by the Vice Wall. Vice Wall locked him into an Omen Flash, and he's just out here in the open. It's a bit of a misstep.
Where Zekken will be waiting, paint shells in hand. Early encounter at C as well. Wolves testing every avenue.
Honestly, the Vice should absolutely wreck Wolves.
Just solo walks into B and is going to get the spike down. All right, cool. Spring with that Sheriff, getting some damage done through the dark cover, spamming away. Triple players stack up from SEN, trying to get through Baby.
He's alone. Lysor is still alone right now.
All the timing.
Not able to get away from that. C is going to be thrown in. Lysor at 2, finds at least 1. Narrate, a tap on the spike here. Door opening up. Prowler to herald the arrival of Wolves as they try and stop this retake. But SEN, hard hitting. They spring out of the open and out of luck.
Very, very nice on this one. 2-1 on the pistols. As soon as Juicy messes up, it's really rough. You see him already pinging, talking about the wall here.
Knows he can get a free plant, but no one's really in position to take any further positioning.
Spring threw up a Viper wall.
We'll probably see the POV of it now.
Get into Baby Door for a 3v1 against Lysor to start that retake.
Yeah, unfortunately, just due to where all the players were and the importance of taking further space towards defenders spawn after getting the spike down on B and C especially, they're just not able to do that because all of the Wolves players are spread across the map. They can only get back to B main and spam, and they're at a disadvantage. They're just never going to win that. Wolves are going for the force right now. Juicy has the Bucky.
Maybe looking for a more close quarters context.
Bucky, triple stinger, Sheriff.
Double satchel.
Yep, here we go. Juicy coming on in. Narrate has to
Yeah, it's another round where the Vice util just completely wrecks him. It's twice now where the Vice utils just completely on Juicy. They gotta slow default feel out more instead of the insta sends. It's just not gonna end well for them. They're either going into a stack or they're gonna go into the Vice util.
Juicy doesn't end up in situations like that. We know he's going to be double satcheling in deep, but if the rest of the team are cut off by the shear, he's going to get cooked every single time, like we just saw.
Eyes towards Baby Door now for Wolves. Narrate. About to have some visitors. It's a 1-for-1. Spike recovered, of course. Sufat now needs to make a decision.
Pressure. I mean, probably means he can walk into B.
Still fancy B for a
Damn,
moment.
Celsius insta-cleared that.
Celsius caught a timing on Spring, and now Sufat's got no choice but to go towards the B side, where Zekken will be lying in wait.
30 seconds left.
Again, unfortunately for Wolves, the players are just so separated from each other on individual missions. And this, what looked like attempt to be the Stinger rush onto the B site was ultimately just denied by the Sentinel utility, and from there things have slowly collapsed.
10 seconds
while you're left alone, surely going to be going down to Zekken here, closing out the round.
I think this is going to be insanely rough with how these 2 rounds are gone.
Opportunity to get to 3 here now against Wolves early. Get a nice little lead on their own map pick. I like what Kaplan said. It was interesting to hear. And then just on that map,
they got to slow default way more against this. They got to just find the wall out, make sure they can set it off without committing so hard.
Because Wolves made that force in round number 2, they've really got so little to work with, and this for SEN is
D-Hay, thank you so much, man.
Thank you. On his defense side.
Of course, that Outlaw still going to be getting value for Zekken as he pushes up and gets space on Rubble with the rest of the team. Wolves are triple-faced on B, hoping that someone from Sentinels will
Are they doing the live draw today? Yeah, live draw is at the end of Gen.G and MIBR.
Taking it slow, hoping to collect some orbs. I mean, back in the meta of Lotus, when these comps pretty much ran for an entire year, the game was really...
Force last round, yeah. Force last round didn't do too much with it. Did a disorganized B hit.
Wolves get the sheer wall. It'll be about 6 to 7 seconds before they can circle back to C. That does seem to be the plan, though. Or slowly extract themselves. Fighting for Rubble might be a dangerous proposition for them, but Narrate is the one with the Ghost.
I'll find you.
Perhaps an easier target to knock down. Confirms that there's at least one player still here.
Yeah, and all that's happening really is he's just acting big.
Just ready to send out
oh, nice shot. Oh, nice shots. What the?
No way.
Dude, this guy's incredible in attack. This guy's unbelievable in attack, man.
Now it's going to be on Zekken. A little bit awkward. Outlaw with a ton of targets to find. And Juicy trying to get across
together.
With a blast pack. through. He'll fall off the line now. Paint shells to follow up.
Out of charges.
Peaks with the classic. He's bought enough space, though, at least for Sen to get the reinforcements in place, and so they do.
Sufa is so far away right now. He's in B, having to go through B door.
Spring's it's still a good plan for them, though. I'm surprised he goes this way with this plant, but maybe...
It feels wrong that the ask is on him to do more in this round.
Sufat is here. Sentinels now going to make this push up. Likely a double swing. John in second here on this line. Celsius with his back to Spring's position.
Sure, man. Go on, bro. Let's see it.
Second finally shuts down the rampaging Spring. But up Spring comes Summer, and Sufat's about to make it hot and heavy.
Ooh. Ooh.
Backs away, no time.
Time. Damn, nicely done, bro.
That is nuts.
That's nuts from Spring.
Business winning.
That feels impossible and should be impossible.
Shots.
How is that double setup from Sen towards Rubble dismantled? There's no util for Wolves to get out aside from using the wall to get forward. Sees what a shot! And the crosshair placement
the first one's really nice.
Throws out the dark cover, throws out the paranoia. There's just no way.
One enemy remaining.
And then after that, Spring, could you actually do some more for us? Could you get another kill?
Come on. Expertly in that moment. The second's got no choice but to run at him.
Wow, look at this.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Outlaw
5
one-shottable targets. Everyone from Sen on lighter regen.
Sen know they've given that weapon over though. They know they need to play around it. 0 peaks off the seaside here.
Sinners, thank you so much for the 25 months. Did appreciate that. Deep fade out for the Sentinels on this one. After seeing this, you might think there's only one person holding over towards A. Second is his ult. It's a very important round for them, money-wise. I mean, everyone.
Down to the minute mark in the round. Still nothing drawn out by Sentinels. Nothing really for Spring to look at with this Outlaw.
And this is Sufa just on a solo effort to keep the attention here. He's doing everything. He's throwing prowlers. He's opening the door. He's getting the orb. And there are 3 players mostly drifted towards that area of the map. It's going to be an A reclear again.
Is Vice 5 on all maps? Pretty much.
From that prior round.
Maybe not. Well,
it was awkward, but Narrate last
you could make it work on like Split and other stuff, but majority of the time you need to have like a Vice or a Cypher or Viper.
Happening over towards Rubble. Sen back up on it though. 25 seconds left in the round. Wolves have
Vice is really good. 20 seconds. Call is to go over towards B with a 1-person fake on B and a 1-person doing a bit of pressure over towards A. Good luck. Let's see what Celsius can do. 15 seconds. They're not even through the choke yet. They're trying to run into B. 10 seconds. My goodness. The great molly. Oh my god, that's a sick molly, dude. Seconds towards the floor. Oh boy, this was so rough, man. This was so rough to watch on the minimap.
The indecision is their enemy there. You have Sufa making that tons of noise over towards C.
Timeout after this guy, I can't blame him.
After losing Juicy on this entry towards A, they
That's
just
a great smoke.
Did not want to commit through the dark cover.
That was awesome. Dude, that molly from John is sick.
Right now by Coach Fade, and I am not mad at that. We, in fact, saw at the end of Split, it was his second timeout that got Wolves back in the game. That is when they started to put together some defensive rounds. He gave them the right adjustments to make.
We just take stock of things here, because that's a round that Wolves, they win a ridiculous
molly,
round.
Yeah, molly was so good.
They come out with an Outlaw. Sentinels are all half-armored, all regen shields. Right? They do not have the ability to tank one of those Outlaw hits. And they just give Wolves nothing. Not a thing. Play so safe, and it's eventually that swing on Rubble that
Dash Cop, right? Is that how I say this? With the Prime? Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that.
And look, one of the issues there is the fact that because it is Sufa making all the noise towards C, they don't actually have any of that initiator utility to get out on A. You don't have a Prowler that can go clear Rubble to get on to
reminds me of the old MIBR solo Skylark on Sunset.
That's why I don't even know what that means, mate. I won't be able to tell you what sport that is.
Using your initiator to try and sell a fake, though, a lot of that util can be really valuable to gain real map control.
You can just see, yeah, because then after Juicy goes down, they're like, we can't really get out of this boat, can we?
There's 2 Razorvines on C.
Yeah, everyone with the regen armor again.
Ugly stuff.
I'm really worried for Wolves on this. I'm not sure they're going to get many rounds.
Many ultimates. Sen expending some to win one of those prior rounds. So when we get to Wolves' full buy, can certainly be the linchpin of a win there. Here, they're hoping it's just going to be one of these 2 hero rifles.
One up FPS. Thanks so much for the prime, dude. Appreciate that.
Playing a bit further forward this time around. Knows that Wolves are obviously less
Vice Wall gets
cashed
changed
this
up
time
again. Again, it's the most important bit of util for them. Ooh, nice shot.
He is clean with it. His Sheriff's claims the first.
Dude knows he's locked in. Together. Dude, I could see that a mile off that they weren't going to go together here.
Zekin's going to be here. Spray down's a bit wayward and
Good
Lysol's
nade.
gotten in onto the seaside now.
It is a good nade. It completely bounced wrong. A lot of damage done. They might be able to get a plant. Keep an eye on Bang going on the flank on this one.
Spike down just yet. Narrate has a fair amount of initiator utility to use to get back in, and Bang is on a long flank right now. Will Wolves expect it?
YU checks for it, but can't beat Bang. Paranoia comes in, Lysor and Spring forced to just double up at the bottom of the seaside. Bang must have spotted them there with a shoulder peek.
Bang's playing this great.
Perhaps not, as still eyes are looking towards the bend. There's Spring, just sees a head pop up. That's stunning stuff. Eventually, though, taken down. It's Lysor with less than 50 health to play. Time is of the essence.
Bang played that really well.
Fully cognizant. They'll have themselves
Really
their
well.
fourth
That's nice done from him.
Credit to Bang there.
Ended up in an okay round for Wolves there. And they hit a shot. This one really opened up.
In that situation you could possibly find. Then you have the other two players being encircled from multiple different angles.
Look at a brute force solution.
Bang, yeah, he was super calm here.
I mean, I'm not mad at them fighting it. It's
Like
just
he knew after he got that first kill that like he's not the guy that plays. Like the amount of pressure that he's creating just by staying alive is the one source and touch.
As well.
Zekin is 8-1.
Odin comes out as well.
Nice day comparison to his start of his split game.
I mean, this is like a 9 or something,
Running
chat.
back on the raise after all this time.
We really have not been getting much of the Zekin raise, if at all, this year, but that is his, or was his go-to agent. That's what he was known for, the flex raise play. Here comes Juicy fast into the side. That's a dodge. The Arc goes shut down.
Straight into the Razor Vine as well.
Nice kill over towards B though. Celsius gets another kill, he gets his ult.
In the meantime, YU did actually find a kill with one of the players from SEN on the cross towards B. Bang teleporting over to assist this lockdown.
Killjoy ult to give them the plant. Like, do they actually go for a good plant? Because with this ult, you do have an opportunity to get this plant as long as you spam over towards heaven.
Wolves also pinging the one gap in that. Oh, John, that is stunning. Gets detained, but there's no chance for
That was sick by John though. How's he done that?
Spam down through the smoke, finds another one. Here's the nightfall down from the attack side. Wolves want to try and assume as much control of C as they can. They've even committed a Viper's Pit to that effect.
Yeah, this round is must win. They have to send it all. YU spam kill.
Timing's up. Oh, God. Poor Bang, bro. He ate that one at the back.
YU and Sufat in this corner. Celsius and Narrate do not have the util to clear them from this. Going to have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Good little setup back side.
Celsius exposed himself to Sufat on the tight angle, and Narrate does not have the health to bail
Very
Sentinels
nice, man. Okay.
A hard forward, long sword after
Yeah,
second round here for Wolves.
Sentinels, if they lose this, they've got no money.
Must win round, excuse me, and they are able to take that down.
Who died over towards B for Sentinels?
Somehow connects a miracle shot on the second
Oh,
player.
second. That was a good shot.
In that final situation.
These 3 ults, yeah. You can't really repeat this.
YU was crucial on that round too. Early, pretty standard for, you know, your Sentinel position. They're going to be taking a timing on B, waiting in main to hear those footsteps on the cross for someone trying to get over to Waterfall towards C.
Oh, some kind of tech pause. My guy's PC's not working. Can't even buy
Always on your
armor.
mind when you're a defender and you need to get over to that site.
Want to be buying armor when you got that ult.
We have a mild audio issue down here on the stage. So that one will be rectified pretty quickly as headsets are already being replaced. We get Wolves, they spend pretty big in that round. Like, get those ultimates in play, they make use of them correctly. It's a lockdown that John disrespects. He's playing in halls, he just spams down through that smoke, he's able to find one. But Sentinels are not aware that Sufat's tucked there on bend, right on that spike location. And they just didn't have the utility to dig any of those Wolves players out of position. So very textbook, hit on towards the C side with that raise, double satchel initiator. Now though, without some of those key
Wolves are the tech pause team. Dude, I think Sentinels are the tech pause team. When we were watching Americas, I swear Bang's PC would have an issue every single game.
Look, I'm certainly looking to Wolves to maybe go for
if anyone's getting the blame, it's Sentinels in this one.
Your Omen uses from the shadows to get behind the defensive team, and then you send it out.
I mean, I know he didn't do it, Bacan. But I didn't see it. So yeah, I guess so.
Pretty common ult execute on this map.
And Lysor is not above a cheeky little TP.
Chat, big round. Big round.
So turret here.
3 people from each team. We've got Vice wall over towards C. It's the utility we need to look out for. Smoke goes out, Prowler goes in. Everything they cleared apart from box. Clear. Spam the box. And Sentinels every single time, again, just trying to make sure that they can't re-clear over towards A.
Double up from Merit and Bang to take Rubble control. And to be fair, it has kept Spring at bay. He hasn't had opportunities to be able to lurk up off of his wall, which feels very un-Spring-like. I mean, on Split, he was taking the fight to them all the time. He was that showstopper.
Ah, dude, this Vice Util. This Vice Util absolutely wrecked him.
Did come up. And that's a speculative showstopper that ends up finding nothing. All the util cleared from the C side, though. It looks like Wolves want to double back, Wyatt.
Yeah, they certainly can.
This is probably why Yoru is going to just stop being a must, I think. Just because the Vice looks so strong. You don't play the Yoru. Clone is just so good against it.
Vacant of SEN players, but they are ready to flood back in.
Like the Vice impact is just insane. Keep an eye on the... Ooh, I was going to say, keep an eye on the luck. Prowler just goes out, spots it. They go fast with this one. Vice ult goes in, hits 2 on site.
Lysor left here on the seaside, the last remaining Wolves player.
Jesus, just got out of there. He's going to try cancel it or something. Dude, he's miles away. I think they can just stick this. They can just stick this. Oh, this is a rough run from Wolves here, really. Yeah, this was rough.
It's just disaster for Wolves. They have to all
only had
into
2
mount
over
after the
towards
steel
site.
garden is used and the spike just isn't planted for them. The
And
round
one
is
of them
just
bailed
over
because
at
of the
that
ult.
point.
Both got hit by Vice ult
Easy,
anyway.
effortless retake for Sentinels.
Tries to get out.
I mean, what can they do after this situation? Legitimately nothing. It's just over. It is just over for them.
Looked odd, but I think Wolves probably realized there was no reasonable way to get back in, so wagering those remaining rifles.
Did they even manage to get John to get the defuse so got no ult on this?
This time SEN actually aren't playing forward. They've got Bang back in tree.
4 rifles right now for Wolves.
Bang is...
Spring just on the pistol though,
Bang is on an island though.
The timing of this paranoia, Wyatt.
Wall goes up, punish over towards here, and flash goes in, doesn't hit anyone.
Oh, it's second getting caught
Dude, this was not a good...
Narray doesn't have much to see here, and Bang's gonna watch his left side. No!
This was not good, though, right? I would have to watch it again, but I felt like I had no util here. No, it was a really bad punish of A. I felt like we were missing some util.
Ready with the crosshairs on those angles.
I was watching it and just thinking like, sure, we own flash here.
John is able to go crazy in that 1v4, but he can't. Is shut down by Spring.
I don't know where they thought they were.
I think he had 2 pistols, maybe even classics in that kind of round. And it was
rough,
one of the rounds where SEN opted not to play forward on Rubble. They didn't have Bang TPing forward at the start of the round and having Narrate watch that live. They opted instead to try and play off a paranoia. And everything kind of went wrong for them in second.
Yeah, they had a nade for it.
On that orb, and the rest of the players just tried to spill through the fight together, but Sufa hits.
Then it was like... It was like Omen Flash goes over towards here, 2 seconds later, nade over towards here, so everyone's swinging out into the open where the Omen Flash should be. Look at the timing's just really off on the Omen Flash.
Right back in the game, potentially tie things up, break their eco right here.
And the Siege, yeah, I think the Siege must.
So he actually at least consider giving up that Rubble position. We're going to B variation though this time from Wolves. But some of this Vice util is here.
Okay, so we got to lock over towards C on this one. That's a nice opening kill. What's the money at? Dude, money's low on this. Wolves can actually win this round. They get a really good half considering their comp against this comp.
They're going to go back towards C here. Zekin's departed. Obviously
It's
very
rough.
early in the round.
It doesn't probably enable the luck though, but insta ult goes down, Bang takes a lot of space. Pretty much cleared the whole of site at the moment. It's a great Prowler on this as well.
Sufat now gives his position away. Enough noise to wake the dead, and Narrate's going to turn around with the Odin. Look to try and spray him out of the game, and this is awkward timing.
That after plants is so rough.
Wolves here with a great opener. SEN able to convert on a 4v5 after Zekin falls.
Great opener, but essentially a free plant. They have the idea, which is the right idea, of When you're getting the spike down on this map, you have to go take more forward space on B, but they just don't do it together.
I mean, that's a great shot.
Too quick to face here.
Yeah, that's the classic though.
There's no trade coming through. Spring is trying to get forward, but he's alone, caught before the dark cover drops. Right idea, wrong execution from Wolves, and some frustration on the face of Fade as things are getting a bit out of control on Sentinels map pick, especially for the defensive side. And when you're talking about
it's so unlucky, man. They just needed like one of these rounds to just break the econ. And then it turns into a pretty good half from them. But.
And that's why Sen getting to 6 is a huge deal. Orb taken by Sufet now gets his Nightfall online. Once again, Zekin wants to take an early challenge, but looks like that's been denied.
More discipline. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much what we speak about when we look at some of the Chinese teams. There is just a big discipline diff from like the tier 1 Chinese teams to the other regions at the moment. Oh, that's nice pathing on this though.
All too easily.
Nice shot.
A nice little tap from John. Happy to challenge.
It's spike force over towards the back.
On the retreat. Posted up to try and ensure the Wolves don't push any further. Lysor, danger for a moment, and it's just getting cut through by Bang.
Jesus, bro, the double here as well. That's nuts.
Spring's able to recover the spike, but what opportunity, they're going to have to plant it. He tries to surge ahead, draws Zekin out of position. Might be a high-low swing, but Zekin tucks. He's not going to give them a free kill here. Wolves are the ones that have to wager something. And Spring has got some work to do.
Mate, give me the Bang POV. How?
A little bit whimsical too with the double satchel in.
There might have been a tether during this, but I think it was spam. Oh, just left, right.
With the Vandal that is spotted out.
And at this point, Zekin just doesn't give them a freebie. Until this point, breaks that crosshair placement. Spring overwhelmed.
Hey, gave a cheeky one at the end there.
And that is 7 defense side rounds for Sentinels. There's no way of framing this other than they're at a massive, massive advantage on this map.
They're just reckoning.
That outlaw for another round in this map on an anti-eco.
Look at Spring.
Everyone can get one shot, obviously. Chulo, thank you for the prime, and IG Blue with the prime also, thank you for that.
To push up on B, by the way.
Oh, that's gotten him his showstopper. Just in case Sen wanted another advantage to close out this half.
Oh, man. Spring's at 6, by the way. Far too much spam for Wolves to deal with. Sen are holding all the cards. A double swing here. They'll try it, but Bang almost had the correction.
Where's his bullets
Spring
gone?
at 6 wants a rifle. He'll have it stripped from his hands momentarily.
Whoa, where's the molly gone? What's that hit?
Just the delayed drop. I like that. 8 rounds for Sentinels, last of the half. Showstopper earned by Zekin. It's looking grim for Wolves fans.
Gotta say, the existence
pop out molly.
of the Vice utility on this map has
Zekin gets
really
his
brought
op
around
out, he's got his ult as well.
Wolves. And it's, I think, highlighted some of the issues that they've had as a team, where it's disconnected them on executes to too great of an extent on multiple site attempts.
Are they shooting back?
All right, Wolves, last chance to get a desperately needed round win on what is typically the favored side on this map.
And this is that more passive A-side variation.
Spring can get a
Nobody heading up
Spring can get an orb, he gets his ult on this one.
The operator towards C. I'm going to assume there's probably
Like one of their nicer defaults at the moment. They actually have like good amount of space. About to go take over towards C.
Actually 4 weapons if he needs to use all of them.
Here's Gilgamesh. And that's why he's down at 1,600. Of course you spend up here. And that Vice util that you referenced earlier is definitely going to be an issue at C. Popped here early. So you saw the Nano Swarm used by YU. Try and draw it out. Oh man, that is a long shot. He even tanks the Prowler in order to take it. Zekin might likely give up some rooms. Juicy has his own showstopper, so he clears the room at B. This is Wolves tipping their hand.
This will get enough space for Lysor to get the
Yeah,
plant
and they
down
got
right
great
now
ults to
safely.
retank.
Spring on this lurk through A. Narrate is ready. He has eyes on the smoke. Can Spring actually catch a timing right now? He hears them running away. It's going to be time for him to hit the go button.
Big nade.
Buy more time now. He's gonna force Sentinels back a little longer. Okay, Juicy tapped down a little bit. No, 56!
Whoa, it went underneath him. Lug got, dude, Spring got nothing for his Lug. Lysa's on 1 HP. Well, it said it looked like they were going to get 9. We got it spot on.
Not nearly enough rounds earned here to give them any sense of confidence.
There's a couple of rounds where if they got their afterplan sorted a little bit better, they might have been able to like get 6, I guess.
I just don't have that explosivity right now on Lotus that they had when we were back on Split.
12T, thanks so much for the prime, dude. Appreciate the 15 months. Thank you.
Zekken takes that Prowler, knows he has the shot. Juicy clears B with a showstopper, but can't do much else with it.
Nere wants to guard that Odin online. He was so oppressive. Zekken even getting the kill with the AWP there. Was taking advantage of the Outlaw on the proper rounds. SEN really doing everything right. Wolves with no answers. Couldn't deal with the Vice.
Classic comp, classic performance from Sentinels. Can Wolves get back in the game after the break?
Feel bad for Prius. Walk to the round.
Make some noise because we got Alexis over here.
Never feel bad for Prius.
Alexis.
Would there be a plat chat? They might be doing something over there.
How you been?
I've been really good. We've been doing dual workshops for the VALORANT University, and now I'm just here watching the games.
Yep. Are you enjoying the venue and the vibes? I mean, I saw a lot of fans walking up to you asking you for selfies.
I love the vibes. The venue's insane. I love Artist Alley, where I can buy little trinkets. I've bought so many little trinkets.
But she said Artist Alley. I was like, what the hell?
I gotta ask you about the game, though. Are you supporting anyone? You know, rooting for anyone?
I gotta root for SEN, right? Gotta.
Right, you're Sen City. I want to ask you about the meta, though, because you play a lot of Breach, right? So what do you think of the current meta with the Breach, I mean Taeho nerf, the little bit of a Breach nerf as well, and how the teams are playing?
I think the Taeho nerf was definitely needed, for sure. Very overtuned agent. I will say I feel like the Breach nerf was not super necessary, but maybe I'm biased as a Breach player. That stun, that 2 seconds on the stun really hurts my soul a little bit.
Right, but I need you to do me a favor and hype up the crowd for the second half. So, ready? We're gonna say let's go, okay? Second half!
Let's go, guys!
Let's go!
Then versus Paper X.
It's all happening here at the NK.
About the 1-0s? Yeah, maybe.
And after a rocky start to the series, it looked like they've stabilized. Time for your coin.
That's like the best thing about Swifts, honestly.
Remember, this is a factor of
we get a draw every 2 days.
Credits you spent. So really about how much impact on the game you can have per credit.
Zekken bang up there certainly, and that's even with
iMedia, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Buying an op, still able to get so much value out of everything he was spending that cash on throughout the game, which is obviously also reflected in the score. SEN on the less favored side for Lotus, especially when we're looking at the comps we have of the old meta, which is back as the new meta.
They break Sentinels to break the record. Are they the 2 most popular teams?
So tough for
yeah, they must be.
Attack side was
Chat, is MIBR more popular than some of them?
Let's see if they have
Brazil gets a lot of people watching.
But the rest of the guys, they need to come to life.
Let's make them dance.
All right, folks, we are moments away from jumping into the second half of Lotus.
EDG, yeah, but for like teams that are there.
A 3-round attack side for Wolves. To the Pistols, where it begins for them, a huge comeback. Not unlike the one SEN had to undertake on Split.
Juicy had a tough time on attack. Unfortunately, was just sent in and isolated by so much of that utility. Was in unwinnable situations. Maybe here on defense is where he can turn it around. He was a star for the team on map 1.
And a Vice Sheriff. Not sure I would ever let my Vice by a Sheriff. I think Fawns are so good on pistol.
Pass box, they've checked that. Baby Door, of course, untouched. In tree, Lysol is going to be waiting. Wolves may be looking for an opportunity to explode out from here, but they're going to have to make some noise. And getting rid of the door. Tree control taken, but now SEN looking at those Baby Door. Supet's able to stop them. What a bouncer!
What the? Looks like the Prowler killed him. Nah, I mean, that was a nice little crunch.
Sheriff in hand. And a heck of a job to do.
Okay, show me why you get the Sheriff. Let's see it.
30 seconds left.
All of the Sentinel players just kind of clumped up, playing by the orb, trying to get towards Baby Door. The exact start that Wolves needed, unless Zelsis with this Sheriff can go off, but that's just not going to happen. He doesn't have the time. There's simply no way. Wolves getting back into the game here on defense. Let's see if they can try to go on a similar run.
Juicy with the grenade out there. Zelson's hoping for a little bit to be offered up.
Okay.
It's not to be.
2-2 on pistols. Chat, any believers, you got to speak up right now because I'm not having any of this. Wait for it to get to a certain score. Yeah, Blob was the first one to say yeah. Blob gets full praise if they somehow win this.
Pushes out to try and take more. Is punished for it, but the damage is already done.
And then you just have Juicy on the cross from sight. Just a beautiful setup. Simple, highly effective from Wolves. And they are going to fully invest off.
Zekken gets the solo Bucky. Teams have been experimenting a little bit with like solo stingers and stuff like that. Solo Bucky over towards B, I don't mind it at all.
Perhaps to upper, maybe with a dark cover to get him in there.
Getting deja vu.
And Molly completely wrecked everything. Pivot over towards C, they get early info with the... He's still got a satchel? Yeah, he's still got nice shot. Still got double satchel.
John does actually recover that Bucky. Maybe he can have a better fare with it. Why you holding the cross? Here come the swings from Wolves.
Not a lot to write home about in this round. Solid stuff from Wolves. Why you just waited on them now, and John says, well, in for a penny, in for a pound, they say. What do I have here?
Well,
he got him.
He gets his. Unfortunately, that is just with the Marshall down.
No Marshall fee.
They'll take what they can get with the Bucky investment, which does end up being a little bit awkward.
Who takes the hit now?
Zekken is just going to have to buy up into a stinger.
Someone's dropping.
Rounds, I will say, for Wolves on defense.
Someone's dropping Zekken. Either someone's dropping Zekken or they're getting another shotgun and gun B.
Fight to SEN as a unit.
Yeah, good defensive util over at B that sort of diverts Sentinels to the C extremity. And now the pleasantries have been exchanged. They mostly buy here for SEN. There's a C's attempt over towards Rubble, but nobody for Sentinels is in attendance. They're pretty quickly heading to C, but there's definitely some util that needs to be cleared out.
Yeah, and like I mentioned before, so important to just try to get your orbs over to your raise if you can.
Yeah, it's nice early info though.
Showstoppers as possible when you're on this attack side. SEN want to get into this C site perhaps.
Full prod over towards there. Okay, wall on the attack goes down over towards B to see if they're going to re-clear this. Once they create pressure over towards A, it's going to be super strong. Super strong. Would you meow for a hill from Pansy playing Sage? Or would you tank the damage and continue the round 1 HP? Mate, Pansy's not making me meow for a heal. Pansy's an old school gamer. Just heal me. I don't know what 2025 stuff's going down these days, but she would play to win. She wouldn't ask anyone to meow. Don't know what some weird stuff is these days. You didn't even know it was an option? Oh boy. Okay, well.
Takes this opportunity to get some B control. They can pinch on the wall.
I wouldn't get it. I do. It sounds like I don't want to get it, to be honest.
With that retake wall thrown up. Now SEN bouncing over towards B, but Juicy's going to be waiting for them. That paint shell doesn't do too much to dissuade him. Paranoia, though, could be a problem for the Rays. Juicy on the corner. Can't really see him bang, and it's
oh my goodness.
Shooting. Effective enough, though, for Sentinels.
Nere was just so patient on that lurk.
Gotta consider some things, yeah.
Gets the free kill spring. Jump up from Zekken, gets out of the way to Satchel to win the duel.
What is this rounds, man? Damage is looking alright. Imagine they get 2 more between them. Imagine he gets 2 more between them. 1? Yeah, did alright. It's actually alright damage. This is the round.
Converting that first rifle round here on this attack side.
Nice fast trades from Zelsis to clear things out. Juicy was
Meow? Do we never had meows in CS, man? I don't know what Valorant's done to people, but the first time I've been missing CS when you guys are asking this question.
You're just too susceptible to any utility coming through.
Sorry. I got you though. I like that. I like that from you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now heading.
Hey, it's a great timeout. It is the round. This is the round.
Coach Fade going to call that second timeout in the game. Crucial. Down 10-5. Must win. This is the game on the line, not just the round. This would be SEN getting to match points.
Thought that was an attack side round from SEN that showcased some pretty good macro fundamentals for Lotus. getting up on that seaside, getting the orb, forcing out some of that killjoy util, bounce over to A, see what you can tease out there, start to pressure the player in Baby Door and eventually execute B pretty cleanly, all things considered. Wolves gave them a lot of map to play with, to be fair, and maybe that's the call. Maybe it's about being a little bit more proactive on one or both extremities here. Looking to take maybe an early rubble fight. They've got a full bike here, our team from China.
Listen, so far, you still have to give them a lot of credit. They have defied expectations coming into this.
Would you say the slug next to me is basically making me a VTuber? No, but when this guy replaces my head, that's when I'm the VTuber. And we're not far off it.
Showing at Bangkok this year, going out, losing
Give me a couple of
13-1
weeks.
to Liquid. They want to start off strong with a clean 2-0 against a Wolves team that are just trying to make themselves known on the international stage for the first time. We didn't even think they'd be here.
Once again, this early action, one out by Spring.
Nice kill, dudes. Okay, come on.
Always happy to just take
Let's get a bit of energy here.
Spring.
Give me a bit of belief.
Center.
I want to close the game.
Committed to this seed, and yet that smoke towards Waterfall says they're coming again. Why US the stopping power? Just punishes Zekin.
Early shut down, dude. They tried to just force him to see. Oh, and the straight up spam through. And a double hold here as well. Wait, we're going to get no damage on the attack side?
Put the crosshair, Juicy.
Okay.
Quick on the shot.
So a little recap of what's going on. 1, 2, 3, can't buy next round. So damage is huge here.
Devastating round coming out of Wolves here. That C control, why are you basically locking it down himself? Look at the locations of Sen's deaths here. Failed B attempt. Why are you catching
no damage done. Can't get much better than that.
Money's going to be pretty bad for Sen as well.
Yeah, money is bad and Wolves get a lot of money.
Worth 2 here for Wolves. Look, that's just Spring so ready for, again, it's just that common Sentinel work position where you try to take a little timing peek. Spring too fast. Juicy too fast on that swing as well. They just shoot well in that round, but credit for isolating Zekin on that attempt to satchel in. Now we've got Kaplan going to call the timeout here. As Wolves are trying to make a little go
make sure it
out
doesn't get out of control.
Yeah, I mean, so far.
Second half, not too bad for them.
Sen able to convert their first gun round, take 3 rifles out of it.
Why isn't the Ray always eating? I imagine he's chewing, dude. He's not actually just got an endless supply of food. There's like studies that chewing gum helps you concentrate more.
That last round far less elaborate in terms of how they worked the map. They lost the player very early in B main and ended up just having all of their
Wolves can convert. I'm not a believer, to be honest.
They got flattened by YU.
Am I sure? I mean,
straight out of midair, so
I've been told that, and I'm kind of just believing what people tell me. I haven't actually seen the studies, so I'm not 100% sure, but otherwise there's a lot of lies in the world.
Yeah, going to have to ensure that they're able to draw out a fair amount of that utility before they're actually getting in for the executes. It's sort of a light commitment too. Like you can't have Bang.
We get a wagon for Wolves, like the Paper X train. Maybe I've got to speak to TMV for that one.
They drew out a lot of util early before ending B.
I'm not putting myself out for that one.
So the concept of a plan is there for Sentinels. See how they put it together now. Round number 17, folks. You still with us, Toronto? That's what I thought.
All right.
Dude, I had like one person in the crowd there.
On the eco round here.
One guy's like, yeah.
Just a stinger for Bang and a full effort to try and get out towards Rubble. Viper utility up to make the cross. Mysore again here defending. It's been a tough going for him on the map so far. Wolves would love for him to begin to heat up. Maybe he can get some confidence kills on the anti-eco. Just to get things rolling.
Okay, re-clear over towards C as well. For info, they can get the heavy rotate on the go. There is a ward at the moment where Sentinels actually, with the low guns, not looking too bad. Yeah, dude, they'll take this. It's nice with the guns to get over towards site here. Narrate with the plant does have his ult. I don't think he's going to use it until they get the kills though. Horns goes down, good shot.
Oh, okay. Zekin, oh, he disrespects the snake bite. Brings able to deal with him. Little high-low set up now from the defenders as they try and get back in here.
What was this molly? Is this a set molly? It's really nice.
A big ping though off
was
that
it team molly?
Suvet's able to reveal much of the defenders, and now Lysol wants to step up, have a crack at it too. It's only down to YU.
God, how is this a 1v1?
YU so little to work with in terms of teammates. Tara could be deployed, but in the 1v1, he's got a face. Zelsta's down.
Jesus. Man, I always get so worried when people play retake against Ecos.
All things considered, pretty solid round for Sentinels, but Wolves rack up another.
A lot of damage done. I do like how Sentinels were able to play that. Getting proactive, fighting towards heaven. They back off, absorb a little utility, try to repost, keep fighting. They were not slowing down with their effort to apply pressure to Wolves. Results in a lot of damage done. Now here comes the very crucial buy round for them. They're going up against the Wolves that have multiple high-impact ultimates to play with here.
There. I mean, Zelsta's could play time for sure. It's just the fact that he's kind of like already committed to the swing in his head. Okay, gotta use the ults on this one. Dude, they got great ults.
No desire to go for these hard fights towards A. They've been giving it up, letting Lysor just spot for the information. Late SEN, they're slowing things down. They're cutting noise completely, pressing up towards this site. I mean, Lysor could be in some serious danger.
Mate, Lysor's in trouble. Okay, Killjoy ult, so two versions of this. You either go here for the Killjoy or you go here. And this one you need pretty much all of this map control. So you'd imagine they're just going to try heavy force over towards backside and use the ult here. What the hell is this Omen flash?
Of course, the temptation's going to be here for Sentinels to push off this site wire, but it's a dangerous proposition.
What was that for?
A lockdown could be an issue.
He gets that Steel Garden activated here, by the way. This is going to connect onto
yellow card.
If he rips it right now.
My guy will do it for you, for us.
The timing for it. Why are you trying to step out of it?
The yellow card out.
Got out of the way there, actually. Their time is dwindling, though. They're going to have to recommit quickly. Great.
Oh, nice kill. Okay, and that's cleared here, though, but John can win this. John can win this.
And here comes Juicy. Showstopper at the ready, but he
dude, this Teva. Oh my god, in the face, bro. What the hell? Dude, John played this so well, though.
TP cancel.
They all had to get off the site, but the spike is still planted for them, and there's just not enough time for Lysor. He's forced to retreat.
I mean, they got a lot of kills here. It's just the fact that John had full safety around the wall.
There had the spike planted for them. Steel Garden, sure, it doesn't get the connections, but it just ends up wasting so much time. And that means Wolves waste the showstopper, waste the lockdown, all for naught. SEN on 11, creeping closer to the map win.
That was cool.
Juicy looked like he got seized as he was trying to come in with that showstopper, but still converted it for a kill.
This, yeah, the retake was a little rough here. It's like the end game stuff for them, right? Retakes look a little rough. After plants look a little rough. Could reset them though. Could reset them. If they lose this, it's just done. The Omen flash for the retake, yeah, that would have been nice. He really just sent it early.
Push up though towards Mound by Juicy means that he knows this is a bit of a fake. Now SEN are going to drift back in that direction. B main held 3 players at B for Wolves in general, so SEN make a good call here, heading to a pretty lightly held seaside.
Second gets the showstopper with a collection of that orb. Is he going to try to send it in? It's bang, teleport on the cross to break the crosshairs.
Awkward for Johnny.
Nicely done, good nade as well. Might get an extra one.
Seconds, Elsa steps up only for 1. It's 3 for Wolves' raise. Now the momentum out of SEN's court. Second can still go for this though.
Oh, that would just be so high risk. Certainly doesn't want to waste it.
Nah, doesn't need to do that.
That being said, though, this is a pivotal
if anything, they just have to save the guns, to be honest with you.
First, bring it into a 2v3, then you can use it. But in the 2 versus 4, you're just not going to
I think the call just got made.
Waste it.
I saw Narrate. I saw Narrate's reaction. I'm pretty sure the call to save came in.
They've kept them in that danger zone.
He was not happy with it.
Just 20 seconds left. They're going to opt to save these 2 rifles, bring them into the next.
Narrate. Pretty big series for him. I mean, Zekken came on your show and sort of said he had full belief in Narrate to turn up when it mattered.
You see, I think his first original nade was good as well, right?
There's a sense that he's still got more to show on this team.
He's been having a quality series here. Yeah, I really don't think he's even reached his peak with Sentinels yet.
They can force into this. One person's going to have to take a hit. Obviously, they'll get the 1,000 for this, so this can be a drop. And then I guess John or Zelsis takes the hit.
take the gambit with 2 guns left. Great little 3-piece for Juicy here on scene.
This is another situation.
Rage Util was great, huh?
You're seeing what Wolves are driving with. That is
a strong hold.
It's good fundamentals, swinging together, taking the fights together, and they're finding the kills in the Sentinels' transitional moments where they're trying to still scale deeper, get into the site.
Their fears.
All right, Sen, because of those 2
Sentinels,
guns, they are going to be able to
yeah,
get
they look alright.
Near
They look
full
alright.
buy.
I think Wolves are looking a little better than I thought they were going to look.
Juicy at 8 this time. Looks like Wolves are ready for a bit
But I agree with you at the moment. If I was like, if I got Sentinels in the 1-0, I'd be feeling alright.
Sentinels will be able to get into this B site unless Spring tries to slow them down.
Too slow in a baby door here for Wolves. Spring's able to find one anchored on the site. Sentinels forced away by the Viper util.
It's a good pivot over towards C on this one. There's a molly back at site. Can they get a plan without losing anyone?
Slow down on account of another molly, but Wolves won't fully be in position to get in just yet. Hoping to spam through. Bang getting on low HP, but the Viper's pit will just further obscure the view from Waterfall.
Spike passed along to Zelsis by the looks.
Why? It doesn't matter too much.
And now a bit of a
just HP thing, maybe?
Sentinels, but you have to imagine they're staying here because of the Viper's pit. Zelsis here with an Arc Rose to set up, and this is going to be a tough retake for Wolves at the best of times. They can't even counter pit this, Wyatt.
Spike planted.
Spike is going to be planted, getting through this pit. A nightmare, but at the very least, when Sufat
Really
does
hard
make his way
retake.
over, look at the concern right now from Wolves about a flank towards B. They're doubling up for that. Oh, and it's just wasting time. Juicy can't win a crucial duel.
And he can't
I don't know what they do now.
Waterfall because of that pit. He's solo in that position.
The round is slipping away. Prowler needs to be used to spot someone out, hoping to get some spam through the pit.
Oh, 1 by 1, White. They set up and they're fed to the wood chipper. I think at this point, Sufat realizes there's no point forcing the issue any further. Lysol caught out, both guns stripped away from Wolves.
4 goes at it.
With an economy still to be able to buy, that is a devastating round to drop to Sen.
1 round away, Sentinels from taking their first match here after struggling at Bangkok, going 0 for 2, sent home early. You could feel the frustration from them, the way they were speaking about that tournament. Second, speaking about their failures to adapt as a team, to play together in the way that they needed to, and they've bounced back.
Marshall has decided to win the round.
For this final round 2, they're going to have significant ultimates.
Yeah, they got great ults to finish this one as well. They take over towards A. Oh man, Lysol's in trouble.
Ripped immediately onto Lysol. So much pressure towards his way.
Ooh, it's a good.
To get up here with this showstopper. That's a deep rocket.
Oh, he went for the snipe with that.
That was John's
no
money.
catch though, Sufat respects it. Things slow down a little bit though. Sen have not left rubble. But they can still pull out. We've seen this before. Bouncing over to another site after some early action here.
Well, Wolves will be more than happy that both ults are gone within the first 20 seconds and did not do a damn thing for Sen. They don't even really have much control of rubble. Juicy is, pushed up towards box, has Spring on stairs ready to swing off of him. John is just trying to keep them distracted, keep them on this site.
That's an extra 5 to 8 seconds in which Wolves do think something's happening at A, even if John doesn't have any follow-up. That means it will be YU again that has to anchor this C-side alone.
At this point, though, they're not believing it. Spring is getting over to the C-site right now, and will be able to help YU on account of the delay from the mollies.
They're ruined, man. They can't get through
It's going to be a
chokes.
tough ask to expect Sen to go there, so we're bouncing back. Time is getting short. 30 seconds left
It's
to go
going to
out
be real
of the
late
Vanguard.
for this
It
A
is
pivot,
to
but
be
if they go
Zelsis at
door
B.
heavy, they're fine. Ooh, Spike goes B. There's 2 people here.
Looks like it. This
Still
is
down
a
to
very
Juicy,
late
really.
pivot. They want to actually go into a B split. Threaten an A hit second. Opens up.
Oh my god, it worked so well. That kill just changed everything.
The 1 pick at A draws the defenders off the B side, and now it's pandemonium from Wolves trying to get back in.
Ooh.
Lysol with a double. Deck it and bang full well away side. Now
No
Zelsis
way.
out of the game. John clutching for the series. Spring and Lysol doubled up. Spray through smoke is wild. It's wayward, and Spring gets it to half. Now off of it. Looking to team up with Lysol here, and John has very little to look at. Somehow finds Spring, and he doubles down! The mastermind!
Hey, nicely done though. Hey, Wolves did way better than I thought. Yeah, way better than I thought.
Clutching up the game as Sentinels walk away with the 2-0.
What a final round from Sen's IGL, John. Beautiful calling into that pivot towards B, catches out Juicy, and then clutches it out in the 1 versus 2. Sen starts
Stick it. I mean, they went for a plan. They wanted the plan of the double swing, and then once they got half, they wanted to try go back.
They kept trying to get in the mix on Lotus. It felt like they were always so close to maybe manifesting a comeback, but Sen were just too strong on their own map pick. Kaplan said in
Wolves,
the halftime coach interview that it was tough to play against Wolves. They're playing a
Did they
different
play
style.
better than them?
We're playing against a different region,
I don't know, it kind of looks similar.
It's hard to get
They play a little bit more structured than them.
Defensive half. Sen are
But that's mostly because YZ's a lunatic on his own.
A return back to an old meta, a new meta, whatever you want to call it. It looks like Sentinels still have all the tools they need to put a
IMXM, thank you so much for that, bro. I appreciate that.
Ridiculous comeback in that first map. Great series. We're now going to head over to Gen.G down on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview with Bang.
Congratulations, Sentinels! Right. Looking sharp, everyone. Bang, I'm going to need you over here for an interview. Please. Thank you. 2-0, W on the board. That's got to feel nice, right?
Yeah, it does. Feels really good. I'm really glad we were able to close it out. It was a little shaky, but it's all right.
Can we
Team Keller, thank you so much for that, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Especially
YouTube chat.
Split. What was going through your mind?
I kind of felt we weren't really ready for what they were doing to us on Split. It was kind of a new thing, and it kind of caught us off guard on our defense. So we just had to adapt. And I mean, we still got 4. I feel like we did pretty good, even regarding that. But on attack is when we really started like playing like ourselves, I feel like.
Speaking of having to adapt, right? Let's talk about the Taeho nerf. Because you guys played
K Chang
Taeho
as well. Thanks so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you.
So how do you think that nerf has affected you guys?
I don't really think it's affected us as much as people think, to be honest. I feel like people are overrating how good we are, or underrating how good we are, and I don't think it has anything to do with how good Taeho was.
All right, lastly, you guys are 1-0 now. Who would you like to face next? You have PaperX, Bilibili, and the winner of the upcoming Gen.G versus MIBR matchup.
I would probably, out of all those teams, like to play PaperX the most. They're definitely the most fun team to play against, I feel like.
You want to have fun?
Yeah.
Go 2-0.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Bang. Congratulations once again. Give it up one more time for Sentinels!
They won the train? Yeah, apparently so. Is the funnest way for Wolves to lose, give TMV a bit of hope, then rip it away? Oh yeah, dude, he must have been believing on that first man. No doubt about it. Okay, I will be back in a little bit, chat. Okay, this is the hardest. This is the hardest game to call coming up. MIBR against Gen.G. I went for Gen.G, probably the one I was the least confident about. This is very hard to call on this one. Excited? Yeah, this one should be awesome. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We find solace, we find light in the moment and heart. When you hear the music start, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo of the night, we find solace, we find light in the moment and heart. When you hear the music start, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where
Welcome back to day 2 of Masters Toronto, and we are closing out this Sunday with a gigafied banger. It is Gen.G versus MIBR. I'm your host, Sue. I'm here once again with Ender and Mel. That first match was incredible, but this one, I have a feeling, Ender, it's not going to be a 2-0.
No, this one could go the distance. I mean, this is a hype matchup, right? You've got Gen.G, kind of stalwarts in the Korean VALORANT scene, up against MIBR with the return of Aspas to a global stage. Sign me up.
There's so many different things that would make this match so exciting. I mean, I know me personally, seeing Verno on the international stage is something that I'm looking so much forward to.
And I've loved seeing how the fans have just soaked up all the atmosphere here. I love seeing all your happy faces as well. But if you're not here at Masters, it's never too early to start making plans for champs. And this year, we are heading to Paris. Make sure you scan the QR code to register for a shot at scoring tickets to the year's biggest event. If you miss out on the MasterCard pre-sale on July 9th, this will be your only other way to get access when they go on sale on the 10th. Registration is open until 25th even, so do not
miss sale on the 10th is in 2 days.
Of course, my favorite event of the year. I can't wait for it to be in EMEA. No bias there whatsoever. No bias.
I'm in. I made it.
Did you actually scan it?
I got the QR code. I did it.
Yes, let's go. Let's
See you guys there.
July? Oh, okay.
I like the confidence of you being able to get your
Was
tickets.
half listening.
I love that. But let's talk about the matchup at hand, because both of these teams, they could well be heading to champs. You know, it depends on how they do here at stage 2, of course. And start with Gen.G, probably one of the biggest upsets.
Slug show match in Paris? Not a chance.
I think a lot of people expected them to carry
I would just be happy with being invited.
It was a big shock.
To be honest with you, I think you got to do the fast thing first of getting there, and then you can set your goals a little bit higher.
Was a little sad. I'll be biased here. I was quite sad. I love Gen.G. I love the Korean teams in general at APAC, but seeing them here just fills me with so much joy.
There'll be no sideshow playing. Yeah, might actually get some kills in.
Such a solid team. Like, it feels like they just understand the fundamentals of Valorant at almost a perfect level. They've got incredible shooters on their team. They don't
refuse to leave my house. I mean, Pansy, I didn't argue with them not inviting me. I'll put it out there.
Very solidly, very
strong. It was like, oh no, I didn't get invited. That's okay.
Probably gonna be back with a vengeance.
Oh no, I get to stay at home all the time.
T1 lift a trophy earlier this year, and the Pacific region in general, Ender, has been probably one of the best we've seen on the global stage.
Yeah, I mean, the Pacific has been coming on fire in the last few years, and Gen.G themselves have been looking so good. I mean, look, this squad, I get some fear in my soul a little bit, sending, America, sending EMEA teams up against Gen.G, because individually they are such a stacked roster. And again, you can't make mistakes versus this team because they don't.
Pansy, what does that even mean, dude?
Yeah, there is no mistakes. There is no room to make these mistakes strategically or tactically or mechanically. You have Munchkin out calling you, and if they do have like a macro mistake, there's the smallest window of opportunity to take advantage in the micro, and even then, the star power of these players is enough to push them over the edge.
Would you like to go back to coaching? Sometimes. There's sometimes where I feel like it'd be fun to go back to coaching. If I was going to do it, I'd definitely go back to EMEA, because EMEA looks a lot freer than a lot of the other regions. I'll say that much. But again, it has to be a good offer, and I enjoy streaming a lot.
And see what he had to say to Gen Lee ahead of his Toronto debut.
Hey, what's up everyone? Gen Lee here with Texture. Now Texture, you're facing MIBR today. Aspas on the other side. What do you think you need to watch out for?
Not much.
Oh.
Not much? Okay.
Damn. He hit him with a not much when they got an Aspas?
Maybe Aspas's aim, movement, mechanics, his just pew-pewing,
his unmistakable aura.
Yeah. Have I missed out anything else?
No, I just love that texture. Like, I feel like we get to see a bit of his stream personality just then. I feel like normally in these interviews he's like kind of serious, but if you ever watch a texture stream, it is hilarious. I watch clips all the time translated, and I feel like people don't really see much of just the hilarity that he brings to a team.
You know, my favorite question that I've ever asked was, who do you want to play up against at these global events? And some of the
Emmy can go for that for sure.
We don't mind as long as our prac room is not on the same floor as Gen.G's, because
my god,
we just hear Texture screaming from the crack of dawn to the middle of the night. But you have to love him for it as well, and also love his how he's evolved. Because Christy, the last time when we saw him on the global stage, he was not playing the Yoru at all. Didn't want anything to do with it.
No, but nowadays it feels like if you're going to be in the duelist slot, you have to have a sick Yoru, or your team is just going to fall behind the meta. So has definitely helped his team out a bunch. And I think today, the challenge first game here back on the global stage up against Osboss on the other side, like this is trial by fire immediately.
We have seen this matchup before, actually, and I can't remember.
If Cortezia has a moustache, MIBR win.
He knows now he's played against
I like the win condition.
Scared, but let's take a look, actually. I think we have some footage of the last time Texture and Aspas faced each other. Oh my goodness, that jersey. I'm getting a bit of a throwback here.
The old jersey. Texture never a quiet man up on the stage either.
Scrapping away, isn't he? But that's the kind of attitude, Mel. I could help him here. You don't want to be scared of Aspas. You don't want to be looking over your monitor and let him get in your brain.
Absolutely, and I think it's one thing to think individually who can diff who, but I think something that I read was, or what I saw online was them talking about how, I think it might have actually been in the media for today, was, my teammates are either equal or we will just take him over as a team. That's how we're going to beat him.
What's this
they
from,
don't
though?
seem extremely
to stage one? Oh, okay.
Focus, and I think that's a big shout here too. But let it be known that Texture statistically has been performing well, and I could definitely see this being a gigabanger between the two.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's so interesting to me how, like, skilled these players are, but how different they are in terms of personalities. Because, like, Osboss up there is completely
MIBR shots? Oh, yeah, I was meant to look out for them.
More veteran players on this team.
People are saying that I'm not going to like
he's
it.
actually the more level head, keeping his team calm, even though he's still going to be fragging out in server.
Yeah, and for the
they got a collar.
Viewers, you know,
I'm already not
thought,
in.
Oh, Loud, Aspas, Leviathan as
I
well.
won't like it.
And now coming
Yeah,
back
I just saw the collar.
And is it really as simple as Aspas and Squad?
Yeah, no. I would say it is as simple
I'm not
as
sure any of them like it as well. They're wearing different
because
jumpers.
You think about MIBR, this is an 11th place team last year. I mean, MIBR has never done much in VCT Americas, but all of a sudden, you put Osboss onto this roster, you sign a couple of cracked out rookies.
This is doing them so dirty.
In Venom and Cortezia, and this team is on top of the world.
I feel like you cannot give enough love to the rookies, especially on this roster. While Osboss,
yeah, it's like I wonder what happened here.
Years and years, absolutely in the GOAT debate, if not the GOAT. His rookies, the rookies on this team, are activated so well by ArtZine and Fraud's system, and I think they are a crucial part of how
Make a jersey tier list, dude. Everything with a collar is just gonna be at the bottom.
They were hitting the highlight reels I was seeing out of Americas from Xenom and Cortezia, and I mean, I'm not even mentioning Verno. Verno, especially in the mid-rounding, the vocality has been incredible to watch.
Yeah, I think it's been really important too, because stage one, Osboss still topping the charts in most categories, but he wasn't as dominant as he's been in previous years. You saw those players that you're mentioning, the younger talent, stepping up in a big way.
Yeah, and you say like statistically maybe not as dominant, but
Verno, dude, it's gonna be so fun to see Verno back on server.
It's more so that his teammates have really taken up the mantle.
Verno is like my second favorite server to watch.
And 4 of them have never been to a global event before, which is so exciting to think about too. And qualifying this event alone was a massive
What do I have against
deal
the collars? I just don't like them.
It's
definitely look good.
Everyone that's on that stage right now, here's what it meant to them and their
After
families.
bacon first, after bacon first, you're right.
Cortez,
You nailed
a gente
it.
sabe que a sua família tá aqui, né, cara? Então, a gente vai tentar, consegue colocar pra gente, produção, olha a sua família aparecendo, tá aqui do ladinho. Então, se você quiser mandar um recado pra sua família e também pro pessoal do Brasil, aproveita aí agora, cara.
Cara, eu queria agradecer novamente primeiro Deus, porque sem ele não sou nada. Obrigado minha família que sempre me apoiou, isso é por vocês também, por todo mundo que sempre me ajudou, mano. Eu já pensei tantas vezes em desistir e tanta gente me ajudou, então é só o primeiro passo. A gente ainda quer ganhar o VCT Américas, não é só a classificação que a gente quer e a gente vai por isso. Muito obrigado, a gente ama vocês.
Damn, dude, I've never seen this.
Pouca pessoa sabe do que eu venho passando esse ano, em questão do meu pessoal.
Dude, ArtZine's dad's a legend, man. That flame that he did to FNS was so good.
Foi pra você.
Filho, e aquilo que nós combinamos lá atrás quando começou, primeiro o melhor da rua, depois melhor do bairro, depois melhor da cidade, melhor do estado, melhor do país e melhor do mundo!
Wait, this was cool, chat. When was this?
you know, it is just such a beautiful and heartfelt moment watching them with their families on the stage, and I just can't help but feel like, even for Artson, how much of a moment that is as well.
After they qualified, this was awesome.
Stuck around when times were terrible.
Oh, this was the thing
MIBR, when they were down towards the
okay,
bottom of the standings,
yeah.
He gets to
it's
be
the thing you
sent
translated.
off by his father.
Yeah, but Desp, you didn't add like crying emojis.
It is just
if you added the crying
Yeah,
emojis,
let's
it would have
not
hit a bit
forget,
harder.
Some of the fans, they were not kind to him. He took a lot of the blame and the brunt of the issues that were happening. And Mel, very similar to some of the stories we talked about in the first match, you can't help but want to root for them. You want to see them do well on this stage.
It's hard to root against him.
It's
I
my
feel like
fault
I'm a
now.
little emotional
Yeah, that
even
was
just
fast,
watching
right?
that snippet.
Flipped
It's
that
just
over real
seeing
fast.
someone who has worked so hard for something and finally seeing some fruit bear, finally making the international stage despite everything against them. It is so great to see, and especially with a revitalized roster and just how they're playing as well has been really impressive. The way they made it here is something that
okay, Desp. Honestly, I'll take the hit on that.
Yeah, I'm
That's
going to
my
keep
bad.
the emotions high as well because Fraud is also back. You know, we always love to see Fraud. We saw him in the hotel lobby.
It's okay,
yesterday.
Bacon's
He
here,
was,
Desp, build it.
chatting a little bit to us, but of course, once upon a time, one of the best on the global stage and overdue. You know, it's a bit overdue. It's nice to see him back.
What I think is amazing.
Radicals, thank you so much for doing that, bro.
Thank
Thank
from
you.
like the old Loud to
Appreciate
now
that.
MIBR's back with Loud. Like that was like
Radicals,
an
thank you for the
obvious
gifted.
star-studded roster, right? That he's able to take and help climb to the top. And now he is able to play the system, yes, with Ospas, yes, with Artson, but also breaking in 3 very young, incredibly talented players. And I think MIBR is one of the most drilled teams you're going to see in Americas. I think that they play a very calm, sort of almost a slower paced at times macro style around Ospas's play, but honestly, one of the best defensive-sided teams for my money.
I feel like you really can't count how many things were really against these rookies on the rise too. Think about it, bringing in Verno as well, the Fraud's decision to bring in Verno, this team was speaking Portuguese before he came in. So not only is that just a huge difference in language, but also like the systems and bringing in Verno. I think it truly is a testament to Fraud and Artzine and Verno's microing in game as well, that these rookies are able to thrive.
I don't know how you guys
Is regional
felt about
matches
this in
allowed in
America,
0-1-1-0? Yeah.
as well, but watching from across the ocean, if you told me that Verno will be qualifying for an event in Canada with MIBR and not NRG, I would have not believed you at all. That is crazy.
I mean, the crazy thing is that there's a world where Verno wasn't even playing in stage 1, right? After, you know, getting taken off of NRG, he's sitting around like, am I going to get a phone call? Is that going to happen? MIBR choose to pick him up, and what has happened to this team since him joining it has just been incredible. The rise to a top 3 finish for the first time in MIBR's history, that's insane.
It's riveting to watch, and I mean, let's be honest here, there was so much talk about Verno with the whole NRG situation. It was a risk, let's say it how it is, right? Everyone was thinking, how is his songs gonna look after this? And Fraud took that risk, picked him up, and they have risen to the global stage. And all this while he is a rookie. It cannot be
Yeah,
understated.
just gotta
And I
get
think
a
big part
gotta
of
get an
their vision
FNS
as
flame
well
per
is if you watch
streaming.
MIBR's comms videos, he is such a vocal player, and he is constantly ahead of the game. His game IQ is top-notch, some of the best among this tournament.
And I love his bromance with Aspas as well, because the vibes really
Ginormous,
matter.
thank
Having
you so
good
much,
vibes,
bro.
You know, being able to just
Oh,
slot in onto a team. We have that pairing in EMEA. For me, it feels like this is the America's, you know, equivalent.
Honestly, no. I think that
Ginormous,
the way
thank
that
you
the
for saying
team
that,
sort
dude.
of embraced Verno,
A
bringing
lot of
him
effort
in
went
has
into
been
that.
so great. Again, Ospas being like this emotional rock for the team, building up that camaraderie next to Verno has definitely shown in how they're playing in the server.
Yeah, let's check in with Verno's bestie, is Aspas, who spoke with Jen earlier.
Hello everyone, Gen.G here with Aspas. Now Aspas, you have 3 rookies on your team. Any advice for them?
I just want everyone to feel relaxed and play the best that they can.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're excited to have you. Oh? Oh?
Don't ever complain that we don't give you what you want, you know? Ever again, ever again. Me and who though? Me and who? You and I? Yeah, sorry, Christy. Sorry, Roy. I know Roy is here. My bad.
Here somewhere.
My bad, Roy. If you want to make us
Roy,
up
we
there.
can hold hands.
Yeah, you want to run down there? We'll get you and Roy together. But that is the kind of, you know, chemistry we want to see.
And it's honestly, again, it's just, it feels like I'm beating a dead horse here, but just the fact that it's just the most random, unlikely duo. Yeah. Again, like you said, we thought Gen.G might have had a chance here, and it's MIBR, Ospas, and Verno just bromancing it up.
Holding hands, yeah.
Insane.
This team is the real deal. I know you've watched them play, but I think this team could make some serious run here in Toronto.
Both of these? I mean, both of these are potential to win the tourney.
That's the buff.
I mean, yeah, the bromance, also Ospas. I don't know if you forgot about Ospas. We have Ospas in Toronto, Yinsu.
According to Texture,
Bodega, thank you so much. Bodega Truffle Butter with 5 gifted. Thank you for doing that, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you. Chatting not to do. With the slug oil spam going. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that. $35% off with 5+ gifted. Wait, is that true? It is true. Damn. I'm paying for it. Wait, is the 35% out of my percent? That would be such a Twitch move. Honestly, that's a sick move if they did that. Is the 35% out of my percent? The whole of it? Dude, that's such a sick move by them. My goodness. It's awesome.
We have a lot of rookies on this stage. But the main dish, I guess, is gonna be Aspas going up against Texture once again on the global stage. They're not surrounded by the same players this time around.
Should be 50-50. Yeah, I mean, that makes more sense.
We spoke about this already, and we anticipate a highly competitive match.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I see a lot of similarities between
You never know with Twitch these days. They stole all the ad
crazy,
revenue, so I thought they might be going for the sub money as well.
There's a lot of older style compositions, a lot built around their duelist, finding
what happened to Lakia? He's still doing military service, right? Chat knows.
Very talented players. And I know Fraud is someone that prides himself on the strength of his game plans. And when I'm
Sunset first and MIBR pick it. I like that. Big curveball.
I actually love the bans as well.
And then Gen.G go for Haven, and I know they're going to be playing that Viper. Dude, MIBR could 2-0 this. Because I feel like there's a lot of demos on this. Probably the only map here that they have good demos on where I would feel confident that they're going to play the same comp. No idea what these teams have got planned for this one. Should be fun. And then Ascent.
Maps that aren't so much focused around getting an operator
online,
Jet. Up until if we get to a Decider Ascent where it becomes the duelist show again.
Man, these 3 maps,
Yon?
I could not be more excited.
Maybe for Aspas. I don't know what he's going to play here.
As a pick on its first introduced into Masters Toronto this year, I truly wonder what comp is MIBR going to run. And Gen.G on Haven. Gen.G's always ran master classes on that map.
Viper Haven's good. Oh, it's good for sure. I just think that if you look at Foxy 9, you should be able to anti him how he plays over towards C. Everyone's been speaking about it for a while. His heat map's just in the same place.
We wanted some of the other teams to just have the balls to pick it, but they haven't done it so far. And if they were to take map 1, I think their chances are incredible in this series.
Yeah, honestly, I'm curious if MIBR are going to be rocking with the Neon on Sunset, because I think that
Ospas and Neon?
Ospas and Neon.
Not a Waylay, please.
Personally.
Yeah?
Finally, that would be such a treat to watch.
I wouldn't hate the Waylay either. Is that too much of a cope?
For sure.
Ospas Waylay?
Yeah, I reckon.
You can imagine. It's just... Yeah. I don't think I've even seen him play it so much in rank, so that would be a treat as well to watch.
I fear I am not a Waylay believer, Sue. Sorry.
If it was anybody that can way slay on this stage, it would be Aspas.
Yeah,
Let's be honest. Yeah. Thank you for enabling me. Thank you for enabling me. But what about the other side of this for Gen.G? Again, not the same roster.
The thing is, Texture will probably play Jet here.
And as we take a look at the agents, so like Texture is going to be hovering the Reyna.
Yeah, you get your
they locked in the deadlock
there as well. I do want to say, like, in regard to actually that's a deadlock insta-lock.
Yeah, that's a straight out locked in.
Wait, that's kind of fire.
Deadlock Viper, Neon, Sova. I'm not sure about this comp.
Okay, first of all, like, usually you're seeing like Cypher or
we got the no flash, and how many smokes are they up against? Just the one?
Deadlock as a solo Senti means you're very limited in terms of actual information you have.
I think what we're seeing here is Gen.G's approach to the idea that this map is typically incredibly attacker-sided. I know we haven't seen any of it at Masters Toronto, but in scrims, this map is incredibly
The deadlock's pretty good on this map,
so them
but
having the deadlock and Viper and the smokes on Omen to try to hold the initial choke might be their solution to that.
Wait, I love this Sage. No, go back, there was a Sage over for a second. That would have been so cool. Are we gonna
Neon locked in.
We're gonna get a
Yeah,
Neon
I mean, this is
so
nice.
We were seeing Osboss pick up a few Neon
Sure, in
games
terms of
back
comps, I
at
do
the
prefer
end
the
of playoffs.
MIBR one.
On Lotus,
They
primarily.
might have enough
It's not
new
out
stuff
from
if it
his
has
agent
good
pool
fort
per se,
process
but he
that they
does
could
not
steal a
have a
win
lot of
here.
games on the
But
agent
dude,
pool
is
professionally.
this not going
But
to
on
struggle
Sunset,
on defense?
It's the right choice. I'm ready for it.
You're going to fight aggro all the time, I guess.
Gen.G
Somewhere around the map's going to be weak.
You gotta bring back your casters, Achilles and Paperthin as well. Have fun with this one.
Oh, there's nothing we can do but have fun with this series. MIBR going up against Gen.G.
Munchkin likes Viper? Yeah, Munchkin loves Viper. I wouldn't be surprised if they played Viper on every single map.
This is one of the most hype matchups we have
apart from the SEN, I guess.
stage. Incredible players across the board. A lot of players who have done it all on the biggest stage. Yeah, Texture and Osboss are going to be the first two names everybody's looking at, but there's so many talented players beneath them that are going to be doing some big things. I've been really impressed with Zen. I'm watching him over in Americas. He's done a really good job. Verno has slotted in so nicely for MIBR coming over to this team. He has integrated.
Okay, normally when you have a, normally I feel like when you have a deadlock, you have good thought process behind it. A lot of the times you should be winning your first game, in my opinion, with it. I think it should be strong. What can they do? They can do a pretty good attack default, maybe. Okay, Gen.G on defense, MIBR on attack. Three ghosts against 2 sheriffs, and they go for pretty much the old school Paper X pistol, just 3-person stack over towards mid, dueling. Smoke goes in, wrecks them a little bit.
Trying to find a way in through the market. They're going to be given access.
Wall goes in so he can focus over towards market.
Headshot. Connecting there onto Verno. Ash with the cleanup, able to find Sheriff in hand. Osboss again taking damage, just eating it here on the entry. Does manage to crouch down, stays hidden for the moment. Foxy 9.
It's nice from Munchkin. Never stopped moving. Just made sure no matter what, there's getting a trade here. Great shots from Ash in this round. Nice pistol. They're all together on this Gen.G. The deadlock stuff was nice. Wall over towards here with the vision block of the wall, so it took him a while to realize the wall was down to be able to spam it. 2 people with a pistol, takes them a while to break it, so you can kind of just isolate this duel over towards mid.
Yeah, but this is really curious to see because they've got some ideas to try to block off that front B entrance,
Great
and then
shot.
they overstack mid to make sure that they're going to be able to clean up any entry from that angle. They do a phenomenal job of it. Ash, another big question mark, one of the newest players we have here in Pacific on Gen.G. He has stepped in nicely as that info initiator generally, was playing Tejo quite a bit for them. Now, of course, with the nerfs, going to be switching over into the Sova role.
What am I saying? I mean, they deadlock walled here so they could fight this, basically.
Guardians for Gen.G shouldn't surprise anyone. They are big fans of that gun.
Dude, that recon got 4. They get so much info from this. They don't know where 1 is. And he fired a recon over towards his. They literally know where all 5 are. A great shot.
The one tap, the spike now on the floor, slide across the way. Karon still wreaking havoc. He's able to peel 1 back. Karon will fall. Weapon to be lost, but
God, he nearly gave him one.
Greets him with a 3K, and it's going to be
Okay, not bad at all. They lose 1 gun.
Very clean anti-eco.
The judge into this one. Are they gonna forever use this wall?
Got some good reads on the map.
Does mean you don't get beef for free as much, or is it just?
They want to pressure you. They want to use.
Dude, what is the Viper lining up there?
Utility to really block off one site, the access to it. They want to make sure that you're not going to be able to work that part of the map, and then let Texture control another side. That's typically how you're going to see them roll, and that opens up the map for Munchkin to try to find his timings to go for those lurks. I was talking to Coach Alex from PRX the other day.
Holy.
Karen's off the races already.
Yeah, they got the judge coming in here as well, and they protected Ali. Still got this wall to be able to fight over towards here. He wanted to judge this here last round. He judges here. And then they get the wall, and again, this wall blocks the wall. There's going to be so many walls being mentioned.
All of your entry power taken out of your hands here.
But look how aggressive they are on the map.
And the good news about this wall is you pretty much have to commit to break.
So much info, and they get that
apart from this, I guess.
Use the safety and the comfort
at least to break these, you have to
utility,
commit
fall
pretty
back
heavy
onto
and to be able to
site
be shot
open
from
things up.
sight.
Now, this is good work by MIBR to open up mid. Just got Ash here watching it right now.
Wall on wall, yeah, thank God there's not a Sage.
Hold it back is Ash. Okay, welcome to the global stage. Finds himself 2 quick kills. Verno going to be eliminated. It's now just Shen to try to stay alive and hold on to this weapon. No chance
this is the first buy round.
whatsoever. swing in, finds a headshot, will stop it from being a flawless. See if he's going to be able to find some more to slow down the bankroll here of Gen.G. Right now it's about to spiral out of control. Some noise made. They know that he's tiles, and Karen is there on the prowl. 3-0 start with a bonus conversion. Gen.G.
Give me that POV. How's he done this? Sounded crispy.
Yeah, I mean, really out of the curve right now, our Gen.G. And I was going to say that Coach Alex from PaperX told me that he hates playing against Gen.G. He finds them to be one of the most annoying opponents to go up against because of the map control to take, the way that they're trying
to a lot of gun upgrades with this as well.
Problems on your flanks, on your backside. They are so difficult to get through. They lock down sites so well. And all of that came to fruition there with a little help from
Stingers, same wall over towards B every single time.
Up at top mid. That is huge. Some Stingers, couple Sheriffs for MIBR. See if they can find a Thrifty and get themselves on the board.
Could be a big way to try to just get the ball rolling here. Drone able to spot out at least the one. Not sure if Ash had gotten
Smoke
scouted.
blocks up top of middle. Boxy's inside it, so they only get the one sound cue of him pushing through. Karen just survives 15 HP.
Texture trying to play off the one way. It's going to be good for one, get some damage across onto the other. They want to try to recover this weapon. Ping out onto Verno. He's able to go ahead and scoop up the Vandal, a chance to maybe deal a bit more
Munchkin
damage.
locks them in. Not the best gun for it, though.
Still finding the headshot.
Jesus, he's 15 HP.
It's a 3K for the Omen. 4-0 start. Gen.G not allowing any Thrifties.
Yeah, they're so active on the map, putting some pressure on towards A main.
Smokers market one way.
Foxy
Which
again,
one?
really clean.
Just there was normal Cypher Gauge one.
Going. Karan having none of it. Texture just says, well, they've got weak guns. I'll just see what I can get done. And Karan just steady. A player who has impressed last year. Had a few ups and downs this year. But overall, we still know what he's capable of when he's at his best. And he is a difficult player to go up against, especially on the defender side.
What can they talk about? I mean, they're just doing normal stuff at the moment. Maybe they can just talk a little bit about the main, the wall there. They've been given mid for free quite a lot, like actual middle.
Just one kill on pretty much
Chunk with the Prime, thanks so much for the 60 months. Who's winning Toronto?
Munchkin.
I would heavy favor G2, really. I'd be surprised if they don't win. They got given I mean,
maybe we can look at
they got given everything, really.
After this,
oh boy,
that's gonna look like a little bit. But I mean, Karan is finding
flat 0.
It is, yeah. He doesn't need to do anything. Just buy some guns for other
people.
PaperX.
But, if PaperX had
I mean, the defensive ideas here
didn't have to play
really
groups, then I would feel confident with PaperX. But they're gonna end up showing too much of their stuff to do a full run, I imagine. I think they can get final though. I'll be insanely surprised if whoever wins this goes through groups itself.
You know, when it came to the 3 teams that came out of Pacific, a lot of people are saying this may actually be the best team of the 3. You know, despite them falling to RRQ there in the grand finals, I think this Gen.G team, if they keep looking like this, who knows? But still a lot of work to do, of course. And Sunset, a map that I was pretty curious about for them because
Andy said thanks so much for the 15 months. Thank you.
They started off really hot on this map. They were really, really good. But as the year went on,
what involves a full
cosplay
for that?
Teams of Pacific. So going back with a very different comp, though, a very different look than we saw last year.
Recon, smoke, and then deep GravNet. If anyone tries to early play through it, so they can one-pass on holds. Yeah, this is a nice changer from Gen.G though, right?
I mean, the only thing you're keeping
Timeout goes in. They had the deadlock primarily over towards B. Now they switched it up.
On Munchkin, he's able to straight back. Karen dropping down on the top here, and Market re-swings the corner. Chenom going to be taken down. Texture, second kill. Hits the floor. The operator.
I didn't mind the idea from MIBR here, but
it's not going to lead to much of anything. It's a flawless in response. Gen.G now 5-0. The economy once again kicked back here.
Texture just wrecked over towards B. I think they thought the deadlock was still going to be in.
They're going high, low on you.
Good shots.
Karan swinging out around a box when you're not expecting it. He starts out high. They go low. Munchkin's up on top of the box, and I mean, this is
9-1 for Karen at the moment.
Defensive positions of Gen.G.
No one's dying on Gen.G.
This is an attacker-sided map. Usually, Gen.G gets to pick which side they go for.
Then you can't. Can't do that.
And another big thing, that operator, once it gets into Texture's hands, that's when other teams start to crumble. He is one of the best in the world when it comes to that gun.
I was going to say, if they actually double swing bottom and mid here, they might actually have a chance.
Damage not suffered. 2 Guardians here for the side of MIBR. Rest of the players with Sheriffs.
They clear over towards middle, and they take all of the space with it. Breach is ready for the shock, for this,
He's gonna catch utility
for the stun to re-clear A. Dude, you don't have to push. You know there's so many people here. You guys are crazy to keep pushing. The Nico. Let's get the yellow card out. Little guy can do it. Didn't mind the re-clear, but to carry on going there is insane.
Dart, however, will still get the reveal. Weapon upgrades here. As they get Cortesia joined in as well, so he'll take the Guardian. Texture getting on a deeper line. Realizes that they're not playing around a main, so now mid has to be a concern.
Ash going to be called upon again to maybe come up with a huge
It's a great proactive re-clear from Texture. Feels really risky to do with an op, but oh, Ash.
Back over in towards Boba. The slow creep up seems like he's got a read on this, but is he going to be able to hold the line? Faces forward, finds the first.
Did great though.
Back. 2v2. Foxy9 still here on the site. Ozbot's on the peak.
Whoa.
Immediately shot down.
Yeah, hell is that shot?
What a shot from Foxy9. The net hitting the connection.
Damn, what the hell are these shots, bro? Oh, Gen.G look unreal.
6-0.
What a round here for Foxy.
They're just hitting so many shots.
A short stint on the bench for Gen.G.
Yeah, they get away with a bit of a fumble there in terms of just carrying on pushing after they get this. I think this is so mad, especially when you know that stuns to just like re-clear over towards A.
I mean, his site anchoring has improved so much this year. He is such a fearsome opponent to try to get through because of that incredible individual skill that he has. And when he can make good decisions on the back of it, Gen.G will be in full form and will be a fearsome opponent for anybody in this event.
Okay, big changer from MIBR. I want to go fast over towards A, try and pull the rotate here. They get the ult out. Omen ult gets stuck, but they heard it. You're kidding me, dude. Okay, we'll leave it.
Venom is able to find one. Munchkin.
Whoa. Dude, again? What's going on? My internet's fine. From my end, I can see. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait.
Dealt with. It's counter right on the TP. Gets himself safely.
Okay, we caught up. Jesus, bro. What is going on? Is everyone else fine in the streaming?
Into the back of sight once again, dodging out that stun.
But because of
the slow walk forward.
Jesus, we're popping everywhere, man. What's going on?
Clear out the angle, and Ozbot has the headshot. Up now on the floor. MIBR pole position to try to get the first round win. See if Shenham's going to be able to hold down this angle, but Karan almost finds him sleeping. Still trying to flush him out. A bit of a back and forth here. One that Karan does.
3v5 at its peak.
Planted here on the A site. Hunter's Fury available for Verno. He can play in a disconnected position as Ash gets flushed into the open, and he just takes the fight. And he takes
God, they all look incredible. Keep an eye on the luck, though.
No longer a viable option.
Dude, they might just fall defuses before the luck even gets to activate.
Sends out the recon.
No way, this is a not 3v5.
Into the 1v3, finds the first, the defuse being held. Shock Dart will connect. The spray is good. Looking for the clutch. Another Shock Dart. Karen's feet takes him so.
Oh man, what a nuts 1v3. Beautiful, the 3v5 is nuts, let alone the 1v3, man. I miss this guy in Sova. He's so good. He's one of the best Sovas in the world.
Breathing life here into MIBR. And that round looked like it might be Gen.G going from a 3v5 into winning. These Shock Darts and the follow-up spray, perfect. Just understanding these angles. Talked about at the beginning how impactful he's been.
Yeah, they needed that.
MIBR. And that right there is a huge round.
Casting, reverse casting. Yeah, dude, I lost count.
I mean, he's got the whole rest of the team. He's got the same number of kills collectively there.
Worst round for them to win though, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 can't buy next. They do have ults though to try and make sure they can win this, and honestly they have to try win this, otherwise this is like 9, 8, maybe even 10.
Ready to try to intercept this attack.
Changed up the deadlock positioning.
Gotta be tempting to deadlock all this, yeah. Nice kill. Ult goes down. Sova ult to try to take a little bit of space. Don't want to do it. They didn't get anything for it. Big jewel over towards middle. He hears him running and rotating away, so Cortezia must feel like he's got an incredible timing. I guess the door's down, right? With what's going on, it has to be.
Maybe able to catch them by surprise. He's ready to swing out, but they know that they've given up their space, and now he's been spotted.
God, that's so lucky from Munchkin. God, that's so lucky for Texture.
Take the operator out of the round. Couldn't quite convert.
Would have been a big pick there, but
Nice shot.
going to make up for it by finding the headshot there on the Munchkin. Relay pulled the hold in position for the time being, but being revealed off the neural theft. They know exactly where Texture's at, but they can just ignore him. Go for the spike plant.
Spike planted.
Overdrive is available. Do they want to try to commit that here in the 3v4?
They've got no real great ability to pressure. Oh, they're going to go
Wall
for it.
send. Yeah, isolate the guys on site. Really nice all. Good trades on this one. Big smoke for Karen. Smoke goes out, TP over, top spike, holding it on the right side. Recon goes in. Great recon. Great shot. Ah, dude, Vanna's a beast right now.
Another wild round. The pace of these have been incredible. And a lot of that is because Gen.G normally likes to get aggressive early in the rounds, but this time they play a little further back. They give up some of that space intentionally. Foxy9 was still hanging on to his barrier mesh as well. Wasn't able to use the ult or given the opportunity to throw down some of that, so you couldn't really stall them out. And they took a lot of map space because of that. They're able to claim some mid control with Cortezia.
What's the Gen.G money like? Ooh, okay,
really
two
nice
people
kill
on each team that can't buy next. Texture still gets that op out. They go camera to spot early info over towards A, and Munchkin.
See if they read this.
I mean, he gets droned, right?
Whittled away at here on both sides.
Prius?
Do they want to actually commit into the position? They're reading it, but they're unable to find the opening kill.
He did so much. 2 HP. Genum.
Very, very low. Shots out. Cortezia having to back away, but now they've had kind of both site access points. The door just slammed in their faces. What does the call end up being here for MIBR?
Well, yeah, you remove the neon, you remove the breach. It's so
Stupid
entry.
weapon, yeah. Welcome to
get a good paranoia.
Welcome to Valorant, man.
Recon maybe.
We got a lot of those.
A tough ask for MIBR.
Iristaz, thank you so much for the 28 mums. Thank you, thank you. I'd like to reposition here. Reposition from Voxy's good. Problem is he kind of gives him a 1v1 over towards Market, though.
Feels like the entry in from Market from Cortezia is going to have to be absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, it comes down to this 1v1 again. Oh boy, saw the Omen flash.
2 HP, but
30 seconds left.
Cortezia could still maybe win. He'd have to do a madness here.
Now out into the open, Foxy9.
Got to force him down to an eco as well. Gen.G gonna have a disgustingly strong half.
Have to fight his way out of a very difficult position. Is able to do so with a nice shot there on to Foxy9, but getting the remainder, not quite going to be possible. Gen.G get themselves up to 7, guaranteeing a lead at the half.
I'm really impressed with Ash so far here on his international debut. So it's really hot.
Yeah, it's the third time Munchkin's played this pause as well. He's been waiting for it.
I
think as well, I don't know how pro matches are going, or pro scrims are going, but I imagine people don't fight for B main much. And this wall really enables you to do that.
I bet I can tuck into this corner and catch him completely off guard. He's just so good at reading his opponents. Ash playing a little bit further back, setting up for the
and it's nice because as soon as most people for their
Side
default
AMA.
will do this, right? Where they'll do that recon over towards B to see that it's clear. But then they have that vision block, so you could have got towards the left side again, so you still have to like potentially use util to re-clear here. I really like the wall. Guys, nuts. Another? Dude, chill. Please chill. You won the round.
Bought a ton of time, though, for the reinforcements to arrive for Gen.G. And MIBR seemingly don't feel like they have many other options but to commit to this.
Not exactly the weapon that you want to pick up to try to utilize on the
Good 3-pass and reclear. They're going to triple swing this.
Sentinels is able to make work of it.
God, they're going to triple swing
Value
this.
from that operator. There's still an opportunity here for MIBR,
Spike
but
as
now
well.
it starts dwindling. Spike going to be left on the floor. Just trying to slowly swing further and further. Try to gain some line of sight into A, but now he's going to be smoked off. This operator not likely to find much value at all. Shot dart in from behind, and Bruno unable to find the kills. And I'm just going to be ping revealed out. Not much else to be done here. Has to go for the timing shot. Ash will flush him out. 8-2. Gen.G
nice, man.
back
It's
in
a
the
strong
driver's
half
seat.
for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you just get that operator right back over to Texture. A little bit off on the first one, but the follow-ups were good. just don't have many other choices. Love the way that Karan is playing on site, not giving Gen.G the chance to really do much with that operator. Never gave him the angles, was aware of the situation. Good coordination, good comms for Gen.G. Really in control here on this defender side. And it's going to have to be
double timeout. I mean, yeah, they got to try it.
MIBR.
Scrape together 4 or something.
Always the toughest pill to swallow, having to commit both of these in that first half, but just given the circumstances, the state of things, it's absolutely
Did the crowd
necessary.
change? No, I think the crowd is just really silent, man.
No, you
I
have
think
to.
they're
I mean,
heavy
they
cheering for MIBR,
really haven't
maybe.
been able to find much success other than the rounds where Gen.G wasn't playing aggressive early, where they weren't taking control of the mains. Those were the rounds that they were able to get it done, and Gen.G just went right back to creating pressure
MIBR
early.
map pick too, yeah. And they kind of went with like,
They're not used to
I don't know, when you
teams
pick this
being that
map,
aggressive.
I think you're got to go for a little bit of a curveball. They play more of a traditional comp.
It is setting up.
So it's not like you're throwing the biggest curveball here. Like if you would have played against this comp when Sunset was back in. Whereas like this is a curveball.
This can lead to a couple more round wins.
I would say maybe 3 teams used to play Viper. No one played the Deadlock. Obviously with the Deadlock buff as well, so it's a big diff of like they would have played against this comp before,
pretty much necessary.
but not a chance for this.
Very defending heavy composition with Foxy9 on that Deadlock.
Okay, change up, want to go fast on this one. Gravnet at the beginning. This Gravnet is so strong, it just stops every single fast strat from them. Instant reaction, put the wall down here as well, stop them. Looks like you have to kind of be committed to shoot it as well. Could get spammed back, it's nice. No matter what, they kind of just slow this down. Pushed it all the way far behind, locked him in over towards middle. Still have Omen flash, so they can like flash if they wanted to face more from this area.
Rolling Thunder to come through to try to entry onto the site.
They don't want to give this up until the confirmation comes through that they're going to be planting onto A.
Without any
real Foxy, I'm not sure about this one, mate.
They're just not going to commit this ultimate, so they don't send it out. And now that flank around the back has been noted. Nosboss able to win the fight here on the forefront as Foxy9 does get taken down, but Munchkin around the back. They weren't ready for that second layer. He strikes, finds 2 kills.
Cage triggered.
Couple of low HPs for MIBR though.
For the post plant. He's got it set up and ready to go. Hearing Texture, trying to sprint forward, trying to get ahead of it. And he will just get shut down. Timing though.
Rough timing.
Swings around the
Big
back.
molly for back of sight.
Found. The time is getting away from them here. As
They could have molly shot that.
It's all on Ash now, and he cannot get it
Good
done.
shots, man.
Huge round
Okay, let's see if they can get 4. They're up against Silver Ult. That's pretty much
that
it.
is a dangerous round, and they do a great job of avoiding some of those traps that Gen.G wants to set up, but the TP there, I believe, heard by Xenom, and that shuts down Kara, and then Munchkin.
I think Foxy9's went on his own. I think now, especially as you get the Gravnet that comes back, you gotta just team play a little bit more.
Much needed here for MIBR. See if they can find the 4th. 1 more to go in the half.
Real depth available, as well as from the shadows. Hunter's Fury 1 charge away for Verno. Very solid tools about to be available. Munchkin, though. Viper's Pit, finally available.
They're really strong default. Just this, like you always set one up over towards A. Ooh, and this is nice if you fight here. Dude, they got some nice stuff. Dude, he's a lunatic, bro, when I watch him.
Karen at the same time going to be picked off. They now know that Market is at risk. Just for the replay.
Great shot.
Oh,
great backup.
Ash does get involved. Finding one, finding a second, looking for the third. Runs out of bullets.
No matter what, Ash did great here. Dude, this was lovely though. This is a really nice half from them. The Viper wall at the beginning was really hard to deal with. I think this A stuff is really hard to deal with as well. Smoke into Insta-Gravnet. Can't do anything fast over towards here, so you can always set one up to get early info. And then at the right time, once they went 4-0 up, they switched over. So when they were trying to work out how to get over towards B with the Deadlock was over towards A. It was very, very cool.
This is
It had a lot of thought behind this. It was nice.
I was expecting at all for this team.
Not at all. Well, a lot of work to be done here from MIBR.
Wow, there was some more Deadlock as well, man. Deadlock's incredibly strong. Disco JV, thank you for doing that, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that 5 gifted from you. Now you know what to do. Slug oil spam, get it going. Gen.G Viper Merchants? Yeah, but that's so fine. They survived the Teo meta, and now they're in a meta where you could probably force the Viper pretty much every map. We haven't seen many double sentis so far. I mean, we haven't seen that many maps, man. Give people a little bit of a chance. You control the little slug? Yeah, what do you want him to do? Wear a liquid shirt? Okay. Got that one. Dance? Ooh, I'm not sure about that. Wingman? Like this? You think we didn't have a wingman one ready? You tried to hit me with the wingman, but we had that one ready. Don't worry about that. Rando Gen, thank you so much, dude. Thank you, thank you. Wait, has he still got the wingman on the head? Oh, that's sick. That was awesome.
All right, we are back and about to go into the second half here on Sunset. Gen.G have been having a whale of a time. 9-3 the scoreline.
Rando Gen, thank you so much for doing that, bro. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Carry that we're seeing at the moment here.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you.
He is right at home.
Appreciate the 10 gifted, dude. Thank you. Chat, you know what to do. The way the spam going for the 10 gifted as well. Thank you very much.
And it's obviously his shooting. You see him when the observers
Oldmar with the prime as well. Thank you so much for the 8 months. A backflip? Dude, even if I can't do a backflip, so he can't do a backflip. I think that's how it works.
The situations that are his opponent in. I mean, I always go back.
Have you ever seen a slug do a backflip?
When he had the operator,
you gotta be reasonable.
Never gave him an opportunity to use it. Even used a smoke up there to make sure that the angle that he was going to come through was really unfavorable. It's all these little things that he does as the Omen that make him one of the best on the planet.
I mean, it was the thing.
If I said yes, that's probably some kind of animal cruelty, man.
His aim, but his movement, his mechanics, his game sense were always so damn crisp from the very get-go. But MIBR now turn our focus to this squad to see if they're going to be able to make a massive run back.
Okay.
Some people believe in
3
MIBR
sheriffs,
that is true as they
5 ghosts, 1-0 on the pistols. Probably my worst one of them for a while. Recon goes in, does get shots. They know they're over towards middle.
Basically out into mid. Tezia out over towards that market door. Looking to shove them back, but okay, well, count on for all the praises that we sing, and he's going to be the first one to fall.
Yeah, they get out of there. And while that's going on, Munchkin feels like he can take a little bit of space over towards A. Doesn't realize that obviously he can take the whole of the map. They didn't actually know how many they spotted over towards it. It kind of felt like 2 maybe.
Have Verno a bit close, but he's going to get some pretty easy access to the site. Although MIBR starting to get a read onto this. If they've left the space open, they're aware of that.
They pretty much lose 1 foresight. Let's look at Foxy's 9 news till, because it's one of those agents that if you get over towards the site, you pretty much have a strong win condition, especially on the pistol. Like, this wall is really good. Is weaker at the beginning, so they managed to spam it, similar to a Sage wall.
They found there off the net, couple shots exchanged, but no real damage going to be taken here.
Okay, but they get double sonic sensor, 1 for behind to hold, and then 1 when they push out over towards here.
There's 3 sheriffs
and looks like they want to try get some kills. I'm not sure they need to try get some kills when they have that, but
there you go, Munchkin coming up big, finds 2. Brings it now into a 3v3.
Guy gets so much info from this.
Sheriff not going to be recoverable though for Foxy 9 unless he can make it.
Okay, everyone else just has to delay. Recon comes up in 4 seconds. Not going to feel comfy to use it.
Falls down to 11 HP, but still is good. Going to be good for 1, and now they know exactly where Verno's at.
Double pistol.
Recon, the slide in. He's completely, utterly surrounded. Now netted, locked on the floor, but he gets the tap and brings it into the 1v1. Swings out, runs out of bullets.
That's so unlucky, bro.
2 bullets remaining. And what is
that shot?
The time is not there, but my God, bro.
God, what is that shot? That looks
absolute menace.
He made that look so easy.
Oh my goodness. He is on fire today. 14 kills. He's now tied with
crazy shots from
in
him.
the kill department. I mean, if he just has a few extra seconds here, but the delay, the stall, Ash in particular, the way he's working around the box on site, very, very heady.
And it's bittersweet because they cannot get the round win conversion off the back of that gorgeous play.
Okay, full spy into this one.
God, Verno.
Full spy in defense. Normally doesn't go well, but let's see what they got. They got to try it.
Yeah. feeling the pressure. They're getting a little aggressive over towards A main, but Gen.G being very patient. They're wary of something, and they're right to be so. They're taking their time to make sure that there's no deep push-outs. I mean, you saw it on the pistol round.
You can get this down before they can peek the angle, so they don't know where it is. As they push down, you can draw them.
Holding a tight angle with this
passive camera that's going to get checked late on the contact, see how many numbers there are, right? 1, 2, 3.
Cam. Gotta catch him off guard.
Prime Gen.G is back pistol-wise. Yeah, double sheriff.
We've now confirmed that there's a
Goes
force
wins.
buy. So Gen.G gonna maybe play around a bit differently here. So it's gonna be a quick pivot across.
Okay, question mark red over towards B. Then they're gonna try
Still being very methodical.
re-clear this, but as we can see, it's actually gonna be the hit, right?
Very loose-lipped about their movements here. Texture's just stomping around.
Oh, dude, they're not even considering this.
Paranoia goes across the sights. Not
That's
gonna find
wild.
Either of these players at Alley. Shedham's able to find that kill, and that can't be a
timing.
Timing's nuts.
Texture now going to be paranoid. Aspas does get a dink at range, puts Ash down to 70.
It's a really bad plant.
Weapon not going to be scooped up. Foxy's able to find one now. Trades it out. Net connecting. Spike planted. Drone hunting around here from the back, but with the double phase, Gen.G are able to find Shedham, getting that Bulldog right back out of their hands. Texture dead here on the side. Ash across to the opposite side as Munchkin gets the spot out, but cannot get the shots to connect as Aspas is doing so much damage. Swaps to the classic, and he shuts down Foxy9.
One of the most chaotic rounds I've ever seen. I don't know how Foxy9 managed to get so many kills during this as well.
Over for the defuse, MIBR, the force buy, finding value as they will get themselves another round win here in the second half.
A little bit of a lifeline, maybe.
Amazing how many headshots that Aspas is hitting with that stinger. Some great shutdowns as well, but they are so well drilled there. I mean, these hits that he's getting, Foxy doing his damnedest, but Aspas just too darn good. That was
too lucky. Yeah, I didn't really get what was going on. It looked like they wanted to fake pressure, then go back over towards B.
Let's see if they can keep it
Like
going.
it looked like they're trying to clear all of this. So I don't know. Then they had these two late, but then they saw nothing, so then they like committed. Then they kind of got stuck out in the open. Yeah, I didn't 100% know what their plan was when it was like 3-2.
Peek in towards the B site, tiny bit of damage suffered.
Unless they're waiting for like a recon or something, I don't know. 1, 2, 3. Sheriff.
Yeah, it really feels like Gen.G is just trying to bait
Let's
some
see how clean
responses out of
MIBR can keep this.
Munchkin's trying to get the download on what these defensive setups are going to look like, so he can kind of figure out as this half goes on how he can maneuver around it, where he can spot the weak sides. Because so far they haven't been able to find too much. MIBR has been holding their cards pretty close to the vest, so they're going to have a tough execute coming through here potentially.
Cage set up, a little bit of spray through. He's able to find some damage. Eats quite a bit of damage in response. Down to 14. His exit trying to escape. Shock Dart will chase him, but Aspas able to find one piece. Aspas Inferno now. The dynamic duo getting involved.
Oh my.
With the classic, get the shutdown mid-slide. Gets a headshot to try to make it go.
Got an extra dink in there as well. They did pretty good damage.
Surviving. MIBR up to 5.
All right. Now Rifle's going to come into play for Gen.G. You have Foxy9's ult Annihilation available for Deadlock. Aspas starting to heat up. Slow start to the map. 7 kills now. He can keep picking it up. Definitely MIBR could come back into this. Bruno has been their shining star so far. They're going to need
Okay, MIBR, similar to the pistol, want to fight this one. I mean, it is literally the pistol round, right?
Down mid again. This time, though, don't like what they see. Recon there. Texture's just going to send some shots into the smokes just to make sure there's not going to be any more aggression. Gen.G's going to... I thought they might consider to take some mid
just
control,
trying to hit the wall.
Instead, they're still just watching to see what MIBR is going to do.
When does he check the cam?
Oh,
wait,
the cam there for
he did check it at one point.
Doesn't get cleared out. Seems suspicious though, seeing the wall.
Okay.
And gets a very solid read.
It's a weird wall. Like the wall is literally just a B default. That's it. Then you have a corner maybe for after plant. It blocks vision here. I think there's a lot better walls you can do.
they're just corralled right now, or Gen.G. They're going to have to hit some pretty nasty shots to get out of this.
Osmosis with the top.
That's
down
rough.
The worst possible moment there is Texture.
Um,
Trying to escape, slides back across the wall. Shots flying, but
Deadlock, oh, gets the one on side. Shannon's down super low. Karen's...
This time able to find some value off the back of the ultimate.
How's he done that at middle?
Low on HP. 7 health, getting the kill.
Super durable. Ash should probably play his ult. And Foxy should just play time.
Ring around the Rosie. He's going to rotate.
Yeah, wait for the tap, then you can take marker. Yeah, it's nicely done.
And there is the shot.
They actually played it pretty well in the 2v1 there. I mean, I gotta see Karen's POV. It should be a close round, but he's just double killed mid.
Some heavy losses, though. Neither team's economy going to be in the most stable position.
And the fact that Texture gets out behind his own fast lane before he gets killed is incredible.
Ugly.
The timing as well, just a bit unfortunate for Osmosis. Just wasn't quite prepared for Texture to be that pushed up.
Any other weapon, he's dead to rights.
Yeah, and then that opens up the annihilation behind it. I mean, that's just the way everything kind of crumbled there.
Revealing area.
Same dart here from Ash round over round, just trying to make sure that these pushes out into mid aren't coming through from MIBR. Allows them to funnel their focus forward onto the sites themselves. Just a Sheriff in hand here.
It's going to walk out.
Kind of an awkward tripwire setup.
Here's the trip behind.
Going for the diagonal. Runs out
Oh
of bullets,
boy,
running straight
I had
back.
no idea
Texture
he's walked out.
spawning out Verno. Sends out the relay
Great
bolt to try to hold
stun.
them back.
They get over towards the site with a deadlock. Once the deadlock gets there, it's probably done. Wall still up for Foxy9 as well.
Here on Foxy9. He can decide
Yeah.
where he's going to funnel
Sonic
MIBR
Sensor still
into.
up as well.
Sets up the
Got
barrier mesh
fast
at
layer than these two play after plant. Oh, dude, this is so done. Look how strong this is. They kind of have to save.
Locks off back of sight Boba. Another grab net at the ready here from Foxy9. Slow up the approach. Sends it, catches on the 2. Get the clear fault line. Gonna connect on
The great Omen flashback.
So as the util gets exchanged, it's still going to be Gen.G who end up coming out on top.
God, that is a disgusting after plant. Even if they get through the first layer here, they still got the 2 that are playing the spike over towards B main as well with Sova ult. They cannot let him get over towards the site. They got a Viper who's saving smoke a lot of the time, and they got a deadlock. You got like 2 VIPs.
Car in there, tucked into the cubby on site.
God, and they saved Omen Flash. They just walked over towards the site itself.
Just
it's insane.
incredible the form that Gen.G
Anon, thank you so much for the gift, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. 7, dude. I was hoping for a close one here. Look, it's been looking real nice. Bit of a change up from MIBR. They send it down towards bottom middle. Every single time they're just finding the Cypher. It's wrecking him.
Spike gonna be planted here. Less than 20 seconds of the round starting. Karen up over the top, about to catch Eclipse. Gets the readjust.
Oh, that's it, done.
I'm gonna be taken down.
Yeah, and Gen.G definitely brought out the more like surprise factor comp on this. First time you do it, it's got so much good thought process behind it that you're gonna win. MIBR went for more of a safety standard comp.
It's a 2v4. Ooh, Huntsy's able to find the first. A great headshot there on the Texture. Knock dart up and over the top of Foxy9 on a timing, able to just go ahead, peek in, finds the kill, and takes Verno down.
Really nice. A lot of good thought process behind that.
Gen.G
very, very cool.
Looking electric here on MIBR's map pick of Sunset.
That is an unbelievably hot start on their opponent's map pick. Crazy good stuff for your Master Shanghai champions.
I mean, you never know what's going to happen in the other maps. They just had way better thought process with their stuff.
Well, we're going to have Haven coming up next. We'll see if Gen.G get the clean closeout or if MIBR can rally back.
Gen.G Toronto winners. Again, I think that no one that goes through groups win this event. Just purely because they're going to show everything. Like that comp's not going to hit as hard now. You've seen, I'm not saying everything, you've seen an okay amount of what they want to do. First map full standard. No, you're not wrong. Bacon, not wrong. Yeah, and I think that might actually own them a little bit as well, Bacan, if they go for more standard stuff. MIBR versus Gen.G.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey. Let me show you how to focus.
Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit. We'll be back in a little bit. We've got Haven coming up. But I do think that they probably don't have a different comp on Haven. They probably just use their normal Viper Killjoy comp. I would imagine. Okay, back on the back.
Lee here with Gen.G Solo. Now, Solo, congratulations on that huge win on Sunset. I just wanted to ask you, what was your initial thought when you saw MIBR pick into Sunset? 감독님, 선셋에서 대승을 거뒀는데요. MIBR이 선셋 픽하는 걸 보고 좀 어떤 생각이 드셨는지 궁금합니다.
아메리카 팀들이 선셋을 좋아하는 거 알고 있었고, 그리고 저희가 뭐 작년에 보면은 약하다고 평가할 수 있기 때문에 픽할 거라고 예상을 했었기 때문에 저희가 준비를 잘 했습니다.
Well, yeah, I kind of saw that Sunset pick coming because NA teams, America's teams, they really like to play the map, and our Sunset last year was a little bit weaker than other maps, so I really was aware that they might pick into Sunset. So, you know, we prepped our Sunset and it's looking good, so we're good to go. Thank you, Solo. Good luck.
That Sunset looked more than prepped. You can't ask for a better start for Gen.G here. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back with Ender and Mel. Maybe I cursed it by saying it's going to be extremely competitive, but almost flawless for Gen.G.
I mean, they just crushed. I mean, overall dominance throughout. I mean, starting on the defensive side especially, I felt like just their control over the map with their Viper Wall, the sensors, MIBR just never found a way to really solve their attacking rounds.
There was really no way, it felt like, for them to get into these rounds, and I feel like Gen.G can we just talk about Solo's prescient vision of the Veto? He predicted they would look at their Sunset performances from a year ago and expected them to pick it. That's just like some prescient, like, Lisan Al-Gaib, like, read into the Veto.
Wadib.
Like, actually insane. But
Solo Al-Gaib? Sorry. Carry on.
Oh my god. Don't start
I had
again.
a vision. I had a vision.
Oh my god. But it felt like, really, there was no way for them to get their footing. Gen.G had an answer at every turn, and I feel like in the server, if you're MIBR, you're confident enough to pick Sunset, you're probably playing pretty standard comps in practice. And so to show up to the match and you see double smokes, Viper, Controller, Viper, Omen, and Deadlock, that can be a little annoying to deal with.
Yeah, on the side of MIBR, they had maybe a couple of moments of
individual brilliance.
Yeah, individual brilliance. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. So let's take a look at one of them in our HyperX reflex of the day. And it was, of course, Verno winning pretty much. And how is this the round that they win? This is an unwinnable round.
Look, 1v3, but his shock darts here are so good into the spam shot to get the kill, and then just baiting this corner. This shock also hits the Omen, takes Karen down to 1 HP. It was brilliant play.
There. Also into the smoke, the air strafe in.
He turns his gun out too, so he has like less time for the player in the smoke to react. Just really clutch stuff.
At 0-6 as well. This is what you need from your players. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough because Mel, the side of Gen.G, Caron, Texture, they all showed up. You can see the experience on the side of that team.
Yeah, I mean, we see Caron top fragging, but like you said, I really do feel like it was a team effort. When I'm watching the game, I wasn't feeling like someone was explicitly taking over and carrying them to the victory. It was actually the other way around. I feel like as a team unit, they really plugged every gap that was available.
Dude, we for sure get this
every
Viper.
time MIBR could be possibly
Making you same comp, I'm so sure.
I know there's a round that comes to mind where Aspas is holding, and then they have like a perfect time.
Might be 2 for 2 Bacon. I don't think MIBR will try anything crazy on Haven.
And looking at some of those individual players that were just popping off. I mean, Karen, for like the majority of all game really, but especially early on, was seeing so many of these rounds just getting multi-frags, 2-3 kills. And then once Texture got the op online, it was just game over for MIBR. He was so mobile with this on the Neon, quick repositions. Like half the players he's swinging aren't even looking at him, and he was so confident refinding his lines.
Oh, this though, the fact that he managed to just triple dip, quadruple dip, is that a thing?
Yeah,
an offer absolute for Texture, yes.
Yeah.
It honestly looked a little bit disrespectful at a certain point. Like,
let's Riv with the Prime. Thanks so much for the 6 months. Thank you.
But they're still re-swinging and re-fighting lines that, you know, if they maybe felt like it was going to be a closer game, they wouldn't. They'd shrink back. They'd play numbers. No, this team felt and knew they were better in the server today.
He was right, though. Aspas almost caused no issues for Gen.G whatsoever.
It felt like Gen.G, like the fights they were taking, they were really confident, but I never would categorize them as like bad engagements either. They were smart, good fights.
Everyone in Gen.G is shooting crazy. Dude, Ash is... I feel like Ash didn't miss a bullet for the first like 4 rounds.
3 sheriffs? Oh my god, I love that from Texture.
Eardrum warning. Whoops.
Oh my god. I could watch these guys' highlights all day, honestly, but seeing them pull out 3 sheriffs on the attack pistol, it just kind of felt a little BM almost. Like I wonder if that was even really their pistol.
I would love to know from them, honestly. Maybe we ask them after the game. But let's talk about the next one, Haven. And now this is on the side of Gen.G. They chose this map. They managed to win MIBR's map pick. How dire
They're doing the draw? Yeah, after this game.
It's tough because I don't think MIBR adjusted to the comp that Gen.G was running on.
The Sen of a chance against Paper X for sure.
Similar thing over on Haven where you're going to see
wait,
the
wait for the draw
this
first,
is something
man.
that if you're an America's team,
yeah.
you just don't have practice.
Like it's still a 1 out of 3 chance
Maybe
that
they can think of some game plan. Maybe the game plan they might already have for Haven didn't really apply on Sunset, so maybe there's a chance for MIBR, but I'm honestly concerned to go either way for this match because I just feel like a total jinx. I mean, I hyped it up.
Scripted? You think that's 100% it?
Only for
just
the
purely
first
for the
map to be a
viewers?
complete blowout, like, give us something.
It could still
record?
be a gigabanger. It could still be one, you know. We could still get map 3 as well as we look at Haven again. Tejo not being picked whatsoever today already, and we don't anticipate that to come out on Haven either.
No, and honestly for me, I think like obviously you're going to see compositional changes, all these.
Did anyone predict MIBR to get out of groups? Ah, for sure. I did.
MIBR. What I look at in MIBR is a team.
The only one that's looking
filled
shaky
with
for my
rookie
out of
and
groups
young
one is
talent,
MIBR,
right?
but I think that's
And
just because they
when
came up
MIBR
against a new comp.
debuted in America's back during kickoff, Cortezia and Arton were supposed to be like the next, you know, superstars out of Brazil. They were supposed to be those rookie sensations. In their opening match versus 100 Views, they bombed out.
They go
did
for
not make much
standard
impression.
Haven comp,
that had high stocks
and then
on
they're going to go
MIBR
up against
down into
the
gutter.
Gen.G
That team still
standard,
went on,
I would
bounced back
imagine.
immediately in their second series, went on for a top 3 finish in Americas. I need to see those players come
Yeah,
back.
this
Not
looks
tomorrow,
like
not
it.
the day after that, but in this
Gen.G
game now.
standard.
They're not messing around. The insta-lock here
I do think that Foxy9 needs to change up his game at the beginning here because he should just get antied. Like the one thing that I watched in this comp and I'm just like, how on earth does he survive so many times playing over towards C? Armor displays in that smoke over towards C.
Oh, you said that no experience for them in Americas on that.
This should be
Viper
close,
Haven.
to be honest.
That is
MIBR have so many demos.
Yeah.
They made
on
this.
this.
Yeah, it's been a long time, right? The Viper is so effective on defense. Get ready for Gen.G to just keep flooding the sights behind their Viper smokes.
Well, Gen.G about to 2-0 MIBR, Achilles and Paperthin. Let's take us into map 2.
Don't mind if we do. Let's go ahead and get map 2
If we
underway.
replace
Gen.G
Killjoy with Vice on this,
1-0
you
start
would struggle a little bit.
Looking to close it out with their map pick of Haven.
I think you would have to change the
MIBR,
breach
we
for
need
something if you were going to
see
do that.
The rally back. We started getting the gears turning a bit there on Sunset, but it has to be from the outset here on Haven.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a confidence pick for Gen.G going into one of the strongest maps for MIBR in Haven. They beat G2 on this map. It is going to be a very different composition that they're going to be running, going back to the very stock standard Haven composition that you see most teams run with the Jet, with the Sova, with the Breach. With Gen.G, they still are going to keep texture on that Neon. They're going to have Munchkin on that Viper. Some curveballs there, as you're going to see, you know, trying to work around that Viper wall for Munchkin. He had some hit and misses with it on Sunset. But you gotta be
Okay, Gen.G on defense, MIBR on attack. Gen.G at the moment got a 2-0 on the pistols. And we got double raid boss today to see, or just solo?
Action ready to start.
No, just solo raid boss, but it's regen armor as well.
Reveal exchange. We'll go ahead and back away quickly though. Sights set.
When people use the Talon comp, Talon comp's pretty good. It's just not like standard, so teams don't feel comfy using it.
Slow them up and make them reroute. It's gonna push them
Again, a lot of teams once they get introduced to it, get introduced to a new. That's way.
With 2 kills. Munchkin now holding the door. Tries to swing out a little bit wider, but
Dude, they have no idea his backside.
2v2, but texture here a hell of a lot faster than they might have anticipated. Clears the recon.
Got nice shots, man. 3-0 for the pistols. Holy hell. A lot of teams, and I think MIBR is like a good example. Something that Bacon called pretty early on when we were doing a little podcast thing as well, is like they'll just go into comfort of what they know is going to work, instead of potentially trying the new stuff like Vice, Deadlock, or cooking up new stuff.
But it's the full forces of MIBR. It's even trades all around. Munchkin takes an off angle coming out of the link door. And then texture on the back of sight. Like you said, unexpected with a Sheriff. Seems like he's just going to stick with
Which team do you think Papex has the best chance of winning against? Billy.
Bit of a lighter buy here for Gen.G comparatively.
I don't think Billy beat any of the teams that are 1-0 at the moment, to be honest. I would give them like 15% maybe of how they play. They can definitely win a map, but 2 would be rough.
Tiny bits of damage taken from the classic shot. Swings in, looks for a little bit more, but it gets whippy and he ends up stunning himself into the corner. But he cannot escape.
The neon the stun buff, I guess, whichever way you want to call it.
On this B site and into the meat grinder.
It's alright damage though, they at least got 1 out of him.
Cortezia quickly getting himself across into sync and get this plant, at least get the money. Maybe try to find a bit more damage, but no weapons. We're able to get scooped up there in all of the chaos, so it's still just the classic. The drone might have caught a glimpse. 3 swings in,
Very nice.
strikes him down. All weapons going to be saved as Gen.G start things off 2-0.
Yeah, not too bad.
3-0 in the pistol rounds for Gen.G. They're just in cruise control today. Texture continues to just dominate.
But as Gen.G, you always play Viper, dude. Munchkin loves Viper. And again, there's nothing wrong with it at the moment. They survived the Teo meta, and now they can just heavy rely on it. Probably going to see it every map, apart from this. You'll see it 6 out of 7, I reckon.
Sight holding from Foxy9. You're getting good coordination, good crossfires, everything you could ever want. And they look really well drilled here, really well prepared for Masters Toronto.
Fuse, actually give that over.
Apart from this, not highlighted, so.
Shadows online a bit faster instead of Munchkin's kid. Munchkin's somebody who very much favors information, so I think he wants Karan to be able to have that so they can just TP in, scout a position, and get a read from there.
He doesn't seem to be like that concerned with his ultimate. He, you know, especially on this map, Karan likes to
spotted. Oh, but not able to find that kill.
Gotta say, we gotta be getting a trade on that one. I'm not even sure he should be getting the first kill, but here we are.
But Karan will use that TP aggressively on this map. Get some information, try to find
Did he?
that extra
I didn't think he
flank
did.
angle.
Oh no, he definitely saw him. Okay, ping goes out for sure, saw him.
Slow push up from A long. Ash.
Yeah, and with that information, maybe MIBR didn't think that they got seen. Karan holds on to his flash. He doesn't want to use it until they like commit to actually capitalize off of it as well. Smoke goes in. They have so much time to go back. The problem is that they don't actually have any map control, right? It's all a question mark, even down to that overspawn.
Going to be coming through now. It's going to be taken down. Verno, Aspas, however, answering back a couple kills, and Texture gets tagged down to 57.
Yeah, and Gen.G felt like they had to go aggro because they didn't know that they didn't have the info, right? If they knew for sure that they didn't have any of this, they would have just stuck.
Texture swinging down in towards
nice shot.
Cannot pull the trigger fast enough. Ends up falling. It's now down to Foxy9. Looks for the first. Can't quite make it happen.
Dude, that's a lot of low HPs.
MIBR. This time,
MIBR will take it though. Only 2 guns to rebuy. Not too bad.
MIBR is a team that will play pretty slow sometimes on these attacker sides. They're going to take their time. This isn't going to be quite like you're going to see in some of the other regions where the attacks feel a little bit forced. This is one of those rounds, and MIBR does a great job here. Good calling by Artzin. Let's go! Let's go! And they're able to catch Gen.G as they try to spring a trap out long A.
Got a game on our hands, maybe. If Gen.G win this, then
kind of an interesting setup here. Texture over at the front of B with Munchkin.
It's kind of rough.
They're holding. Set up there.
Yeah.
Standard wall from Munchkin. Across that front of the B site into the A axis as well.
Oh boy.
Ready to go
Molly's going to be good, right?
Swing in though, and Aspas just wins the fight against Foxy9, taking his head clean off.
Not bad.
That's what you need.
Meanwhile, while that's gone on, I think we had a cage that created pressure over towards A short. Yeah, but they're just clearing all this as well. So this is a nice reaction though from Ash. There's all the way over towards A.
MIBR.
Beacon a clearing angle, is going to clear over towards Garage.
Wow, Ash.
A great kill. Texture might have been hard, which might bait him into the Viper.
Not quite ready. Moment now going to be taken down. Pivot across towards C. Looks like they're giving this a consideration. They need Cortez to try to win this position. Win it, he has. Tucks back into the corner. Karan now just trying to run him down before the ping reveal comes in. He's eventually find the kill. Has to back away.
TP.
He's out to safety. Paranoia, Sen. Doesn't quite connect.
30 seconds left.
Aftershock to try to hold back that C-Link door access, but Karan pushes forward again, being rewarded for his aggression, finding Verno. Just tucks into the corner, Artzin able to find that stun.
5 bullets for him.
Himself into a corner as well. Try to hold down the same angle as Aspas.
Kid is the go. You talk about Ash, Bacon?
Push forward,
You talk about Karan.
Timing from Karan is just playing so fearlessly. Himself a 3K, and it's now down to Aspas to see if he can try to clutch out the round. The defuse already held to half, and Ash hits the headshot. Gen.G.
Dude, if Ash honestly continuously plays like this, his team is disgustingly strong. Today.
He is absolutely just changing rounds in Gen.G's favor.
Ash is a really good reaction from him as well. He's left to do is so much here as well. Solo re-clear over towards A. They could potentially be short. They kind of gamble it a little bit, and he still wins the duel out.
No recourse, even though that early kill on the Foxy9 by Aspas was very nice.
Every single time at the moment, both maps he's securing that they have like a really good start into the defense side.
Just in cruise control. And
Karan, yeah, Karen's like all of their reactions after losing the first kill over towards Garage was just sick.
No spring of the trap there outside of A long. Ash just playing back.
Right there. Very proactive.
Safety, 2 Guardians again invested here for the side of MIBR.
Ash is a great player in the academy. I liked watching him in like the end of stage 1 and especially playoffs because every game it looked like. I'm not sure if it was even just him like looking better. It's just like a pure confidence scale. Like it looked like his confidence got really high towards the end. It just looked comfy.
Anticipating that this could be an A hit. A little bit of attempted lurking being done. Spot on the Aspas though. And that's going to send MIBR into a bit of a pause. Let's see if they rethink this hit or not. But this doesn't change much in the equation for Gen.G.
Ready to go here on the entry. Ash, though, dodging on the fault line. Spam into the cloud bridge. Just try to flush Aspas out. Unable to do so, but the stun is still there. He will end up getting picked off. He's going to try to go for a lurk here, but Foxy9 hadn't rotated quite just yet, and now is still going to be in position to hold down this C site. MIBR trying to make up their minds here with just 28 seconds remaining on the clock. Seems like it's going to be this B site once again. So get ready to push forward, but Karan is still here.
About the last player you want to see in this situation.
Wait out the wall. Cycle of smoke. The plant can be stuck. No way to interrupt this. Seems like he might have caught a glimpse there. Sense of the paranoia forces the reposition from Shen up now. Fast lane in. Texture starts scaling forward, and Foxy9 still ever present over on that C link.
Do they even lose anyone?
Position noted the TP there, and they're just right on top.
Okay, they lose one. Yeah, it's not bad at all for Gen.G. They'll take this.
Find one more to stop
they get incredible money after this one as well. It's really
the
nice.
lead by 3 rounds.
They're just in cruise control. At every twist and turn, they're just making phenomenal decisions. Here on this entry, Aspas trying to create some space, just gets shut right down.
Texture, yeah, he's probably going to open. He's got his ult right, his backup.
Just trying to clear that space to make sure they can get this
Killjoy ult to retake, Karen's ult for fast rotate.
He's just always having fun.
Always having a good time. There's a timeout call going to be used
It's
here.
so similar to the first
by
one.
MIBR. Know that they need to have heavier impact starting on this attacking side.
Yeah, and there's a lot to consider for MIBR in this round. You've got a couple big ults on the side of Gen.G. You've got the lockdown, you've got Texture's ult, and you're one away from a couple big ones yourself. You're one away from the Hunter's Fury, one away from the Rolling Thunder. So those are things you want to make sure that you're considering and making sure that, you know, you anticipate that Gen.G is going to try to contest you for some of those orbs potentially. So making sure that you're safely able to get those, to set yourself for those executes, get to that post-plant scenario.
Much hype for this game for it to be this one-sided.
Tough to even get the
yeah, it's rough at the moment for MIBR.
I mean, Gen.G is.
I still think this map should be getting close.
Their mechanics are extremely on point to boot. So.
But it is a similar story at the moment from the first map, where it's like
start turning things around for MIBR.
Yeah,
Gen.G would have played against this comp,
again, down in the dumps.
like all individually, and obviously not as a team. They would have played against this comp like hundreds of times. You reverse that.
Time to run this back and get themselves into a favorable
Sure,
position.
you might have played against it a couple of times, maybe like 10.
Gen.G though, the money starting to
Just
really
not
get stacked up. It's only Texture who's
It's just such a difference in terms of comfort.
Has that overdrive behind as well. Let's look at the read here from Gen.G. Triple stack on this C site. That's where the lion's share of MIBR looking to go, at least to try to get the orb.
Waiting for the turret contact potentially.
Great, dude, look at this read as well though. Because just look at Karen just in this corner. He's so ready for this. Dude, they have reads as well. Repass and stack over towards C. They're so ready for it.
It's just been that kind of day for MIBR.
Yeah, I was a little unlucky.
That's just brutal. No other way to put it. Munchkin gonna tuck himself into that same corner we saw Ash in earlier.
Yeah, and they know they got the drone out of them as well.
He's all alone, and you've got a 3-stack from MIBR.
Cage popped. Munchkin looking to reposition. The push about to come through. They're suspecting him on the opposite side.
Guy's so calm with it as well.
Get the third, but the damage is
They duel over towards C at the moment. I feel like the attack omen saw the defense omen.
It's unbelievable.
Nope.
The game sense he has.
Nope.
It's off the charts.
Karen has the skill.
Now the 2 remaining players from MIBR worlds apart. Shenum does manage to find one, but the spike is still being ushered forward over towards this A site where Ash now notes him, takes him down to 50. TP forward, both players now arriving. Barely a full HP bar between the two of them, and Ash just holds down M1. Finds the kill, the relay bolt connecting, Texture slides across.
Okay, nicely handled. The Munchkin did great on this one. They didn't have to use many ults at all as well.
Still 5-1.
And now you've got every ult available for Gen.G. Some counter ults available for MIBR. They couldn't really get any of those orbs. They couldn't get into a position to try to get these ultimates, and it starts with this.
I'll show it again.
Oh my goodness.
That is just so damn unlucky.
This is just...
Like this, a smart play. Textures kill, pure blind luck. Still able to scrape it together a bit.
Great, back over towards C, got shot down so heavily. Let's do it again. Big change up for Gen.G. They go super aggro over towards spawn, potentially with the Sova ult set strat. Pretty short. And they are fast on this flank behind. Definitely got to tune into Verno for a little bit here. Yeah, Verno might get jumped on here. It's a great breach shot. Still no plant at the moment. It's really weird. They probably need to push spawn, to be honest, in reaction, but the breach shot would have been perfect for it. Good mid-rounding. Ash, good luck. Prius. Damn, bro, he's so good right now. He's so good. He's insanely consistent. Like the biggest round, and Prius managed to mess it up. How's that even possible?
Absolutely tears them to pieces.
It's just unbelievable. When it looks like maybe they're going to start breaking space open.
Guy nearly got him, man. He nearly got them all. It's a straight up red card for Prius, though.
Ash is just so fast. Unbelievable.
Get Sapphire back in there, man.
He's furious. That is just brutal.
Understandably so. It was again a big investment.
Is Prius the person controlling what POV you're on?
Vandal, Guardian, 3 Sheriffs. Try to pull off a Thrifty. Still a pit, still from the shadows available here for Gen.G.
Yeah,
from MIBR. Now the pivot over towards spawn was fine. I just feel like Aspas there has to probably just jump every corner with his ult.
They've tried a lot of different looks, some fast hits, some other things like that, but Gen.G is just so on top of the game.
Texture on top of the box. Scratches his eye.
He did jump? Oh really? I'd have to watch it back. Like committed?
Finds one. Doing well to get the one tap.
Damn, then fair play. Ashes does probably the best. Probably the best we've ever seen.
Catches him a bit off guard.
Revealing area.
That's the weaponry on the floor. Double push up. The start about to fly through. Ash will immediately know Verno's position. Okay, no. Doesn't get
no way.
The
team play as well, man. The team play's too good.
Karen will find the other. 7-1.
This was meant to be the close one. This was meant to be the close game.
Absolute domination.
It has to start here for MIBR. It just has to. It can't keep going like this. I mean, you're losing Aspas so often. Texture continues to just dominate in first kills. And Ash has been unworldly here on Haven. 9 kills now, topping the charts, topping the server. This is the confidence behind that toxic screen to just peek through and take Zenom down. Now you've got the operator for Texture.
Chemiyuki.
This is where things
Thank you so much, Chemiyuki.
so
7 gifted.
for any opponent.
There's the first to fall.
I wonder what's coming next. Nice shot from Texture.
Mike is well confirmed. And immediately they look to reposition.
And there it is. 7-1 with the gifted. Thank you so much, Chemiyuki.
He's already starting to reroute.
Thank you for doing that.
Wanting to try to break through in the garage.
The match of the 7-1 really evolved fast, man.
Tuck in at A lobby here from the
Shot
side
again.
We'll
Big jewel up over towards A. Dude, they can't even get the luck kills.
Texture finds another outside of B. And MIBR, I think they're going to have to go for a forced save here if they can.
Last player standing.
So it is just Aspas now left alive. And not for very long. Around the back, Foxy9 gets the back stab, and it's flawless. You have to suspect that that second and final timeout is going to have to be called here.
I agree. This is just so difficult. If you try to go to one side of the map, they're pushing you on another. They're always taking space, and it makes it so hard for MIBR to get any kind of map control. And if they try to take long A, Gen.G's happy to see that over, but they're going to put 3 stack there on that site to make sure
another
that you
one,
can't get through.
another half
they
with double timeouts
full
used.
confidence in Foxy9 over on that B and C side to make good decisions, to just play for
outclass.
setups,
Yeah, they are. It's completely wrecked, to be honest.
Those kind of things. And there's just so many layers.
The problem
to
is
the
as
way
well,
that
the
Gen.G
rounds
is
like
approaching
don't
this
look
game.
too
And
close,
every
really.
twist and turn, they've had MIBR's number.
Unfortunately, it just hasn't even really been that close.
No.
8-1. Already a devastating scoreline considering that Gen.G's here on this defense. Crowd, do you guys want to see MIBR bring this back? Do you want to see a map 3?
Okay, I respect Achilles. He's trying his best to hype it up, but this one's done, is it not?
There's a lot more Gen.G fans here than I thought. If you want to see it, those players on stage are going to need your energy. Because right now, they're looking pretty drained.
And Munchkin is buying an Odin.
Oh, come on, Munchkin.
He doesn't do this
I want to like you.
Well, too bad.
Really?
Oh my God.
This is a change up from his usual, which is spamming into window.
Yes. He's a step ahead again. He's already thwarting some of their plans.
Oh, you're in trouble. The great stun. No way, dude. He was so calm because he knew the recon was happening. Stun close. Wait, that's really cool, though. That's really, really cool. And you know they're going to speed up and tank the stun.
And MIBR cannot catch
Dude, they added Gen.G added some new stuff into this.
I mean, they just knew what that timeout was going to be about for MIBR. It was about aiming.
Dude, it happened again. Yeah, I mean, it happened again when they just have timeout goes in and they knew exactly what was going to go down.
And Gen.G's just ahead of the curve. They're reading their opponents just brilliantly.
Save, I mean, you might as well just go for it, man. Nothing else is going right.
Try Pete back into an operator.
Catch up is spicy. Thanks so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate that. Oh, yeah, mate. Thank you for doing that.
Win that battle.
And now there's a smoke cycled forward.
Yep.
Karen reading it.
Dude, textures everywhere. 12 and 5.
Next year finding a second. And on the little jiggles, Ash is able to find
30
Cortezia.
seconds
So
left.
pretty much full information gathered here is if you're going to be able to exit at all. And texture more and more these days has looked like Mr. 3K. See if he goes on the hunt to try to make it a 4K this time around. It's Munchkin maybe to try to take the first fight, though.
Left.
Verno desperately needing to hold on to this weapon. The team just does not have any money. The recon going to be sent, and Munchkin will go ahead and find the headshot. But it's another flawless here for Gen.G. Now up 9-1. None of these timeouts. Neither of them here on this map.
It's a massacre? Yeah, it really is, man.
Big adjustments to any
Really
round
is.
wins.
And Gen.G's just getting it done.
This
with
was
their
awesome,
macro
though.
play.
Stun, close, recon deep, double person, try and capitalize off of it.
Outguessing their opponents there. And Aspas just
I'm the true blue. Thank you for the 16 months, man, as well. Thank you, thank you.
brilliant timing from Ash on the util. Follows it up. Backing up Texture's operator.
It's a fast landing recon as well. It's nice. First time you see that, you're not ready for it.
He knows that that's a safe
Okay, big change up from MI. Oh, I say big change up from MBR. It's just heavy over towards Garage. Dudes, they're just. I mean, they're just using like really standard old stuff. It's just like. It's just too easy.
With a shout to try to get himself another 4K, but Verno will deny it. Gets himself a second kill. They try to make a go of it, but would be
He
an
sticks
ace
that. I mean, it's the normal TSM. Omenal. But I'm calling it
was
TSM because it used to be like popular in 2023.
Position known.
Like we're just using
There
old
you
stuff,
go.
man.
Quick shots from Ash, who's been so very clean here today. Gen.G get to double digits.
I immediately turned around and looked at Texture on the stage after he died.
I'm sure we're going to have it here in a moment.
That's all I need out of this. This is just incredible.
Oof.
Well, maybe we don't get the reaction.
Yep. Oh, he just laughed it off. I saw the hands go up, so I
Not as
thought
upset
maybe.
as I would have anticipated.
I thought maybe we get a little more out of him there.
Ash? No, I think Ash has been great, man.
I mean, at this point, given
I've
the
been
game
enjoying
state,
watching
we're
him at the
basically just
moment.
watching Texture clip farm.
Very
Making
much
a highlight reel.
He is
16 and 6 at the moment.
Well, they're going to try to go through Garage again. Foxy playing a bit further back. Smoke there to force him out of that position. Trying to play a little bit of contain as Munchkin here around the corner. Foxy going to rely on the util. And
Pacific
Texture's
on
just
top.
clearing out
Yeah, you really don't. If you're a Pacific fan, you really don't want to see the Gen.G Paper X matchup.
Messy, but he still
Both teams look really good.
Aspas down low. Has to evacuate, and Munchkin just continues to spray away. Finds him in the end.
He didn't take any damage in that exchange. Unbelievable.
Texture now on a deep line. As that pit is not going to cover the front of sight.
Gives them a lot of space to get out, though.
To give themselves access to the site is what it looks like.
Camera going to be set up, though, and that's going to have to be cleared out. Spike
Ash has got his ult. Does he save it for flooding, retake, or do we try stop
Hand it off. So they try to get the breach in position here to try to prevent the flood retake. Hunter's Fury looking, but just narrowly missing.
Okay, has recon. Let's get the guy in heaven. Let's see what he's up to.
Tizia trying to play forward.
There
Texture, finding the first. Shenum does fall. The push coming in instantaneous with a headshot. Now the ping reveal about to come through off that neural depth, but it doesn't matter. They just flood in before they can gain the information. Verno trying to fight back.
Done.
Can't align that crosshair. 11x round wins now.
11.
Gen.G are looking to bring this to.
There goes your pick'ems. Dude, my pick'ems are spot on. I'm just sad that it's like not a close game.
Completely flabbergasted.
Unreal.
Jesus.
Scenes here from Gen.G.
What was that?
Done and dusted MIBR. Can they make the miracle run back? We'll find out after halftime.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12
Got paybacks of Heretics? Yeah. I'm 100% as long as Gen.G close this one out.
Ready to learn the game behind
But
the game?
Stay tuned for
I also had MIBR going through groups, and man, I'm not super confident after seeing this. They should look a lot better, but they're also just playing like standard stuff. It's like not what this tournament's about. This tournament is about like surprising, coming up with new meta stuff because it's so open that like your full process is so good that you're going to win the game. Like you're going to win the... Everyone should have... not saying every map because obviously people have got different time, but I would say for at least like the Pacific and Americas teams, because they had maybe like 2 weeks extra on the EMEA teams, I would expect them to have enough full process on every map that is like good enough that you should just be winning that map. Like what Gen.G did on the fast map. And to not sit from MIBR is, it's a little bit devastating. It could be like 2 maps where they play simple stuff, but I don't know. EWC calls for MIBR. EWC calls for PaperX. And MIBR had an extra week on top. Theo, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the fight too.
We don't know. 11-1 the scoreline as we'll go ahead and take a look at the Coinbase Econ report.
Look at this. Karan with 100. Absolutely having a tremendous effort. Texture was 75. Ash 89. I mean, the Econ through the roof as you would expect when you're up 11-1 for Gen.G. And you can see Texture gets into that op and he gets that little bump there at the end. He's just kind of hanging on to it and his teammates are grabbing it back, putting it back into his hands. So they're just so efficient. It's all about the map control. It's all about the way they play. And they just shut MIBR out of that half.
You do the cast on the slug every time I cast. The problem is I just don't cast these days anymore.
It's just
I just keep getting everything right.
Absolutely brutal. Now they pivot over to the attack, the side where you typically favor most teams on Haven. MIBR have a gargantuan task ahead of them. We have not been able to find a pistol round
we got
quite yet. This needs to be the one.
3-0 on the pistols.
And this is a team that's very happy to work the map a bit. Try to play off that toxic screen that's always going to cut through sewers in towards B. Clear the turret there by Ospas. So a little bit of info denial there. They're going to leave the alarm bot to make sure if there's any aggressive lurks from the side of MIBR, they're accounted for.
People that haven't seen this comp on attack, where have you been for 2 years, first of all? Second of all, the wall creates pressure over towards A, holds 2 people here, you have the Viper, holds the smoke for after plant. Once you get over towards the site with the Viper alive, you win the round. Much as simple as that. Wall covers over towards B as well.
Too much going on over there. Obviously the fault line to follow will definitely give it away.
But
VIP comp, yeah.
Pivot. Already working their way across towards this A site where it has just been Verno lingering.
Sliggy wall? Nah, this isn't a Sliggy wall, man. This is the guard wall. This is Josh's wall.
Have to be aware of. But Munchkin somehow finds ways sometimes to just catch you completely off guard.
Noise made here by Texture. We'll just look to back away. As okay, Munchkin, well, certainly his presence now going to be confirmed. Sets up the poison orb. Hasn't heard anything over from this position though, but he instantaneously turns to the headshot. No, what? Just of a second. Looks for the third, but Ospas will finally shut him down. But my God, how has Munchkin just done that? He should have been dead to right. Ospas trying to fight back for something else, but he can find nothing.
Dude, what just happened?
The attempt of the retake, Gen.G looking to go 4-4 on pistols, get up to match point.
That was insane.
They're just staring down Zenom.
Just poking and prodding. It's a nice shot. Cortesia, but the time is just not going to be there. Caron will find it. Ash gets the other.
Man.
12-1, flawless in pistols, and damn near flawless in this map, it would seem. MIBR will need to go for a force, and they need to run 11 consecutive round wins.
Jesus.
Oh, my goodness. Just unfair. Unfair. I mean, they are so crisp today.
Gives him a clap after.
That is crazy good
stuff. That's too much, man.
That's incredibly frustrating.
Crazy.
It's just been that kind of day for MIBR. I mean, a young team, a lot of players who are new to the international stage.
Oh boy.
Textures has got the opener again.
Yeah, get him out of here, man.
Dead within seconds.
Dude, this was the most one-sided game.
No chance for recourse.
This is meant to be the close one.
Gen.G are completely and utterly in control and have been this entire series long.
This was the only one in the pick'ems where I didn't feel like super confident.
And
what happened?
Slowing the pace down a little bit. Got that one kill. You know, worried about maybe some quick rotations from MIBR, so try something a little different.
Heretics? I mean, at least Heretics kind of look like they might be able to do something on Icebox. He's been a slaughter, man.
Drone gonna look to try to force him back. Does get spotted out. Takes a tiny bit of damage there through the box. Spotted once again. Revealed out. They really want to flush this sucker out of the sight, and they will do just that. Texture.
God, they 13-1 them.
As he is reeling from the shock dart. They're having too much fun. Karen comes up with two.
Karen's just running at them. 13-1.
We'll be able to get the kill. Maybe a chance for Ash. The headshot connects. Foxy swooping in.
Damn, bro, that is a statement from them.
Out of their misery. 13-1.
Statement
game. A statement game from Gen.G. Back on the international stage for the first time this year. And
I don't think I've ever said that before.
Destroy MIBR.
And they want to show the world why they were Masters champions last year. And they are in impressive form, to say the least. The game plans today, absolutely brilliant.
Chat.
Top to bottom.
Draw is coming up as well, so we get to see who plays who.
around.
So stick
This
around.
team
Next, like,
is
10 minutes.
looking red hot here in Toronto.
APAC teams, all the APAC teams look lovely, yeah.
Hell of a way
They really do.
to kick off a tournament. Ash, his first ever here in Tier 1. A fantastic performance. Foxy 9, his first one as a starting player. A steady performance as well. As Gen.G will go down to the elation of the fans and enjoy this winning moment. MIBR, though, obviously, the road doesn't end here, but it certainly looks a hell of a lot rockier than we could have expected.
Yeah, it looks kind of rough.
Need to have a rally back now that they get that first loss out of the way. We're going to go ahead and send it down, though. Jen Lee's going to be standing by with Caron for a Verizon post-match interview.
And give it up for Gen.G! Okay. Caron, I'm going to need you. 네. Solid game. Tell us about it. 대승을 거뒀는데요. 좀 살살하지 그랬어요. 오늘 경기 어땠어요?
아니, 살살 하려고 했는데 저희 이제 신입 기강 살려줘야 되니까 그래서 세게 했습니다.
Hey, we were gonna go easy on MIBR, but we also had Ash playing his first game, so you know what? We said, let's go all out, you know, play lights out, play a strong game, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. Now let's talk about Sunset. Deadlock, Viper, rather unorthodox.
Cool.
Can you dumb it down for us? 선셋에서 데드락 바이퍼, 좀 자주 보는 조합은 아니거든요? 요거 설명 좀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 저희가 선셋을 좀 정석 조합을 하면 되게 못해가지고 그냥 우리만의 특색을 가져가자. 그래서 그냥 바이퍼 리딩 잘하는 상범이 형이 그냥 바이퍼를 쓰겠다고 했고요. 그리고 이제 조합을 뭘 생각하다가 상범이 형이 그냥 뭐 되도록 하면은 괜찮을 것 같은데 해서 이렇게 조합이 탄생하게 됐습니다.
I don't know what it is with us and the conventional or more of a stable comp on Sunset, but we didn't have a high win rate when it comes to running those standard comps on Sunset. So we tried to be more creative, and Munchkin, he wanted to play the Viper since he had really good reads on the opponents. I mean, he's our IGL as well. So when we were thinking of other agents to kind of pair with the Viper or slot in our comps, we just thought, hey, Deadlock looks good. So yeah, that's the decision process behind the Sunset comp. Now, speaking of Ash, first Masters game.
He
How do you
played
think he did?
Unreal.
애쉬 선수의 마스터스 첫 경기였거든요. 좀 잘한 것 같나요?
일단 사실 현철이가 경기에서는 이제 되게 떨 것 같았는데 생각보다 이제 그냥 저희 스크림 하던 대로 그냥 박살을 내놓더라고요. 그래가지고 긴장을 좀 덜 한 것 같다? 이게 좀 알을 깬 것 같다라는 느낌이 좀 들었어요. 그래서 되게 잘해줘서 너무 고마워요.
Honestly, I thought he was going to be really nervous, you know, have that first stage jitters. But when he was playing up on the stage today, he was slaying, and he was, you know, performing really well like he does on the scrim. So yeah, I just feel like he really leveled up. Now, Haram, I'm just gonna ask you one more question. People are saying fans are excited because it looks like you guys are back in Shanghai form. Do you feel that way as well, or do you feel like it's too early days? 팬들이 벌써부터 상하이 폼 돌아온 것 같다. 기대가 높습니다. 확실히 좀 그때 폼이랑 비슷하다고 느끼나요?
그때보다 더 잘하는 것 같아요, 제가 지금. 그래가지고 폼은 뭐 그냥 계속 잘 한다면은 상하이 때보다 더 잘할 것 같아요.
Personally, I think I'm playing even better than how I did in Masters Shanghai. So if we keep the things going, you know, keep the momentum rolling, I think we're going to have a really, really good form and possibly do really well in Masters Toronto as well. Now, thank you very much, Karan. I'm going to let you go. 감사드리고요.
Right,
축하드립니다.
nice.
I'm letting him go.
Where's the draw show?
Why? Pourquoi? Because
Here we go.
It's
This is
time for the draw show, where we are going to find out what the next couple
Best
of
part.
days are going to look like. Now, of course, we have Victoria from Riot Competitive Operations to help us out with the draw show. So, Victoria, can you explain the rules of the draw show for us?
Yeah, of course. Super straightforward and simple. We have our 1-0 teams. They will only play other 1-0 teams. 0-1 teams only play other 0-1 teams. Regional matchups are allowed, so it's fair game. I'll draw the first team of each match, then their opponents, and then we'll move to 0-1 teams. That's it.
Do you kind of want the Chinese teams, really?
Want to know first.
That was a good pop. Okay, first 1-0 team.
All right, we have Paper X.
Oh boy.
Paper X!
And the first opponent for the other 1-0
Sentinels?
match.
Maybe? Not Gen.G. Just not
We
Gen.G.
have BLG.
Oh, they get Billy. That's nice for Paper X.
Woo! Okay, now here's the good stuff.
Oh, wait, it goes like that?
Who
Oh, it goes
will
down to the
Paper
bottom?
X
Oh,
face?
no. Oh, no.
Paper
I take it all
X
back.
will be facing...
Not Sentinels.
Oh my god, guys.
Gen.G.
I don't know what would have been worse, to be honest.
got the
Sentinels or
Pacific
Gen.G.
matchup.
Dude, that's unlucky for both. Sentinels get Wolves and then get Billy.
Will be
Sentinel.
Sentinel.
Dude, Sentinels get Wolves and then Billy. That's so nice, dude, for them.
All right. Now, just to clarify, this is what these matchups are going to look like, but not the schedule, right?
To an extent. So for 1-0 teams, they play tomorrow. Gen.G played last today, so they will play last tomorrow. So your first match will be BLG Sentinels, second match will be Paper X.
Then at least Nats gets like 1 day to chill after flying there tomorrow. Well, flying there today. I say chill will probably be Bracken.
First team,
TL.
Team Liquid. Nats, perhaps?
God, just give them all Wolves, man. Give them all Wolves.
And the next team from ON1 group will be...
So for the other match, we will have Team Heretics.
Okay, well, at least we avoid the EMEA. That's good.
Okay.
All right. So Team Liquid's opponent.
Give them all Wolves, man. Be nice.
Ooh.
MIBR.
MIBR.
It's rough.
Okay, you guys like that?
Dude, I don't even know who wins that. After what I've seen,
Safe measure.
And of
Liquid
course,
have a good chance.
Wolves.
Wolves. We'll be facing Team Heretics.
Oh, Wolves are done for.
All right. And they'll play the day after tomorrow. Order on those is to be determined.
Okay, so do you like how the draw shows turned out?
I mean, as always, I feel like our teams just keep getting better and better. So this is going to be exciting. We do have the Paper X Gen.G matchup, but they're 1-0, so they don't knock each other out.
Yeah, Paper X Gen.G is so devastating.
Matches are going to be very, very exciting too.
I mean, you did a real good job, you know, avoiding the EMEA regional matchup. So yeah, I feel like everyone's happy about that. Are you guys happy with the draw?
Sure. Could have been worse.
Okay.
Could have been better.
We will be announcing the match schedule soon, so you know, make sure you keep yourselves updated. Check our socials for the news, and thank you, Victoria.
Paper X Gen.G is going to be an
out with the draw
absolute banger.
show. We have some banger matchups coming up, but for now, we're gonna say goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Okay, so tomorrow, Billy against Sentinels, and then Paper X against
We
Gen.G.
will see you tomorrow, but for now, we're going to quickly react to the draw show. I was thanking, you know, everything in my life, praying on my knees that we don't get Liquid versus Heretics as the elimination.
Yeah, at least we
And my
avoid that, I
goodness,
guess.
I could
But still.
breathe at least for a little bit. What did you guys think of it?
I mean, Gen.G versus Paper X. Like, come on, that's crazy.
The classic.
I mean, like,
too early. It's too early.
Like Victoria was saying, though, the fact that they are both like upper bracket, right, at 1-0 means they're not actually
Chat, I'll release the Pick'ems video
of course, but that to me, I think, is the best matchup on paper still.
Yeah, and not a lot of turnaround time.
Tonight,
Mel,
tomorrow?
for the teams that
Maybe
play
tomorrow,
today.
maybe
For
early
MIBR,
tomorrow.
Especially, how do they bounce back?
It's pretty quick. I mean, at least MIBR get that 1 day break, but yeah, I think a lot of it weighs in that bounce back. And I love the Sen bundle signs behind us, but
I think the only game that I don't really know. Okay, there's 2 games that I don't know. Paper X Gen.G, I don't know.
And so immediately going into it, I mean, I'm
Liquid
sure they'll be fine. They
MIBR,
had
I don't
a pretty
know.
good standout showing today, but definitely low time.
I've also got my eyes down in the 0-1 bracket, right? Team Liquid versus MIBR. If we can get Nats back, he's got his visa now, but like that's so much pressure to come.
Stick with the
onto
train?
stage.
Yeah, I think we got to stick with the
MIBR
train.
that just got absolutely crushed.
The problem
Like,
is that
they've got
Gen.G
both those
looks
teams
so
have to find
sick.
some way to bounce back.
I can't wait for tomorrow because I want to cope a little bit about Sen, Billy. That's also the matchup I wanted because Sen record against CN teams, I think they're 0-1. But then Billy record against America's teams. Like the narrative is so heavily leaning towards Billy, which is crazy. But let's check in with our bingo. We set this up at top of show today, and I do believe we managed it. Did we get the bingo?
Womp womp.
Hold on. I think we did because trash talk on comms. I think I claim that. I claim trash talk on comms because I am
chat.
like 99%
Let's end it here.
sure,
Let's end it here. Thank you so
I
much for
heard
watching.
Some trash
Let me
talk.
turn down the broadcast a little bit. Thank you guys. I appreciate you all being here. We will catch the games again same time tomorrow. Check out my YouTube. We'll be doing pick'ems at the moment. At the moment, chat, we're 100% on the pick'ems, but we got all of them right. But my issue is that I'm not as confident with this anymore. But I feel super confident with this. But yeah, this one's rough. I'm not sure about this anymore.
We're making things up, right?
Okay. Wow. Christy.
Imaginary land.
Honestly, too soon. Like, way too soon.
Okay, chat. Okay, give me someone to rate. Give me a streamer.
In a couple days. However, tomorrow we will be bringing you guys, I believe, the upper
Who we rate him?
Sorry, the 1-0 games. Yes. We will be bringing you the 1-0 games.
Baby Bay? We can rate Baby Bay.
Keep your eyes peeled for the schedule, but for now, thank you very much.
Wait, he's got something weird in this name, right?
Do you know what? Someone, you deserve this. You deserve.
Nope, just Baby Bay.
Give me that as well. They deserve this.
There are people stacked on top of other people to show us that sign.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does this work?
Wait, we gotta swap.
Other way around. Here we go.
There we go.
Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
Okay, everyone say hello to Baby Bay for me. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I appreciate all the support. Thank you. The boss mine as well. Thank you so much for doing that, mate. I appreciate the last gifted of the day. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for watching. We'll be here again tomorrow. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you again. Appreciate you all. Have a good rest of your day. And just follow my YouTubes for the pick'ems. Alright, bye. YouTube chat, thank you so much as well, guys. Thank you. I'll see you all soon, okay? Thank you for watching. Bye, guys. Bye.
Thing's going to have to at least get